Let's do this thing. Welcome to ATB Insights, broadcasting live from day one of SuperAI at Marina Bay Sands. We're in Singapore, right?
We're in Singapore, yes.
Today we will dig into the real artificial intelligence stack, compute, infrastructure, agents, and some capital as well. We want to know how AI moves practically to deployment, what enterprises need to do to make it work, and how Asia's institutions and investors are building around this shift. This is AI beyond the headlines and the hype. And before we get to our first guest, who's already here, let's hear from our presenting partner, Twilio. Twilio is the secure and scalable platform to build amazing customer engagement without the complexity. With the AI-driven workflows you need to connect. They are trusted by over 300,000 businesses. It is the platform that makes more possible. Visit Twilio today to start building, twilio.com. Okay, let's get to our guests. Carmen, it's nice to have you here. Compute Exchange, Silicon Data. Give us a little bit of context on both of your companies, or maybe both of your daughters. Either one works for me.
It's great. It's a great ecosystem. I have 2 daughters and 2 companies.
Go for it. Give us a little bit of context.
Yes. So Compute Exchange is the GPU marketplaces.
Okay.
You can procure reserve contracts, forward contracts, and token contracts at Compute Exchange. So think about almost like NASDAQ, but for GPU resources.
Okay, go ahead.
Silicon Data is the market intelligence layer for compute. So think about it as the Bloomberg for compute.
So why do you run those two things together? Do you see that they're related to each other? This idea of, I don't want to buy my own compute, but I want to rent my own compute. And when I do that compute, I want to have the access to Silicon Data as well. Like, how are those two things related?
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? So Compute Exchange itself is a place you can get GPU resources.
Yep.
So the clients are the AI startups of the world who actually consume GPUs. So to your point, rental contracts or refurbished contracts,
Yep.
right? Silicon Data is indices layer. So think about if you are neo cloud or banks financing neo cloud, you need to have the prices in transparency
Right.
for how much money you can generate for your asset class. So these have very different purposes. However, the stakeholders are similar in a way where neo clouds potentially are my provider for Compute Exchange. They are
fair
my
enough.
clients for Silicon Data for pricing, and also they use our indices to hedge.
How has Compute Exchange changed over the last, 6 to 9 months, where the focus on the infrastructure that allows people to do the compute has just become scarcer and maybe more expensive?
It's definitely more expensive. You are spot on.
Do you see that reflected in the pricing that you charge for this rental stuff?
So we see that at Compute Exchange. We also see that at Silicon Data, which we cover over 120 different market participants, more than Compute Exchange.
Okay.
What's interesting is you definitely see from Compute Exchange point of view, last year we're focusing on reserve contracts, meaning you can come in today and tell me, hey, Carmen, I'm looking for 200 H200 nodes. I will tell you, great, here are the options, and go nuts with one of them or many of them. Today, you're coming to me, people looking for forward contracts. Meaning they know there's nothing available right now. You're looking for something maybe starting in July, September, November, right? So it's different contracts because of scarcity.
So are you familiar with the way like options and futures work separate to like your business? You are. Did you work in the financial services industry?
Yes, I saw.
But you did. You traded options.
Yes.
You did. Okay, so that makes it actually more interesting. When you go out to price forward, it's not like pricing today at all. Right, you're not pricing a spot market, you're pricing a futures market. I bet you didn't expect to have this conversation today.
No, it's great. I love
this is
talking about that.
right? How do you use the experience you had when you were trading options to price the stuff that's forward?
So we call something called forward curve, right? So at different duration, you have different prices, called term structure risk, right? In the 2 different things. One is physically settled futures. One is forward contracts. Right, so we're doing forward contracts at Compute Exchange, which is OTC, right? You still have the counterparty risks. You rely on each other, right? Physical settled futures, the futures settle. It's like that WTI, right? You're trading financial services.
You could actually take delivery of oil.
Exactly.
You don't want to, but you could.
Exactly, right? So you have an option to get physical delivered based on benchmark, grade A, grade B, grade C, versus hey, this is what you're gonna get. What we're working on right now from Silicon Data, probably some of the audience know with CME. So we're launching fusion option on Silicon Data indices, which is a financially settled
Interesting
products. Think about Brent.
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So that's something you would not get any physical deliveries.
No.
But you're looking for financial hedge.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Might
I
not
don't know what's
be-
going to happen in the oil market. Maybe there's going to be a war for no reason somewhere.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
Right.
But if it does happen, these externalities can get priced into the futures and the forward market, so you don't have to take a look at the same.
Correct.
Yeah, I
So
like
the
it.
term structure is the best to have. The data futures is best to hedge term structure risks. Even today, we see a complete backwardation. So if you think about this, right, the longer term contract you signed,
Yep.
the cheaper it should be per GPU per hour, right?
By
It should be-
definition, yeah.
Right, by definition.
By definition, yeah.
It was the case last November, but it's not the case today. Today, you're paying, if not more, but same price. You sign a 3-year long versus 2-year long, right? So essentially, people giving up the potential discount for the security of getting resources.
So two things, if you don't mind following up.
Yeah.
I love this conversation, by
Yeah.
the way. The first is, if you're trading Brent crude, or if you're trading on the CME, you're almost by definition, the people with whom you're trading also understand how the financial modeling works around the futures, the forwards, and all this other stuff we've been talking about. Do you think that there's the same level of understanding for the way you're pricing things from the customers that are just trying to buy compute, or they're not there yet? Do you know what I mean?
So it depends who you are, what's your background, what's your context, right?
Yep.
So I think the market is on a very fast learning curve, which is great.
Which is super, yeah.
Which is great. If you think about Chicago farmers, right?
Yep,
They know how
yep.
to hatch their corn, soybeans, and everything
It's pretty
else,
amazing,
right?
actually, yeah.
It's really industry standard.
Yep.
So back to compute, right? I think we're in the beginning, or maybe in the very accelerated learning curve.
It's early, but accelerated,
Right,
for
so
sure,
people
yeah.
understand the situation is we have the whole compute cost create enough pain for people to say, hey, you better understand, or you're gonna have even bigger volatility and more pain. So people are incentivized, better or worse, to understand the term structure.
Got it. If you're pricing stuff 2 or 3 years out, how do you know what your own infrastructure is expected to look like 2 or 3 years out? Because today, like, I presume you're using NVIDIA chips, you know, like, what is it, Blackwell, whatever the infrastructures you're using. But 3 years out, you could be using Cerebras. You could be using a bunch of other equipment that you're not using today. How do you price that stuff up?
So number one, we're agnostic. We actually do AMD, we do all different
Fair
chips. So we have data points on those. So
Okay.
what's interesting in talking about the future expected cash flow, right?
Yep,
So
yep.
based on the reserve contracts, basically you sign a 3-year-long contract, you know you're paying whatever price you're paying, $2 or $3 per GPU per hour. So based on that, you have understanding. Number two is you're looking at on-demand prices, historical, right? V100 has been around forever. A100 came out post V100. We know how V100 behaved when A100 came out. We also know how A100 behaved when H100 came out.
Yep.
And then we have historical data on H100 now when B200 came out. So I'm not saying that things are repeating themselves, but there are certain things you can extrapolate. Obviously, compute, again, is such a crazy market right now.
Yep.
The task pattern might not hold, but essentially looking at residual value
Right.
of
Got
the
it.
GPU
Okay.
clusters, right?
Do you continue to build out that infrastructure so that you can never really be sure, but that you have enough compute? Do you know what I mean? Because yeah, we talked about this. Like, there are constraints in the market now for a bunch of different reasons. I don't want to talk about the war because it's too political for me, and I don't really care. But there's so many new players coming into the market. Everyone's trying to build a data center. There's a data center either being built in Texas or Wyoming. It's like 50 Walmarts large. How do you procure stuff, and how do you make sure you have enough equipment on-prem so you can actually do this?
It is a hard question, right? So
Yeah,
whenever
sorry.
enterprise came to me, and I asked them, right? Obviously, you want flexibility. You don't want to commit to something that you may not need.
Or you may need more of.
Right? Or you need more of, right?
Yeah.
It's always going to be a balance. So there's a few things you can do. Number one, what do you know for sure you will need internally,
Right.
Do the minimum reserve. At least you don't have price volatility, right, for the next few years, and have the resources secured. And then some of the things you have be on demand. Right, you have to have an on-demand option for your customers and yourself.
Right.
And then in the future, you can hedge it. Once the future starts becoming more liquid, right, you can say, hey, guess what? I can be on demand, but I can hedge volatility away. Why not be on demand? Another thing that's interesting is, as the perfect word you use is trying to build, right?
Yeah.
Trying to build when it's being live is very different, right? Obviously, every time I tell people is, GPU servers, new clouds are not something you can have a bubble very, very easily.
No.
You have a data center, GPU servers, CPU switches, everything aligned. Has to be aligned to turn anything live.
Yeah, I was gonna
which
say.
is very challenging.
What is the lead time? on average? I mean, I know it's hard to say today that it's like a 3-month lead time, 6-month lead time to get the proper equipment and stuff like that. But you also have to have a place to put your compute. Do you know what I mean? Like you can't put it in your daughter's closet and stuff like that.
You're 100% right. So it depends on what GPU server, right? So
Yeah.
a lot of people were seeing converting the crypto mining facility to GPU token factory, which is not a wrong thing to do. My point is,
But how relevant? Sorry.
depends on what service you get, right? You're
Yeah.
getting the latest and greatest. The density is different. Can you floor physically support a service? Number one. Number two is cooling. How can you transfer something all CPU driven
Right.
data center to something you need liquid cooling or dynamic air cooling to start with that,
Well, it's
right?
just- yeah, it's all different.
You need a lot of conversions. You
Right.
need to factor that into your point. Lead time depends. Unfortunately, 6 to 9 months
Yeah.
is the average. I would
Are
think.
you suggesting? I think I heard you probably, but are you suggesting that people are actually moving from crypto mining into GPU serving so that they can be involved in the AI business? And is there a way, if they have excess capacity, to keep mining over here and then to do, sorry to interrupt
No,
you,
no, no.
and then to keep doing the AI stuff over here? Do you know what I mean?
It's ROI based, right? If you are rational, if you don't have any fixation for
Yeah.
any workflow, it's ROI based. If you think it generate more ROI for you for mining, keep doing that. Most people think, hey, I think compute is supposed to give me more return. Now you should do compute. It's up to the individual business owners.
And where is most of your stuff based? The physical compute itself? Is it in the United States? Is it global?
So compute
And do you
change,
care?
we work with everybody ex-China.
Ex-China.
Right. So compute change, we have worked with all new clouds, US-based, European-based, Southeast Asia-based.
Really?
We love to work with everybody. Work with 409s, 509s, graphic cards, work with AMDs, all based on customer demand, right? For us,
Okay.
it's, again, we're complete agnostic.
So where do you see this going? Like when you look out into the future, I loved this little 6-7 year thing you're doing. But 6-7 years is way too far out for me. I would even say 6 months is, but you have to think at least like 2 or 3 years in advance. When you look at the roadmap, not just for the GPU makers, but also AMD came out and said, like, we think the CPUs are going to be 1-to-1 now with GPUs, that they're going to be even more important, right? Because right now the way it works, and you know this better than I do, is that you could have one CPU driving 11 GPUs, right? Because you don't need so much sort of that communication throughput. But as the GPUs get more powerful, you're going to need one CPU for one GPU. How do you see all this stuff progressing over time?
I think Jensen talked about Vera, right? The whole
Yep.
strategy for CPUs
Yep.
and also on-premise, on-device, right? Deployment. So the whole space. Thank you for not giving me a 5-year forecasting. I have no idea.
Your answer to that should have been actually, that's a silly question.
It's just very
wanna
hard
try-
for people like
you
me
wanna
to
try?
predict,
But there's no way to
right?
know. There's no way
So
to know.
the way I think probably in 6 months or a year from now, we ideally should see a lot more supply GPU coming online around the world, which is a good thing.
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully, which is a good thing.
Yep.
However, I think supply is a part where everybody struggles. At least I struggling to predict,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if you look at who is using AI today,
Tell me.
a lot of East Coastal, like US Bay Area, US New York, right, East Coast, West Coast
Right.
companies, a lot of Asian-based companies. We haven't really seen a huge uptake in other parts of the world.
Really?
Enterprises and who's calling the APIs. But doesn't mean things cannot be accelerated, right? But if the cost is always high, then you're really prohibiting people from participating. Token cost, few costs. So hopefully the price will come down to a reasonable degree and the more people can participate and join the AI return.
So there is an equivalency here, I think, and again, tell me where I'm wrong. But in the old days, who knows how long ago that was, a lot of firms, even Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, used to run their own data centers
Yeah.
on-prem. And then they started putting it up in the cloud. And then they realized, well, there's some stuff we really don't want in the cloud because we don't want to have this, just for cybersecurity reasons, we want to have like maybe half of it on-prem, half of it off-prem, just whatever that hybrid mode is. Do you get the sense that some companies are looking at renting stuff with Compute Exchange and thinking, we really need to own this ourselves? In the same way that they looked at cloud at the beginning? Or are they going to build hybrid solutions as well in the same way that they've done over time with
I
cloud?
think it will be hybrid. There's pros and cons for both, right? If you think on-prem, the whole point of cloud computing, which works for CPU, is guess what? We're gonna spread the cost. Your cost in the long run supposed to
But
come
also
down
I can have
for
real,
CPU.
I can do it on demand as well, which is something you've been talking about,
Well,
yeah?
GPU is a little different where sharing is not that easy.
No.
Right?
Yeah,
Virtualization doesn't really work right now.
Not really.
But doesn't mean cannot work in the future,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So for the GPU, the cost angle doesn't 100% work at this point, right? So owning your own cluster is great because you have control, you know what you're gonna have.
Right.
The downside is, what if you wanna upgrade? Because every 6-7 months
Yeah,
it's
no, I
something
know.
new,
I
right?
know.
How do you think through that?
Right.
Well, obviously only the data security is saying, all those is a consideration. So if I were enterprises, I would be open, get something on premise for my own, get on demand, get reserve, right? Just keep your option open.
Fair enough. So you also mentioned this idea that there's the West Coast of the United States, the East Coast of the United States. There's a lot of adoption, and that relatively. Okay, well let's use them as well. What has to happen to spur more adoption, to make it easier for people to actually implement real artificial intelligence in a way that makes sense, so they actually need the compute exchange is selling?
So I think it's twofold. Number one, the cost itself, right?
Is it just a cost thing? So go ahead. Next time.
Right. The cost, if it's extremely cheap, then why not, right?
Yeah,
You can use
yeah,
cost, you can use raw for everything.
Fair enough.
So the cost itself. Number two is the model, the actual output of the model itself,
Right.
Even today, I don't think you like to watch AI generated video. It just sucked.
No, it's
just
horrible.
not very good, right?
It's horrible.
Like I hate that.
I hate it, and I
right?
know what it is too.
All right, you're in the business, right?
I am. I know what it is. It's
So
terrible.
if that gets really, really, really good, you might be more open-minded to it. Potentially, right? Maybe not, right?
She's backing up.
Right, but my point is, because it doesn't work for most of even my use cases. It's not processing enough, a lot of hallucination. I don't want to use it because it sucks for some
It
use
does.
cases.
No, it does. It definitely
right?
does.
But in the future, it gets really much better. Then I think across different ecosystems, different industry, they're more willing to open use that, like robotics, right? If they
Yeah.
suck, we don't want to use it.
No,
it's
no, no.
expensive.
Yeah.
It gets better and cheaper, right?
What's
it's no
your
brainer.
view on the necessity for FDEs? You know what an FDE is, right? Forward deployed engineers. In the sense that, and Martin and I talk about this all the time, when I buy a new car, they don't send like a Mercedes dude with me to teach me how to use the car, because it's kind of intuitively understood how all this stuff works. And if there's something new in there, it's kind of fun for me to figure out, like, oh, I can do voice controlled windshield wipe, whatever it is. It's silly, right? But are the AI tools today still too hard? And that's why the FDEs are necessary, because it's just so confusing for regular people at big institutions to be able to use it. Do you know what I mean?
I think an analogy should be, if you were riding a horse and then they give you a car, then you need someone to teach you, hey, that's how you use a car, because you were riding a horse before.
Is it that different?
I think so. So
Go ahead.
the workflow, right, itself, before it's on paper, Excel. Now you're moving from a horse to a car. You need guidance. But if you're moving from a Toyota to a Mercedes, you might not need guidance. You're fine. You already everything is progressed and transformed. I think we're in a space where a horse to a car versus Toyota to Mercedes.
So are we suggesting then that the technology, even the machine learning technology and kind of the old school AI technology, is so different from...
I think it's more about the workflow itself,
Workflow
right?
itself.
Because you need there's so many pieces.
I wish more people would talk about this,
It's
actually.
efficient,
Go ahead.
right? It's not a sexy part, right? So some of the work may not even happen computerized. Maybe in your file systems, right? Think about U.S. healthcare system. A lot of student paper.
Oh my God, don't even
right?
go there,
So
yeah.
if you think about this,
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
literally from horse to AI, which is a big transformation in every single puzzle.
I think in that case, you're going from crawling to AI.
Right, exactly. So you need a lot more forward deploy engineer to help you stitch up all the steps, right?
Okay, that's a fair analogy. I'm going to write that down, and I think I'm going to use this. Do I have to quote you on this if I do use
If you, I don't mind.
Can I go back to the financial stuff that you do?
Yep.
We talked just about forward contracts, but is it tradable in the sense that, like, I can buy a listed option or an unlisted option on the CME or through like some kind of provider, but if I want to get out, if I feel like, oh, the volatility has increased like 15%, I can actually sell this option at a profit. Can I do the same thing for your stuff?
It's just like any. So number one, our fusion options with CME is not launched yet. So we'll be launching
You know, I
this fall.
understand
Right.
that.
Once it is, just like every other contract CME has. You just go through the regular CME, adding another
So
product.
they're tradable.
It's tradable. It's
So
just
do
like
you expect people to trade them in a way, even if they
100%.
don't need the compute?
Well, if you're a speculator,
That's what I
right?
mean.
So you can.
And did you do it for that reason, or like did you understand that was going to be possible?
So obviously, I think there should be utility reason for any financial products.
Agreed.
So the hedgers, we design a product specifically for natural hedgers, so either long GPU or short GPU. We want you to be able to hedge. And then the market definitely needs market makers, speculators.
Who's going to market make this stuff?
So good thing about Stake and Data is we're invested by your double trading and jump trading and winter melt.
Go ahead.
And then we are having a lot more participants coming to the ecosystem as well.
Okay.
So, which is good.
So is there an index product to make? Do you know what I mean? Like, because you're not like Computer Exchange is not the only person that's doing this. Are there multiple other companies that want to do this, that want to get together and create sort of like a compute cost
So
index, if you know what I mean?
So silicon data is all published in indices on GPUs, H100, A100, B200 indices,
Right.
also published token indices.
Got
so
it.
this is the settlement prices. We are providing settlement prices to CME for the contracts, right? Obviously, anyone can create indices, just like you and me can create S&P
Sure, sure,
500, right? But doesn't mean we can compete against S&P 500.
Yeah, it's been there forever, but
Right,
that
exactly.
hasn't been there forever though.
Silicon data, we're the first one. We're the world first calling GPU indices. We're
Right.
the first one announced launch with CME. So, so potentially,
What is
right?
it- what does this
so
mean?
hopefully, right? Well, the liquidity will concentrate. Even if you want the market six, right? You want to concentrate on liquidity. To your point, you can trade out.
Right.
I mean, look, this concentration doesn't
Yeah,
happen.
like I just decided I don't need any more compute,
Right, you
or
can
I have
trade
too much,
out
or I have
at
too
the-
little,
at
or
a
whatever it
reasonable
is.
Price. So
Yeah.
you don't want a bid ask to be too wide, and then it's expensive to trade, right?
Right.
So you want to be very reasonable for people to hedge as a cost. So ideally, it should be very liquid, right? At least for the from months or
Right.
years,
Yeah.
right? So this is something we're working on.
My brain is working overtime right now because I hadn't considered it in this respect. What else do I need to know about this trading stuff that's going on?
I think
Like stuff that I haven't asked you about.
No, this is great. So the way we look at it is, to your point, right? If you don't understand GPU compute from a spot market point of view, it will be more challenging for oil trader to say, hey, we're gonna market make GPUs.
Got it.
Right? It's a fundamentally different asset class, right?
Completely.
So we encourage people, which compute will be the largest human resources, will have a very robust derivatives option trading ecosystem. You should start thinking about looking at indices, looking at understand volatility, demand supply curve, and get into the game. Right? Because our A100, H100 indices right now are not correlated. What you think about like the Ethereum and Bitcoin back then wasn't correlated.
But they are now.
Now, we're in that
Completely.
phase, right?
Yeah,
There's
completely.
a lot of potential price discovery we can do in the next 6 months.
Okay, super. I'm gonna let you go. Thank you so much for spending so
you.
much time with us. I hope this was as interesting for you
This
as
is
it was
great,
for me.
super fun. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. You can just stand up. You can just put the mic down. You were awesome. That was good. Yeah. No, it's on still, but you just grab your stuff and go. We're alive the whole day. Martin, do you want to do the read? You can sit down. Feel free to sit. Tell me when to start. Go. Boomi, the data activation company for AI, powers the agentic enterprise by bringing data to life across your business. Trusted by over 30,000 customers and supported by a network of 800 plus partners, Boomi helps organizations of all sizes achieve agility, efficiency, and innovation at scale. Let's get back to our guests. Yangchen Huang,
Yep.
how are you?
Good. Hey, Michael. Thanks for having me.
It's my pleasure. It's very nice to meet you. Before we start, tell us a little bit about Torchcast AI.
Sure. So I'm Yangchen, founder and CEO of Torchcast.
Where are you based?
I'm in Singapore right now.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah. So at Torchcast, we are building a domain general forecasting engine for enterprise.
Domain general forecasting engine.
Yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
basically, we want to make decision making as easy as weather forecast, as if you have a weather forecast.
Weather forecasting is hard, man. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. For example,
For whom, though?
So for enterprises.
But what for specific enterprise, or is it general enough that any enterprise
Yeah,
can
it's
use it?
general enough. So we offer our solutions to finance guys, to manufacturers,
Okay.
to importer exporters,
Okay.
and also biotech and,
And
pharmaceutical.
are all your clients in Singapore right now, or are they in the whole region or global?
It's global.
It's global. Okay. So where do you see the biggest opportunities in this decision making? And tell me why these big enterprises want to use artificial intelligence to help them in their decision making process.
Yeah, that
And is
is-
there an agentic angle to this as well?
Yeah.
Talk about it. Go ahead, please.
Agentic AI. So basically, we are using agentic AI to gather evidence, monitor consistently on what's changing, and reason it through uncertainty, and try to build calibrated probability forecasts for these enterprises.
So what's the back end model that's running that's doing this sort of prediction stuff?
So for the agent swarms, it's a model
Agent
agnostic.
swarms.
Yeah.
Go ahead. It's
For-
agent agnostic.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's model agnostic. But let's say I'm company A and I'm in
Mm-hmm.
finance, and I'm already, particularly my company's decided they're going to use this model. You just sit in between that, and your agentic swarms can then use the information or the infrastructure that I already have to be
Exactly.
able to do this. Sorry, go ahead. Can you give me a good front to back example of how this works?
So one of the example is some company might want to forecast the silver futures, for example.
Okay, we're gonna go to finance. Okay, let's play forecasting silver futures.
Yeah, I think for finance and commodities and manufacturers, the silver is also.
Go ahead.
like-
Actually, I have some more questions. Yeah, silver's fine. It's a standard commodity. Everybody knows what it is.
Yeah. So basically, we will try to gather all of the information, both quantitative and qualitative,
Yep.
from open web and also from our own proprietary
But how about
data
from like
sources.
previous price data, previous market activity? Or do you have to buy that data? Or do your companies that actually want to do this predictive stuff have access to that data that they've already paid for?
So basically, we can offer our own data subscriptions, but we can also use companies' proprietary data or whatever they have internally subscribed
Go ahead.
for.
Okay, so
Yeah.
they're doing predictive analysis on where silver prices are going to go. Is it daily? Is it hourly? Is it? Do you know what I mean? Like how does that work?
It takes like 10 to 15 minutes for us for the agent swarm to do all of the work
Got
and
it.
provide the final probability.
So let's say, sorry, do you know my background?
No,
I
not
worked at
really.
Morgan Stanley and Goldman
Oh,
Sachs.
I worked in JP Morgan, by the way.
Okay. And no, but also I worked on a trading desk, and we actually kind of invented algorithmic trading when I was at another company. But the point is this: is that like once you've done all the initial research, and you've taken your 10 or 15 minutes, your agent swarmer's gone out and done that. Does that live in context forever? So you don't have to go out and do that every single time you want to do some kind of predictive analysis? Or does it have to do it every single time, add more data to it, and then make the next prediction?
That's a very good question. You are such an expert in
I'm not an
in
expert in
finance.
anything, but
Yeah, so basically we have two different modes. So for the initial mode, we will try to get in deep and breadth as much as possible.
Right.
So it will take the largest amount of time. But for every single revision and update, when something changed, for example, like something just changed.
Supply chain changed
supply
or-
changes. There's a huge announcement, something like
Something
that.
like that, yeah.
Yeah, we will be in sub like 1 minute or half a minute to revise the probability distribution and
Yep.
real-time update it.
so a lot of companies, at least when I was trading, they built their own predictive models. Are they scrapping those models now because Torchcast can actually do it better? So they're substituting you inside their own value chain and saying the models that Torchcast builds are actually better than the models that we can build ourselves.
I think that's a great question, and I don't think we will replace every single model
For sure.
our customers build.
Yep.
We are providing, more like a third-party expert opinion. You can treat us as like, a general third-party expert, which
Right.
knows everything in depth and breadth. It might not be as good as some of the proprietary models they build for very specific use cases,
Sure.
but it's valuable enough to provide, like some third-party opinions.
But it's just so. Sorry, I have to ask this. So,
Yeah.
in any market where there's arbitrage, right? So, like when you foresee, let's go back to crypto if you don't mind. 'Cause it's the easiest one to explain, and a lot of people talk about it. If I'm trading crypto in New York time, the market's probably going to be pretty tight.
Yep.
A lot of participants, a lot of people paying attention, but then those guys go to sleep.
Yeah.
This is before agentic trading. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I go to Korea and I go to Japan, there are way fewer participants.
Yeah.
I may be able to stay up late in New York and either buy cheaper or sell more expensive because
Yeah.
there's an arb available.
Exactly, yeah.
But the more people that do that, the more that people know that there's an arbitrage available, the more likely is that arb is going to close.
Yeah.
Right? Just the more participants are going to close the arb because they're like, why?
Yeah.
Right? If you're selling the same model to multiple traders or multiple manufacturers or multiple bus companies, does that arb, however it manifests itself, close as well? And how does that impact the ability to use the model?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So currently our offering is like using the same model, but going forward, first of all, like data matters a lot.
For sure.
Different companies have different data,
Ah,
and we will deploy, Torchcast as a forecast engine for them.
For their data.
Exactly.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And the second layer is, customized training. So basically, we can train our forecasting model on our customer's domain of concern so that it will become a specialist in that domain.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay. It's just interesting, right? Because if you develop your own model, like if I'm working at Goldman Sachs and the guy at Morgan Stanley is developing a model, they're likely going to be different.
Yeah.
And they may resemble each other in some ways, but they're going to be very different. But what you're saying is you're going to train the model on my data or on that guy's data. It's going to end up being kind of similar, it feels like to me. I guess the other thing is, are these companies set up to be able to on-prem in their own infrastructure, be able to deploy these agent swarms you're talking about? Like, what has to happen internally for them to have to do that? Because like 6 months ago, there was no agent anywhere,
Yeah, exactly.
right? And an
So-
agent swarm is a very specific thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So it's pretty easy. So we offer like enterprise deployments, and that's just
So
like,
what do? Do you put your own machines in their offices?
yeah.
You
We actually offer like cloud solutions. So basically based on their own private
Yeah,
cloud.
fair
right?
enough. I didn't mean like physically there,
Yeah,
but
no, not physically. Yeah.
you do.
Yeah.
But how does it connect to the stuff they're already doing? Like, what they may have legacy systems, they may have existing algorithms that they're running, they may have existing predictive analysis that they're doing.
Yeah, that's
Where does
a
it
good
fit in and
question.
how does it get integrated?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. So a lot of times they will do a lot of evaluation to build the conviction on new stuff.
Yeah.
Especially for large banks, right? It
Yeah,
takes time for them to build the conviction, and once the conviction is built, they will figure out the use cases for our model. Either use it, as a third-party expert opinion, or they kind of do it as a signal to ensemble it with their own proprietary models.
And what is the cost like for them? In the sense, so when you go, and I'm not suggesting this is the case, but one of the things we're finding now when we talk to people that are both using AI and selling AI as a service is that most CFOs or most sort of finance people don't understand the cost of like one token. So when they start deploying things, they're like, "Oh my God, that's way too!" Like I didn't understand like how expensive that was going to be. What does it look like from your perspective and your client's perspective? How does that work as well? Even
Yeah.
if it's different than an LLM.
Yeah, that's a great question. So that's the reason we don't do like token-based pricing.
I know.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to give the context for people, right? You don't do token-based
Yeah.
pricing. But it's still like, how does it fit into the costing that people understand? Because again, if the spreads are thin on the stuff that they're doing, whether it's in manufacturing or in securities trading, that little slice may get taken away from cost. How does that look?
Yeah. So basically, we try to make it as like use case based, right? So basically, they understand like what is the potential ROI for a use case,
Yep.
and how like our pricing maps into like the potential cost of our solution
Got it.
and the potential gain in that use case.
And how do you manage your own infrastructure, right? As you grow, one of the things that we've learned over time is that particularly now in the current environment,
Yeah.
there are constraints around chips, around data centers, around
Yeah.
compute, around computers. How do you manage that stuff going forward in a world that feels, at least in the short to medium term, constrained?
Yeah, that's a great question. So right now, we are still at small scale, but going forward, because we have like two different setups, one on cloud, which is like all of these model agnostic operations,
Yep.
where we can use like any of these models. That's like a little bit easier. But for the second part, our own proprietary large language models, we have to host it on GPUs. So that becomes like a little bit problem for us going forward. So I think what we try to do is just have good partnerships with all of the cloud providers.
So that's what I was going to say.
yeah.
We just spoke with Carmen Lee, and she runs a business, I want to get this right, called TuringData, but also one called Compute Exchange. So she's actually in the business of selling compute.
Gotcha.
But do you do that as well? You're obviously not selling compute, but do you go out and buy compute if you need it?
Yeah, I think
And
we
can
will
you
buy
do that?
compute. Yeah, I think right now it's still a little bit tricky because we have to like host our model on a dedicated GPU.
You have what?
We have our own proprietary LLM, so
Yeah.
we need to host it on GPU. Yeah.
Right. But you can host it on her GPUs
Yeah.
as well, right?
Yeah.
And not just hers, but like other companies are going to
Yeah.
do this compute exchange type of business. Are you set up to be able to do that? Is it something that you think about, or is the company just like not in the phase yet where you need more compute?
I think right now we are fine, but going forward we definitely need more and more compute as we scale. And
Yeah.
I think I like the idea of like reselling the compute that you probably don't want, and then have like democratize the compute that everyone can have access
Yeah, I
to.
mean the stuff that Carmen's doing was actually I thought pretty interesting from a trading perspective. How do you think that going forward, your clients should think about agentic AI as just a foundational part of their business? Again, whether it's in manufacturing or in securities trading, how should they think about it? And what do they think it's going to look like 2 to 3 years out?
I think that's a very great question. And what I see, like in the past few years, when people talk about and companies talk about AI, they talk more about like which AI model to use.
Yeah, which is another conversation. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but for like really build an AI foundation, I think you actually need 5 different layers. First is data, second is tool, third is like the reasoning layer, fourth is the evaluation, and fifth is the governance.
So can you run through like why all those individual things
Sure.
are important?
Yeah, sure. So for the data layer, a company needs to understand like how to set up its own databases. By databases, I'm not meaning just like
it's a
database.
catch-all term for a very sophisticated way to set stuff up. Yeah.
It's every single internal document,
Yeah.
internal knowledge, internal workflows, everything.
Yeah. Are you? What's the right word? In your experience, when you go into a new customer, a new potential client, and you look at the way their data is structured, is your normal reaction like, "Oh my God, that's going to take a lot of work," or "These guys are completely ready," or is it somewhere in the middle?
I think it's somewhere in the middle. So some companies are building their data layer more solid. Some have it like more scattered in different places.
Right.
But I think right now, like with AI, people are actually building their data foundations more and more solid, so that it will be more machine readable and usable.
Yeah, and more accessible.
Yeah.
So what was the second pillar of your 5 pillars?
Yeah, the second layer is basically tools. So companies already have like a lot of internal workflows and a lot of internal tools,
Right.
but a lot of them are just not used by AI. They have
Sorry,
like,
go ahead. This is a good point. Go ahead.
Yeah, they have like internal searches, they have internal databases, and they have different models. But you need to have a tool layer where you can make all of these functionalities actually accessible by AI.
What type of workflow changes in general do you think are necessary? Because a lot of the workflow has been built for, Bob does this task, he passes it off to Lisa does this task, or she's on vacation, so her backup does it. And all these workflows are built mostly for humans up until now.
Yeah.
What type of mindset change has to take place, or what type of workflow thinking has to take place so that agentic AI can actually be useful, even if it doesn't replace every step of the way for where humans are actually interacting?
Yeah, I think that's very great question. I think the most important thing is to identify the pattern and see what is like a repetitive process that's going on.
A repetitive process, yeah. And how open do you think that that institutions are to actually doing this and telling humans, like, you have to change the way you're thinking about these processes because we're going to implement AI in these places?
Yeah, I think right now I see companies are more and more open to do this because like with the rise of AI, right?
Yeah.
Everyone needs to kind of going forward to use AI and adopt AI in their daily work and operations. So yeah.
What's after tools?
I think after 2 years,
tools. You said data? Tools.
Tools. And third one is basically reasoning.
Reasoning?
Yeah, exactly.
What does that mean?
We know like all of the AI models right now have reasoning ability, right? To reason through like a question and
Maybe.
phrase.
Maybe. Sorry, go ahead.
But I think you need companies need to actually build the reasoning layer so that it can break down a human question into a lot of machine readable tasks.
Machine understandable questions.
Understandable tasks. And execute these tasks to get back the data it needs to consume.
How important is context in this case?
I think context is extremely important.
And do companies that you're working with understand that before you arrive? Do you know what I mean? Because I really get the sense that there's a sort of board level decision that gets made that gets passed down to the C-suite that says we need to be doing AI, and agentic AI seems to be the thing. Swarms or no swarms, it doesn't really matter to us. But they leave out this semantic layer and the context layer a lot. What does it look like in your experience?
Yeah, I think for context, a lot of companies actually have great idea on their context. They just don't know like how to use it.
They just don't know how to use it though, right? Yeah, and how do you disintermediate that? How do you fix that?
Yeah, so basically for Torchcast, like we can help them building like the internal semantic search and semantic kind of evaluation layer to kind of get their context as much used to facilitate their decision making.
And what is after reasoning?
After reasoning, it's evaluation. So evaluation is extremely important.
Yeah, for
because,
sure.
Right now, like a lot of AI, if you ask it like 10 times, ChatGPT can give you like 10 different answers.
Well, because it's probabilistic. It's not
it's
deterministic, right?
Exactly.
So like, what are we doing? Yeah.
Yeah, so evaluation is very important. You need to understand like when building this AI, what is the end goal and what are the quantitative metrics you can use to evaluate it. And when trying, different AI systems, just see like their performance on these metrics and make sure that they actually pass certain threshold that you are comfortable
And I
with.
would suggest to you that governance itself is actually super important.
Governance is super
How does
important.
that work?
So governance basically means, human in the loop and accountability.
Well,
and
some kind of
responsibility.
rules around like who's going to use it. I think people miss the fact that there's governance in everything that they do. They just don't know it. Like there's governance literally around sending emails.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
people just don't think about it in that way because no one talks about email governance.
Exactly.
Right? But are you sure that these companies understand like how to build the right governance inside of their AI infrastructure?
I think so because a lot of companies they already know that you can't let AI freestyle and
No,
and do
you
everything.
can't let anybody freestyle. Don't let
Yeah.
employees freestyle. Why would you let AI freestyle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But people keep talking about like using OpenClaw to do like a lot of different stuff, but that's not like same for enterprise use cases.
No, not going to happen.
Yeah.
Not enough. OpenClaw in particular, not enough security.
Exactly. Yeah.
And not enough governance around.
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for doing this today.
Yep.
I can't believe the time has already
Yeah.
passed. I really appreciate you sitting down with us. Thank you again.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Michael.
I hope you enjoyed this as much
Yeah,
as I did.
yeah, for sure.
Awesome,
Thanks.
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You just put it down. Perfect. Thank you. How are you? Have a seat. The camera's already on. And when you use the microphone, just hold it like this, like it's an ice cream cone. And don't move it away from your mouth, otherwise nobody will hear you.
All right. Awesome.
Higher, higher, just like that. Okay. VIDUSHAN, thank you so much for joining us today. The founder at Techt Labs, PTE, and 8 Circle.
8 Circle.
Why don't you give us a little bit of context on both of those companies so people can understand what you're doing?
Okay, so Tech Labs is a venture studio.
A venture studio?
Yes, and
Okay.
currently it's part of the sandbox of the Bank of England and FCA for digital securities as well as the digital pound.
Got it.
And 8 Circle is simply a community of founders, investors, ecosystem enablers. We just launched a product into helping businesses expand much faster, which we could actually do intros to customers, investors, partners, because most businesses tend to be limited by their network. So we use human connections and AI to enable them to broaden
Humans
it.
definitely still matter. So Tech Labs, a venture studio.
Yes.
What was the idea? Like, why did we build this? And is it AI focused or it's not?
No, it's no AI
So
in that.
It's vertical agnostic.
Yes, exactly. So how it came was, so 3 years ago, once I moved from Sri Lanka to Singapore, I went through Antler and Incubator. So I met my co-founder.
You went to who?
Antler.
Antler,
In
okay.
Incubator. So that's where I met my co-founder who was British. And we just were so passionate on blockchain, and we just wanted,
blockchain.
yes, so we wanted to create things around tokenization. So
Okay.
we started with a few projects on real world assets like wines,
RWA.
whiskeys, RWAs,
Yep.
and that's how it all started. And later on, so he's British, so that he moved on to UK, and that's how we decided to apply for the sandboxes, and we got
Are
it.
you guys still working together?
Yes,
So you're based in Singapore.
I'm based in Singapore. He's in the UK.
Okay.
I've also, so 8 Circle is another entity altogether with another set of co-founders, and we run 2 businesses now there, and it's complementing one another.
I'm sure they're complementary.
Yeah.
So where does AI fit into all this stuff? Because
so-
you originally focused on blockchain.
Yes.
How did that turn out, by the way?
So that's currently going quite well. So the UK market, as you know, it's in the early stages of awareness of tokenization, stablecoin.
Yep.
And where AI fits in is in Singapore. So what we've noticed is today with AI, building is easy, but finding customers, investors is very
So
hard.
building what is it?
Building products is very easy.
Yeah.
Now, say our platform, which we built for 8 Circle, I just managed to roll out a prototype in under 2 hours.
You
Yeah.
mean because the artificial intelligence allows you to build something really quickly.
Exactly.
But what kind of products are you trying to build?
So right now we are trying to build a platform that helps businesses connect with their customers using a connector, which is also a human. So simply, if I'm going to explain the process,
Yeah, please.
A business will come to our platform and say, okay, I need to reach out to 10 Series A company founders. And this is my budget.
Yep.
So what the platform does is it identifies connectors who are already pre-listed. So connector can be myself, even
Could be
yourself,
me.
who might know potential prospects that fall onto that persona.
Got it.
So what AI does is it fits this requirement with this particular connector who could parallelly connect all these players. there. And then once that intro is done, that's where we get the reimbursement, and then in between the connectors get incentivized.
And how do the incentives get incentivized?
Literally the price is pre-arranged. So AI determines the price based on
Who
what
pays
we are
that?
trading.
Who pays the price?
Business plays that. So how it's compared is normally the business will look at is, okay, how much it will cost us to do it ourselves,
Yep.
whether we hire businesses, whether we attend conferences, whether we do online marketing, compared to us directly approaching a what we call a broker or middleman like us to facilitate that process and us getting the end result.
This feels like a two-sided marketplace. Though.
It's a
So how do
marketplace.
both sides do discovery and figure out that the platform exists? How do they sign up for it on both sides, the connector itself and the business itself? And then how are both of them incentivized to participate?
Yes, so it's quite simple. You can go to our platform, getcircle8.com.
Yeah, how do you even know it's there, though?
Yes, so right now it's, I would say, mildly marketed. I just launched it about a week and a half ago.
Okay.
So slowly getting the word out.
Yep.
But we have still a lot of these big companies, tech companies are onto the platform. We've listed all our events that we do. So we host events with major companies like, and even SuperAI, we are a partner to them as well. Ecosystem partner. So we do BD for all these players.
Okay.
Mainly using this model. So you can go to our website. Under that, so if you want to be a connector, just click on connector. Just list out your credentials, whom you know, even give the specific names if you can. And then as a business, you come, there's an AI agent. You just tell the AI agent, this is my budget. I need to get to these guys. They will basically, the agent will scan through all the connectors and say what are the probabilities of that to
So
happen.
you've built this agentic AI, or your team has built this agentic AI.
Yeah, so this is the next beauty of it. So today they say you can have a one-man billionaire or a one-man billion-dollar company. So we are not a billion-dollar company as yet, but right now I try to build it using developers, outsource it, utter nightmare, because
Why is that a nightmare?
always it's very difficult to communicate what's on your head.
Yeah,
so as
for
a
sure.
founder, also what happens is every day things change.
Yeah.
There. So you're better off learning a vibe coding tool. So I went and learned to Replit, which just took maybe another half an hour, 1 hour, because all you needed to know is how to prompt it and how to tell Replit on how to build a product.
Got it. And what does Replit use? Excuse me. What does Replit use as its backend? Are you using Codex? Are you using Opus?
I believe, so I'm not sure on that, but
That's
I
okay.
believe Replit by itself is a platform like Codex.
Okay, so
I
they don't
believe.
use the backend. They have their
I'm
own
not
backend.
sure. I would answer that way,
Okay.
but it's very useful in terms of churning out a product.
And how do you pay for it? You pay for it token by token, or
Yes, token. So
Go ahead.
right now I managed to build it. So cost-wise, it was just $50 just to build it. So monthly subscription is 25, and then so in the first go you tend to use more than your allotted credit. So
how do you manage? How can you manage the costs of? It's weird, right? Because you've already built. You talked about building an RWA platform, which itself is tokenization, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I wish they would come up with another word for this. It
yeah,
feels
because
kinda
even
sad,
that you have AI platforms doing that today. So
Yeah, but my point is like the CFO for Uber came out and said we blew up our entire budget for artificial intelligence here because we were token maxing, and we just by April we'd already spent all the money we'd allocated. This is a company like Uber, which probably has a few more resources than you guys do.
Yeah.
How do you manage the token spend as you grow? Like, how do you have the same commensurate growth in revenue that you have in your token use?
Yes, very good question. So the simplest way to manage is have a bar which stops. So moment you exceed your amount, so companies like IBM and all their products like Bard and all have already got it implemented. So moment you have a control, that just stops. So in my case with Replit, what happens is moment you reach 25, it literally
Yeah, but then what do you do?
So then you can top up. So you have the option of top up.
Right, but again, when you're coding or when you're, just imagine this. Imagine you're driving your car and you're not really sure how far you're going to drive, but you think it's like 300 miles.
Yes.
And 70 miles in, you just like your car goes, yeah, you need to top up.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I didn't know it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's it going to cost me?
Yes.
And then you drive another 60 miles and top up again.
Yeah.
You're going to stop driving.
Yeah. So
And your train of thought is going to go away. So how do you manage this idea of like, I'm coding, I'm vibe coding, I'm working. Oh, I ran out of stuff. Should I go get a drink? You know what I mean? So I have lunch. Like, what should I do? When I come back, am I in the same thought process that I was before? Or should I just buy way more than I need? And the follow-on is like, is the token model really the right model for coding anyway?
Yeah. So the
you know what I
simplest
mean?
way to look at it is, so it's like allocating a timeline. Okay, so 9 to 5 you have a job,
Right.
and saying, okay, whatever goals that you have, or we'll take a month, for example, where an employee is given a goal, set of goals that you have to achieve it within this month. So there's a set timeline. Same works with this. So you want to build a product
Yep.
or you want to get certain things done.
Yep.
This is your budget, maximum budget you are given, and it stops here.
Right, but if the budget stops, but your product's not finished, what do you do?
No, so then you can extend it. But normally, once you have a clear direction, what you want to build, how you want to build, you know how much it will cost as well. It's simple, like straightforward project management. And
Let me give you an example.
yes,
I downloaded Codex last week, and I built a little app for myself.
Yeah.
And then I realized I didn't pay for the API. But I've been working on it for like 2 hours.
okay.
I just gave up. I was like, I didn't even know I needed that. You know what I mean? And I'm new at it for sure, but I still didn't know that I needed it. And the stoppage in the work process made me think, I'll just get back to that next week because I have other KPIs that I have to meet. And I don't have time now to disintermediate this.
Yes.
And I presume that coders, whether they're vibe coding or they're they're regular coding, are working on more than one thing.
Yes.
And if they get interrupted in one thing, they're just going to be like, I'll get back to that later, no matter how well I know what the cost is supposed to be. I'm just really curious about this stoppage in the middle
Yes.
from a real person building real stuff and what your experience has been like that, or what your colleagues' experiences have been like. It just feels to me like once you lose your train of thought, you're just done, no?
So in my case, that has not happened. So we've always run up to it's done because because we are a startup founder and we have to ensure that the job gets done.
Yeah, fair enough.
The part is that we might not run the entire idea or the features that we have in mind for the whole
Right.
product. We will just ensure that it gets done for say the initial set to just validate the particular idea. So that's what we will do, push it to the market. Based on that feedback, we tend to revert and see how best we could drive that. So now what happens with employees is it's not say Replit, it's just ChatGPT and all.
Whatever it is,
They
yeah.
just use it because it's not their money also. It's the company that pays it.
Yeah, but that's even
And
worse, right?
Yes. So that's why there's no control here. If it's their own money, you will say, okay, enough is enough.
For
and
sure.
true, you might learn the lesson on the first go where you'll just burst your budget or
Yep.
your salary up.
Yeah.
But on the next go, you'll be more cautious. You'll think before you type and how it's
Before you
built.
type.
So these are ways now. Token is one way, or simply looking at it, it's just a control mechanism. Once your budget is reached, to end it there, maybe have some warning signs once you burst up about 70 to 80% of it and say, it's literally done. Because even in my case on Replit, I built about 8 or 9 products. So whenever I see a problem, I go back and build something. But so sometimes I can build 2 to 3 products within that $25.
How
there.
does Replit handle context?
In my understanding, it's quite good. For me, I'm very comfortable using Replit. But if you look at other platforms, I've used like Lovable. That's
Like-
very good. Lovable.
Yeah.
Lovable is very good for UI and UX.
Okay.
Yeah, it's beautiful. But when it comes to backend and all, for me, I'm very comfortable
So
with
you're not
Replit.
using Codex, you're not using Claude Opus.
Claude I'm using for all the other stuff like professional presentations and all, proposals.
Right.
For presentations, if you want, it depends on the client you send. So if you
For
send
sure.
to a HNI or, a guy who will pay you significant premiums, then you put it on Claude, or else you put it on Gamma, which is like almost
on Gamma.
it's a nice presentation, but it's almost a similar thing that just pops up.
So in your experience, how do you see enterprises using artificial intelligence today? And if you had to give it a score from 1 to 10, at what stage would you say they are in their knowledge and their best implementation?
Yeah, so the way I see it, we are past that experimentation phase of piloting and so on.
You
so
think?
so today
Go ahead.
it's all about talking about what's a digital worker. How best I can get an AI agent or use multiple agents with different functions to scan through all my systems, use various functions and to come up with a result that I want.
Right.
But that's what the enterprise is looking at. They don't care how it's done and do care. But the concerns comes in on the data, the security and the trust which might break regulation or protocols in terms of achieving that outcome. So
Right.
that's where it comes in. But the way I see it right now, we see enterprises are in the implementation and the orchestration phase of things,
Got
and
it.
they're looking at how best they could implement it effectively and responsibly.
Did they run into roadblocks? And if they do, like, what do you think the biggest roadblocks are? Is it a human roadblock, or is it the case that like their existing legacy systems simply aren't set up to be able to handle this type of agentic AI?
Yeah, so that's one, and also the fact that there are multiple systems which doesn't talk between each other there. And also if you take
Go ahead.
data, it's
I want to
scattered
talk about
all
data in a
around
second, but yeah.
there. And also the people are not ready for the adoption of technology in the way it should be adopted. So today I see is technology won't be a comparative advantage.
Won't
It's-
be.
Yeah. So it's how you adopt the technology within the company, how the processes and the workflows are embedded within that technology.
Right.
That's your comparative advantage.
So how do they build that competitive advantage, their comparative advantages as well? And what are companies doing that are succeeding in their implementations of agentic AI as opposed to the companies that are failing?
Yeah, so that's it might be too early in my observation to say, who's winning this AI race.
Right.
But what we can observe very clearly right now is many companies are using AI agents. They're trying it in different ways. But still, even to my observation, I have not come out and seen a success story that literally says, okay, this company has implemented it 100% and it's working.
Yeah.
It's right now,
not gonna happen, but yeah.
it's in that implementation phase, which is also still a trial and error. How to get the systems to talk between each other, agents to grab
So
information.
what is the hardest problem though for getting those systems to talk to each other, and how important is what I'll call like data rationalization as well?
Yeah.
In the sense that if all the data is like in different silos, it's going to be necessary for that data to actually at some level not be merged, but at least to understand that this exists, that exists, and this exists, so that the AI can make a proper decision. In the real world, if you were sitting in Department A and I was in Department B, I could literally get up and just go, "Hey, Vid."
Yeah.
I'm sorry to give you a nickname, but like I go, "Hey, VIDUSHAN, what am I supposed to do with this? Because you
Yeah.
know this data better than I do." But in the agentic world, I may not have access to that data.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
how does that work?
Yeah, so that's I would say a very important question, because this is where the governance and all come in, because all the data has IPs, it has confidentiality, it
Sure.
has all these things.
Sure.
So this is where the governance principle comes in. It's not just getting an AI agent
No,
and
no,
doing
no.
it.
The governance is super important. Yeah.
So this is one of the hindrances that impede this whole systems talking between each other, data being gathered and so on. So that's one of the challenges. So today you can see a lot of products here on talking on governance, talking on this creative strategies of how governance should be implemented. And that's going to be the next, I would say, advancement on that subject is going to be the determining factor in, I would say, the proper orchestration being embedded in all these businesses. There.
How do you handle, or how do you think about security? Like when you're building your own apps, if you're vibe coding them, how do you ensure that they're actually secure so someone can't hack into them and then get access to personal data and all sort of stuff?
Yeah, so in terms of vibe coding, this is also a personal opinion. I feel it's good to test the product, but if you're going into more large-scale commercial use, if it involves recording transactions, personal data, and all these things, you're better off still going to a professional, right?
Okay, so but this really begs the question then.
Yeah.
It's like, what is the vibe coding for? Is it really to produce useful products, excuse me, or is it just to kind of POC something, proof of concept something, and then like you say, hire a team of like 5 guys or gals to be able to then go out and build this at an enterprise level? Because a lot of the stuff that I read says, oh, you can definitely vibe code up to this big thing, but there's no way you're rebuilding Salesforce 360
Yes.
by vibe coding.
Exactly.
No?
So this is what we call the evolution of technology. So right now, the vibe coding platforms that are available is good up till POC. So this was only good up till maybe prototype or even a very basic product a year back. So we are seeing that evolve into much deeper products. So maybe another couple of years, you'll see even a commercial large product can be built on vibe code, which is very secure. You could do it launching. So it's just going through that time period there. But as of now, it's like, for me, it's good up to POC. But if you want to go mainstream,
Or
once
go
you raise
deeper
some
at all,
funding,
yeah.
you hire a professional, because it's good enough to prove a concept which previously takes 3 to 6 months to build a prototype and all.
Sure. Now you can
Today,
build it in like the weekend or
few
whatever.
hours-
I did it myself over the weekend.
Over
so.
the weekend, you're validating the product.
Yeah, just to
and
make sure that it
suddenly
works the way you want it
you're
to work, right?
commercialized. And
how do you think AI is going to change or reshape big industries and big industry verticals, just in scale? Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
How?
So if you take things like, we'll take a few industries like, say, we'll take the retail sector.
Yeah.
How is it impacting its personalization? In terms of identifying the customer preferences, the taste based on where they're browsing, what sort of things they are looking at, and even capturing information from their, say, once a customer comes in, puts their login details, they're able to scrape through all the other stuff that the customer has been doing in,
Fair
and
enough.
making or presenting a personalized product offerings, and then pushing them even to understand behaviors, what's their budgets, etc. And literally giving a desired outcome for a retailer, which is a customer buying the product in some way. There.
Got it.
So that's how we are seeing, especially in retail. Same with financial services.
Go ahead.
For medicals, it's coming with better diagnostic, proper medical records, and all these, and so on.
Have you been following the development of Mythos?
Not really.
So Mythos is Claude's new model, and they said it was so dangerous that they were afraid to release it. You haven't seen this news?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I was just curious if you see, because I wanted to ask you about the context of
Right.
that. Where do you think agentic AI is going to be like in the next 3 years?
So I think 3 years is long in AI, I would say.
Tell me it's 3 months.
In 3 months, it's just going to, one is on the question of vibe coding. We're going to see much deeper products being built using vibe coders.
Yeah.
And especially us covering the payment space, it's just agentic AI doing end-to-end transactions. So even if you take, let's say, 8 Circles product of finding suitable customers,
Right.
it's going to find the suitable connectors, the customers, do all the payments, and literally tell the business owners where to come, just turn up. It's like a turnkey solution.
So will you actually participate in agentic payment systems?
That's what we're trying to do. So
You
already
are.
the systems are built. Like if you take all these companies
So
here,
Stripe provides a massive agentic payment system, but I'm curious where it fits into the stack that you're looking at right now.
yeah, so for us, it comes in to do all the payments to the connectors. So right now, it's a manual process. The connector
And you do that on
confirm.
an agentic basis.
Yeah, so if the agent can literally, say we define it as an email or reply as a KPI, the agent is able to identify that and automate the process. If you go a step back into the blockchain and use stable coins, then that
Whoa.
whole thing can be programmed as well.
So this
There.
gets back to your blockchain stuff.
Yeah.
How much do you know about stablecoins?
Quite a bit. So we host a number of events around stable coins, and this,
Talk to me about where stablecoins fit into. Like, what is the intersection between crypto? Stablecoin is like crypto related, but not super crypto, right? It's just digitalized money. We can talk about that in a second. And artificial intelligence.
yeah. So the simplest way I look at stable coins and the other crypto is that stable coin is fixed. It's hedged to a particular asset.
What has to be one-to-one?
Yes,
Yeah, otherwise
that's
it's not a stablecoin.
Others have volatility. So if you're more or less, you want to keep
Others
the
meaning
asset,
other coins.
like Bitcoin and
yeah,
all
but they're
these
not
things.
stablecoin. They're not meant to be stablecoins.
Yeah,
They
so-
have their own
So
volatility
that's
and
the
their own.
simplest way to look at it. It's
Yeah, yeah.
stable, and the others have volatility, not stable.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you want to have your currency in digital form, which
Yep.
is not part of the banking system,
Yep.
you go to and put your money in stable coins,
Yep.
which literally is hedged to another asset. So same thing when you look at in opposite, you look at cryptocurrency. So where stable coins today comes in is people have found a way, or they have been used to a way, not found a way, are used to the way of moving money through digital assets, because today they know their currencies won't fluctuate, their value won't fluctuate like nuts.
Yeah.
To do that, so it's very similar to them holding the traditional fiat currency, which is
It
just
is,
marked.
by definition, it is fiat currency at some level, right? Because it's backed by
Exactly.
fiat currency one-to-one. The delta's one, so there's no difference really, except for its programmability.
Very good question, but that form of stablecoin hedged to a dollar is only now. It's going to be evolved into assets like this. So you will have a building hedged to a stable coin. There.
But then it's not a stable coin, is it?
No, it can be a stable coin, because as long as the asset is stable, it's basically considered a stable coin.
Are you suggesting then that people are going to use stable coins to tokenize? God, I hate, we need to get a better word for this, but to tokenize like this exposition center.
Yes.
and because the value of it stays relatively similar, maybe it drops a little bit or raises a little bit, that then they can use the Expo Center to pay for things?
Issue
But the
stable
value
coins
of it.
against that.
Yeah, of course. Issue stable coins against it based on its
leverage the
value.
asset, issue stable coins, and do that. So then,
Have we seen any examples of this?
I would say it'll come through. The reason for that is very simple. Now, if you take fiat, it all depends on the faith in the government and where governments are spending, borrowing, the currency is depreciating.
Right.
So they want a hedge against that. It'll be under a fixed assets, which they can see live. It doesn't depend on whatever the government
Yeah,
does,
but I'm
not
just not
impact.
convinced that anybody's going to spend that.
It will happen
You
because
think?
it just depends on the asset being hedged. So even USDC or any other currency could be issued against a fixed asset. It just depends on what's the underlying asset that is hedging the particular
And then what's the
currency.
relationship between that and agentic payments?
Literally for agentic payments, you do it on the blockchain. So the currency is also programmable when it's a stable coin.
Right.
While in normal fiat payments, you have to basically give an instruction to the bank to execute the payment. So here you program the currency using a smart contract.
And which blockchains are going to support that or already support that?
So I'm
Right no one's going to pay for it. No one's going to pay for anything with Bitcoin.
Yeah, so there's a lot of platforms using Solana.
Solana.
We are looking to use Ethereum. And, but again, those in my book has evolved up to a level we are confident. But the next few months will determine how confident it'll go. But again, it's gone from experimentation to implementation.
Right.
Gone are the days of AML, KYC issues that you face, and even banks, even emerging markets are now looking at this as a cost curbing mechanism.
Do you want to talk a little bit about how prominent stablecoins are in the use of AI are going to be in emerging markets like in Southeast Asia and in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, so Sri Lanka, it will be a while because until the regulators come and understand what's a blockchain, what's stable
they're not there
coins, I don't think they're there yet. So there's no regulation around stable coins in Sri Lanka.
Got it.
And so when there's no regulation, the best is to avoid doing anything where there's no regulation. But still, when it comes to cutting costs, when it comes to more efficiency, instant settlements, which because if you take banks in Sri Lanka, they lack the confidence for a European bank to get their settlements. So this way, they could settle the European banks instantaneously.
Got it.
So this means that the premiums can come down, the costs can come down, and so on. So it's an immediate use case for emerging markets. So in my book is to say to the regulators, get started with, finding a framework and getting that regulation to implement it there.
Interesting. So tell me a couple more things you're thinking about building in AI, and then I'll let you go.
Yeah, so literally...
Some new ideas you have.
Yeah, so in my book, it's simply connecting customers because I feel that that's the...
You think this is a big thing though, right?
In my book.
How big do you think that market's going to get? This idea of like, there's a guy or a gal that can connect you to somebody and then they can help you do business, yeah?
Yes, that's right. So that market in my book is about $400 billion there. And how you calculate that is cover the event space. So what's the alternatives that you have when your network is not sufficient? You come to events, you do conferences, you do dinner parties.
Yep.
So that's how you calculate what we call the TAM, total addressable market. And you then shrink it to a particular region like APAC
Fair.
to get that.
Okay.
And then the same thing. And then out of that, you figure out, okay, what's the immediate access point? So we look at covering the BD hires, the fixed cost that a company has to hire to get access to them,
Yep.
which is always also going to be limited. So in this case, you have a wider network, wider personalities with diverse networks. Today, you're accessing to reach your own set of customers.
And is it a regional thing or is it a local? In other words, if I want to connect somebody in Singapore to somebody else in Singapore, relatively straightforward, whether you're using a two-sided platform or it's just an in-person introduction. But how about if I know somebody in Jakarta who wants to work with somebody in Manila, but they have no way of knowing each other?
Yes.
Is that going to work as well?
So for both use cases, we are a very strong fit because even in Singapore, say you want to connect to a C-suite, he's not going to go and meet you just because
Just 'cause I want him to.
email or LinkedIn. It's
Not gonna
someone
happen.
who knows him well, who says, okay, this guy is interesting, go and meet him. More likely they'll come. Or
Got
you
it.
host a round table where he sees, okay, peers coming, there's something for him to gain out of it.
Yep.
They'll come. In Jakarta also, you look at getting a connector who knows a potential prospect or whether it's a partner, doing that introduction. So AI comes to make sure that you get the right connector, educate the connector enough, because the connector is putting his reputation when he's introducing.
Sure.
So
Every time I make an introduction, I get nervous, right?
yes, exactly.
Because it's my reputation on the line.
Exactly. So this is where AI comes to do the due diligence on the company, not take the word of platforms like us, can do all the due diligence and all, and even find suitable context to do it there.
Okay. You've been really great. Thank you for spending so much extra time with us today. I really appreciate it. VIDUSHAN, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you
and
very
doing
much
this
for
today.
having me as well.
Thank you
Thanks
so much.
again.
I really
Take
appreciate
care.
it. Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. That was great. Can you put the weight screen on? Can you put the weight screen on? Yeah, the weight screen, yeah. We'll be back in a few minutes with our next guest. Okay, we are back with William Shen, a co-founder of Freeride AI. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Why don't you give us a little bit of background on Freeride, just so we can understand like where we're operating and what we're doing?
Yeah, sure. Basically, Freeride is a startup. Essentially, we focus on improving the AI sort of understanding of the financial market because we observed like there's a real gap in today's LLM. In sort of giving a real high standard reasoning about financial markets, which can facilitate downstream trading decisions.
So what do you think the source of that, I wouldn't say misunderstanding, but the place where you want to be using artificial intelligence and the place where an LLM is?
Yeah. That's a really good question. I mean,
Higher. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course. Like, it's a really good question.
Thank you.
Today's LLM are trained to be like good chatbot, to be a good assistant. It can be trained to do really good tasks on the verifiable rewards like the math and coding, etc.
Yep.
The financial market is really noisy, regime dependent.
Yeah.
By
And
jurisdictions,
it moves really
etc.
quickly depending on which assets you're trading. Right?
Absolutely. So the training recipes needs to be very tailored to give a really robust reasoning.
So can I ask you this, like in all of the work that you've done on this, how appropriate is an LLM actually, because it's probabilistic, not deterministic, to be able to actually give good answers and good to understand the reasoning about how the financial market works, or do we need to build better models for this?
Yeah, it's another really good question. I mean,
I'm trying over here.
I mean, probabilistic is not necessarily a thing because you can't be too deterministic in financial reasoning.
No, agreed.
Yeah,
There's a lot of probabilities inside it.
Of course.
Volatility is probably like all these things. Yeah?
Of
Sorry, go ahead.
course. So, like in Freeride, like we ensembled a team of, very senior traders who really work in those tier one Wall Street financial institutions.
Okay.
They tested a bunch of the off-the-shelf models in the market at the moment, and we consistently found that while it can sometimes give some plausible backtracking kind of explanation, but the forward causal reasoning is an area where these model capabilities really lagging behind the professional standards people are looking for.
So what is the benefit of using an LLM? In other words, what's the extra power that it gives you that's different than these off-the-shelf models that you were just talking about?
Yeah, of course. Like, say, you're given today's, all the data. It can be the tabular integer numbers, floating numbers, or it can be text-based sort of information from the market. How can you sort of forecast or sort of know what's going to happen, and how can you make a reasonable decision, taking consideration of the risks, etc.
Right.
And making a plausible trading decision. So that's an area we want to solve.
So are you trying to suggest that you're trying to build that Freeride is, I love the name Freeride, really?
Yeah, like we're trying to let people, you don't
have
have
a
to,
free ride.
Yes, exactly.
Keep the microphone
AI's
here.
capability.
On the AI capability. But I used to work at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs.
Our co-founders from Morgan Stanley as well. So yeah.
Okay, from Morgan Stanley in Singapore.
In London, actually.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And we used to build a lot of internal models for trading.
Yeah.
What is the difference between what you're building today and the types of models that we were building 10 years ago? I know there's an LLM component, but just from like, what's the way you're trying to get a better understanding of the market today than you could have 10 years ago?
Yeah, it's another good one. I mean, the traditional models are, a lot of it based on the tree method, or, you have the XGBoost, you have
also
various
historical
kind of
data,
stuff.
machine
You have
learning and stuff like that,
other
yeah.
alternative data,
Yeah.
machine learning methods, as you said. But the deep problem that, we can do better is LLM has really good foundational intelligence. It's not only about the relationship between the numbers, which is hard to explain in certain circumstances, but sort of, why you make this decision at the moment. Can you really comprehend and interpret people and the power to process alternative data more than the sort of pure relationship between numbers?
Try to keep it
Yeah, of
weird.
course.
I know
Sorry,
it's
like,
hard.
yeah,
No, it's
I
really
probably
hard.
shouldn't move my hand that much.
Use this
Yeah,
hand to
that's
move.
right, yes.
And this hand to hold. It's perfectly fine. A lot of people are not used to using these types of microphones. So where's the output of this model going to get used? Are you trying to build something that helps a trader in real time make a trading decision about, like, wait a second, oil futures are going to go higher, or do you know what I mean? Or like,
Yeah, that's right. So
Yeah.
we have two components with the underlying LM that we are training.
Right.
So it just capable of like better reasoning. Say, this is today's market. You have the news, you have the text-based news, you have the numbers, and what's going to happen. Like, if
That's a good point. Go ahead.
and more than that, we have the agentic sort of scaffold around it, which allow more frequent adaptation to market regimes, to your experience, to the memories.
What is the agentic AI doing in the context of understanding the market, particularly when the markets, I presume that these models are running when the markets are open. And are they creating like buy and sell signals as well?
Yeah, that's right. And you know, this agentics system obviously adapts to like experience, its observation.
So they
to
learn
the
as
market,
well.
To learn as well.
And how many people have access? Like, who's the actual customer for this? Is it an individual trader sitting on a trading desk trading a certain type of asset? And is it applicable to other types of assets as well?
Yeah, like the framework that we are developing is quite general. So it's not restricted to certain asset class or certain jurisdictions.
Yep.
We did have like quite broad discussions with potential customer. We're a very early startup at the moment.
It's okay.
But based on our conversations, the funds and, it can be all sorts of funds, right? From fundamental funds to funds analyzing the sentiment, to analyze the liquidity of the
Right.
market. There's a broad kind of interest there about this.
What type of data is being fed into the models in your understanding? You mentioned news. This is one of the things that I always thought was really interesting when I was trading. I would listen for somebody on the FX desk to say, I was trading in Japan, like the BOJ is intervening in the FX markets, because they would probably know before I saw it on Bloomberg.
Yeah.
But why am I waiting for that guy to scream it out when there's got to be some way for the AI to know this is happening and to be able to tell me, maybe even before that guy knows, if I see trading anomalies in the FX market, if that makes sense. Is that the type of stuff that you're building as well? And is it not just the market movements, but the news that's coming out that I may not see because I can't be watching 17,000 things at the same time? But also, you're right, the market sentiment. Like, is it edging up a bit by bit? And when it does do that historically, it means it's going to keep going. Like, all these things you're adding in together to build this sort of full scope financial prediction model.
I mean, it's quite broad question.
Yeah.
There are different kind of data input you can sort of digest from the market, and there's a timing issue. But obviously, for the user, you only access to whether it's LLM or it's a person. You only analyze the data that's given to you, right?
Yeah, or that you want
come
to.
in.
Or that you want to, yeah?
Exactly. There are obviously some data might come earlier than for someone else than you. But LLM can help you analyze this data, what you actually have at the point that you received it, much quicker and much more precise.
And how do you handle, like, one of the things that LLMs are okay at is handling context.
Yeah.
Right, particularly long context. How do you account for that?
Can you be more specific?
Yeah, in other words, like, how much does it know and how much does it remember?
Yeah.
Is actually more important, right? So,
Ye-
like, if I was trading yesterday or last week and the Fed did something or the BOJ did something, I remember.
Yeah.
I don't need to be told again, remember the last time the Fed
Yeah.
raised interest rates, the bond market went down,
Yeah.
kind of thing, or the
Yeah.
2-year note went down. I just know that.
Yeah.
Right? How much context does it maintain in the models that you're building, and how do you think about that?
Yeah, it's a very good one. I mean, memorizing by LLM is even very difficult questions academically.
Yeah.
So it depends on where you memorize. Are you memorizing into the parameter space, i.e., those billions levels parameter,
Right.
or you memorize into the agents? So obviously, there's merit of memorizing into parameters, but continual learning in that sense is pretty challenging to keep things like the safety, the epistemic extension. There are lots of side effects of keep updating the model parameters in a very frequent basis.
Right.
But there
Go ahead.
are, it's probably easier in some sense to adapt to the market, so to the experience, to the regime, to the asset class they're trading in the agentic. So for us, like, we are training the LLM to have a better intelligence in the parameter level and keep adapting in the agentic level.
Go ahead.
So there's
okay.
a difference between reinforcement learning by traditional sense in the parameter space, by post-training these LLMs,
Right.
and agentic RL, or we call outer RL, in the agentic space.
Say it again. Out.
RL, which stands for reinforcement learning.
Got it.
It's like outer reinforcement learning
Yep.
in a agentic level.
Yeah, interesting. So what are the agents meant to be doing? Are they communicating with like an individual trader with a group of traders? So like the trader sitting at his desk and the agent will come back and go like, you need to buy cotton futures or whatever it is. Yeah, is it like that, or are they actually executing the trades themselves?
Yeah, it's a super good question. It depends on, the regulations as well. Like the grand aim for us is things can be automated, but in certain asset classes, the regulation probably doesn't allow you to do that at the very moment.
It doesn't.
In some jurisdictions and for some asset classes, so we have to adapt to different regulatory regimes.
So how closely do you have to work with like the MAS to be able to understand what is and isn't possible? And then how do you convince them that like this is actually not a bad thing? Maybe if it's not possible today based on the regulations, it should be possible.
Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, for certain asset classes, like some of the on-chain, Web3 kind of assets, where the regulations are relatively lighter. So for those assets,
that's a good
I'll
phrase,
just
right?
say that.
Relatively lighter. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we already achieved full automation.
Full automation.
Exactly. So
Really?
if you are happy with that, you just click the button and system can analyze and trade for you. Whereas
Go ahead.
in certain asset classes,
Yep.
perhaps like stocks, your broker account probably doesn't allow you to fully automate that.
No, I wouldn't imagine like I can just send some automated message using
Absolutely.
MCP or
Yeah, so we feel like it's really a subset of the capability that we can actually delivering.
So this is a really good point. Now, do you believe that the brokerage side of this, just traditional brokers, are going to have to create API connectivity?
It's already beginning.
Like, Tell me, I don't know that.
Robinhood just started that process a couple of days ago. So we do
Yeah.
see a broad sort of industry-wide follow up, in this front, and we're talking to 2B as well. Like it's not only purely like 2C kind of thing.
Yeah.
As I said, like lots of funds are actually interested in this.
What is the fund interest in this? And I'll tell you why I'm asking this. Funds are generally way more lean and have always employed a lot of technology, right? Like Millennium as a fund has always been like just trading automatically. It's done automated trading for decades, actually, right? And when I was at when I was at Goldman Sachs, we had entire businesses that were just run on algorithms. Where does this fit into that, and how would they deploy the type of stuff that you're using in the value chain that they've already built for themselves?
Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, Millennials and some more other top-tier funds are very sophisticated institutions.
Very sophisticated, yeah.
Absolutely.
Trading multiple products all over the world, all the time.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a really kind of sequence thing. Are you going to tackle with the very sophisticated guys in the very beginning, or there are a bunch of, very sizable funds, but they probably not deploying technologies in-house at the same speed and scope as institutions like Millennium.
Yeah.
So they obviously showed a greater kind of
The smaller funds, right?
enthusiasm. Not necessarily smaller. There are larger
Go ahead.
funds.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way.
Yeah, that's all right. But traditionally doing business in a kind of more conventional way.
Right.
Put it this way.
So do those funds that are doing business in a more conventional way, in a less automated way, do they believe that they can implement strategies using the output that your stuff is giving them that's going to maybe even the playing field and democratize the market for them in a way so that they can compete with the funds that have been employing technology for decades?
Yeah, I mean, competition is a word needs to be better defined. So they're obviously not going into milliseconds, ultra high frequency kind of trading, and that's what LLMs are good for as well. So I mean, the competition is more sort of in the area like how you analyze the market, just making their existing business more efficient and helping them digest the information better than they currently can.
You make a really good point, actually, and I need to rethink the way I'm talking about this. Do you think there's also a place for helping wealth managers or even funds, as you said, fund managers that aren't involved in high-speed trading or high-frequency trading, but are more involved in sort of medium to longer term investing do analysis on assets, whether they're stocks or bonds or crypto or whatever, to get a better sense of where things are going over time, as opposed to the in and out trading that a lot of day traders
Yeah,
do.
absolutely. I mean,
Because that seems like a really good use case for
yes,
this.
absolutely. So, I mean, for our system, like we found, like we can do trades in the interval of say half an hour, and obviously beyond. But to go down to things like below that into the seconds, that's probably not an area that LLMs are very good at the moment.
Yeah, the LLMs aren't set up. They were never built for that as
Yes.
well.
And latency is another big issue. So you can't always call the larger models. The inference cost is very expensive. If you do things very frequently,
Right.
it costs a huge amount of money, right?
So that was
So
something
you need
else-
a
go ahead.
bespoke model
Yeah.
which executes quickly and precisely and cheaply.
It's a really good point. So do you think that Freeride gets into this sort of very specific, very targeted model business as well and builds your own model?
That's exactly what we're trying to do.
Okay, that's a completely different story. That's really hard work.
It's not easy. It's not easy, yes.
But at some level, if you can make a model that's more efficient, that can handle all of this stuff, you're going to have to get your inference costs really low. Are you building a model that is going to operate on a token basis as well?
On the what, sorry?
Token.
Yes, of course. Like LMs are.
I know.
Yeah,
So you're going
works
to
in
build a model that operates on a token basis. How will you determine what your own token cost is so you can then price it properly for the people that are buying the token usage from you?
Yeah.
Because I would submit to you today that OpenAI and Anthropic have no idea what an individual token on their own platform costs.
Yeah, it's a very sophisticated question.
It's a very sophisticated, because I want to know the answer. I want someone to tell me.
It's not something that we have to think very heavily at the moment. It will probably be a
Because-
question later on.
Yeah.
Because we are still in the development stage. Like
Got it,
we
got
are
it,
still
got
like training this model. But it's
But
a really
training's
good
also
point.
very expensive.
It depends. It's expensive business. That's why we're raising funds to do that.
Yeah.
And we ensembled a really enthusiastic team as well. Like you can't, hire these people from the market.
No,
The
'cause-
salary bases are pretty high. Like as I said, like some of our co-founders or people we collaborate very heavily, they are very senior people. In
Yeah,
this
they're making
tier
a lot of
one.
money. Let's just say they're making a lot of money
Exactly.
working at Morgan Stanley in London.
I think the quite unique thing for us is we ensembled a team of very senior, very sophisticated traders in the knowing the market very well. At the same time, we ensembled a team of AI researchers, engineers from top tier.
How many people are on your team?
It's
In total, like even the people that aren't working for you directly, but that like, I wouldn't say advising you, but that are kind of involved in helping you train and build a model.
Yeah, like I would say currently the team is in the size of around 10 people, slightly more
Okay.
than that. But obviously we are expanding the team. As long as the talents are good, we are very interested in developing a team further than that.
How do you see the go-to-market for this type of product? Who's gonna be the first use case for it?
Yes, as I said, like from a dream perspective, as long as you have a really good foundation of financial intelligence,
Yep.
You can revolutionize quite a lot of things.
But you can, though.
To B or to C. That's more like strategy decision that depends on the market environment as well. But at the moment, we really focus on developing the intelligence as a first step.
Do you follow money flows as well? Is that part of the model? You know what I mean?
But you mean the analyzing the liquidity in the market?
Not
or-
just liquidity, but like there every day in the world, $9-something trillion trades in the FX market.
Yeah.
Some of that money is actually going from yen to dollar to invest in dollar assets. Most of it is going from some currency into some other currency for trade. But if you follow the flow of that money and see actually where it's going, you can make a better understanding of like into which market things are
Absolutely.
going.
I mean, it's just another dimension of analysis you have to
Yeah.
make, like intrinsically, because the context level of these LLMs, making sure you have sufficient dimensions to analyze is a very important thing.
Yeah.
So some people, either use like multi-agent system, allocating different rows
Yeah.
to different aspects. Or in the reward design for the reinforcement learning, you can make sure that the models think more comprehensively than the off-the-shelf standard model. So there are different ways you can tackle that.
Okay, before I let you go, I have to say one thing. Before we started talking, you were like, "Oh, my CEO is a much better talker than I am, and he's way better at this than I am." You were really good at this.
Oh, thank you very much. It's very kind to say that. I take it as a
I'm not just saying it to be kind. It's a huge compliment.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like talking to people that actually know what they're talking about and are knowledgeable. Thank you so much for
Thank
coming
you
and
very
doing
much
this.
for having me.
I really appreciate it.
Cheers.
You can
Thank
just
you.
drop the mic there.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you, William. It's my pleasure. It was awesome.
Goodbye.
No, you did it. You did it. And no one can hear you now anyway, so it doesn't matter. Thank you, William.
Cheers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
How are you? Super duper. Say again? No, I love it. I don't get tired. Here. No one's going to hear you unless you put the microphone right like this.
Okay, perfect.
And make sure when you're talking, you keep doing it. You can hear me, yeah?
I can hear you.
Okay, Nikhil, Vice President at TuringData.
Yes, please.
Before we jump in, stop smiling at me like that. I was talking to her. Please tell me a little bit about TuringData.
Okay, TuringData is a AI optimized storage layer.
Storage layer.
Yes, and we work with anyone who's using artificial intelligence, and we pump the data while you're doing data training or AI inferencing.
Okay.
And our claim to
for
fame,
training.
yeah, training and inferencing both.
Got it.
Yeah.
So, sorry, what does AI enhanced data mean?
Well,
Or
for
AI enabled data?
Yeah, correct. When you're running AI, all you need is data, but not just data, but you need data at extreme high speed. That's what TuringData does.
That's what really matters.
Yeah. Now, if you don't want any hallucination to happen, you want to have as much data as possible, but you also want to have GPUs getting the data at extreme high speed. Because if the GPU is receiving the data at high speed, it's waiting, it's buffering, it's a waste of an expensive resource.
Right.
Now, we do both. We keep the data with us, as well as we pump the data at extreme high
Well, what does that
speed.
mean? In other words, let's say I have a company, I've got a ton of proprietary data, but I want to get access to my data faster.
Correct.
I give it to TuringData.
Yes.
You host it in a cloud somewhere.
Yes.
And then through some sort of CPU and GPU connectivity, I get access to it in a way that's way faster than I could if I had it on my own.
Yeah.
Do you do anything else with the data besides give me speedy access to it?
No, we don't touch your data. We don't. Your
You don't
data.
clean it, you
we
don't-
don't clean it. We don't.
How
we
do you
don't.
know the data you have, depending on which company you're working with,
Yeah.
that their data is actually in a state? Because, again, good data in, good data out, but bad data in, bad data
That's
out. Like,
not
how do
our
you know,
job.
or it's not
We're-
your concern?
That's none of our concern. We're an infrastructure player,
Right.
and we're part of the AI stack. If you look at the AI stack, you have GPUs, you have data, you have network. We're the data layer in the AI stack, right? So any data you give us garbage data, we throw garbage data. But that's not our intent. Our intent is to give and feed your GPUs at the highest possible speed.
If you had to put data inside of a value chain
Yeah.
where AI is being used, inside of that stack you're talking about, where does it fit? What's around it? Do you know what I mean? And where is it important?
Well, the data is important because if
Is
you
it the foundation?
It is the foundation. Okay, data is like the fuel. If you don't have the right data, your GPUs don't know what kind of intelligence they want to give. They start hallucinating. If I don't tell you what Nikhil is like, and I ask you too many questions about Nikhil, you start creating data, which is not the right data.
Does it?
Yes, and that's hallucination. So what we do is we keep data at the lowest possible cost of ownership, but still give GPUs the data at extreme high speed.
How is the market moving around this stuff? In other words, from your perspective, when you work really closely with enterprise AI teams, right?
Correct.
What's the real bottleneck in scaling their AI systems? Is it just like a legacy system problem? Like, what is the problem here? What's the
Well,
biggest bottleneck?
I think the biggest problem today is we've seen a huge uptake of the number of GPUs that people have bought. But clearly, the data side of conversation is missing, both in the training and inferencing. If you see in the last 16, 17 months, the sheer number of tokens being generated has gone up 5 to 6 times, which means there is a lot more of inferencing being done, right?
Right.
That means
a lot less training, you think, and a lot
less
more
training,
inference.
lot more
almost
inferencing.
by definition, right? Because, yeah.
Correct,
Sorry, go ahead.
correct.
But what's the biggest bottleneck here?
The biggest bottleneck when you start doing inferencing is you have expensive GPUs, but your infrastructure is not ready to train and generate those.
So how do you fix that? In other words, let's say I go out and I buy 10,000 GPUs.
Yeah.
I put them in a cluster, I make it all ready and
Correct.
stuff available. I have fast access to my data.
Yeah.
But like, what other part of my infrastructure has to be better or modernized so it's no longer a bottleneck?
Yeah, well, where does the GPU get the data when it's trying to inference? It gets the data from the memory. Now, every time the GPU gets a prompt and says,
Wait a second, from which memory?
from the memory called the KV cache.
Go ahead.
Right.
Okay. It is taking it from cache. Yeah.
takes it from
so you
the
store
cache.
the data in cache.
Correct.
It's the fastest way to get access to data.
Correct.
It's better than having it on a drive somewhere.
Yeah.
You load it into memory.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that people understand what we mean.
So this KV cache is not general purpose storage.
No.
General
It's
purpose
very
storage is
specific for
keeping
data.
it cold data,
Yeah,
archive data.
I get it.
KV cache is keeping the right context data what your GPU wants, and your whole experience gets spoiled, or the user experience gets destroyed
If
the data is not there. And GPU says, okay, I'm going to run an AI prompt now. But the data's not there. What does GPU do? GPU deletes the memory data, fetches the fresh data. Remember, GPU's waiting all the time.
Yeah.
The whole experience of running AI is demolished, devastated, and you don't feel and confident about the AI. So how we solve the problem is we enlarge the KV cache. What we do is we create a virtual pool of KV cache by taking the DRAM in the GPU, the memory of CPU, and the disks, and we create a virtual memory called the KV cache or extended KV cache.
So what type of expertise is necessary for a company that's not implemented this to
Well-
implement this? Or is it something that just like TuringData does for them? But and also, is there like an FDE there who's always there working with them to tell them how to use it? Or
this is
once it gets deployed, it's just deployed?
It's an excellent question. Well, this is a simple, lightweight software which goes and sits in the GPU node, which is running the inference. A lightweight software, no extra hardware required.
No extra hardware
No
required.
extra hardware
So you're
required.
Virtualizing the KV memory.
We're virtualizing the KV
cache.
cache, and it's lightweight. We don't take the resources of GPU.
But what if I need more KV cache? Is it just dynamically expanding?
You can configure everything, and it even goes and pools your external storage if you wanted to create a KV cache, which is not just memories, MBs, but can go to petabytes and exabytes of KV cache.
So give me a specific use case where someone's actually doing this. What type of business they're using for, and what types of queries they're making to the LLM that's then going to the GPU, using the KV cache to actually get some kind of answer where there's minimal, not no, because there's no such thing as no hallucination for an LLM, because by definition, I keep saying this, but I want to keep it probabilistic, not deterministic.
Correct.
And if they are probabilistic, at some point they're just going to go like, I don't know, here's an answer, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So give me a specific use and maybe walk me through how it works.
Okay, perfect. Take any AI application, any AI use case. Let's start with the simplest use case. When you walk into Singapore, you go to the ICA, show your face, right? That's the time when a call is being made to the GPU and say, there is a gentleman walking in called Nikhil. If
Okay,
GPU
work with me on this. This is actually really interesting because I wonder how this works. So I drop my password in.
Yes.
They don't know I'm there yet until I put my password in that thing. That I presume that when I put my password in there, it triggers something in the camera, and the camera starts looking at me, and then it tries to cross-reference. Because I've been in Singapore 1,000 times.
Correct.
They have access to my passport.
Correct.
They photographed it a million times, right?
Yes.
What is actually happening on the back end there?
Well, imagine if it's an AI world, fully AI world, and it is an AI world, right? The AI should have the information of Nikhil who's walking in, right? And all the relevant information. If that data, that information about how I look, what my track record is, and am I good for the country? If all that information is not there,
Right, then what does it do?
then what does it do? The GPU has to wait because it doesn't have the data about Nikhil. All it has is a computation algorithm, but doesn't have data about Nikhil,
So then
right?
how does it, and where does it break down?
So therefore, it looks for a prefetch. It should get that information before Nikhil's coming to the gate.
And how much do you know about ICA?
Well, a little bit.
Okay, but just presumably, I don't want any proprietary information because I don't want either one of us to go to jail. She's
No, we
already
should not.
concerned. She's like, no, don't say that. But the point is that, is it on the machine?
It is.
In their case, and in a similar case, right? Because it's not the only way you can get data, have a camera, like do all this stuff. But it's just a good example that everybody's going to understand. Is the AI on the machine? Or is it going out to a cloud somewhere, or is it hybrid?
Well, this is on the machine. This is on the GPU node, which is running the AI algorithm.
But my information is different than your information, so it's caching. It has to cache different things. It can't cache billion people in the world. So how does it even know what to cache?
Well, that's got the intelligence built in on how do we cache the information.
Yeah.
That's the algorithm with the app writes and says, okay, there is a person whose data would be required, and that's the intelligence. So
Right.
it is what is called a prefetch of the information.
Say again?
It's called the prefetch phase.
Got it, okay.
Right? Prefetch based on some data, pulls the data from the right source, ensures that it's available in the cache.
Actually, I can answer my own question. One of the reasons why I have to fill out a digital entry form is so they know when I'm coming.
Yep.
They know what flight I'm
Yep,
on,
yep.
and they load that in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again,
Oh,
this
that's
is not
actually kind of cool.
Yeah, again, we're not talking specific ICA.
No,
This
I
is
know,
just an example.
but
This
it's
is
just a really good example of
It's just
something
an
that's
example, yeah.
relatively simplistic
Yeah.
that has some understandable steps in it.
Correct.
So people can say like, okay, now they know I'm coming off a TG 413.
Yeah, yeah.
They know what time it lands. They know when it's going to land. They know
Correct.
all the manifest of who's on that plane.
Correct.
They load that into the machines just before people get in there. That sits in your KV cache. So that when I come through, that's why it's so fast.
Yeah.
But it's just one example of how
Yeah.
that process can work. That's why I wanted to use that.
and
Does that make
fast,
sense? And is
yeah,
that fair?
absolutely. That's absolutely right. And fast forward when it's a fully inferencing world with this AI trick happening everywhere, where agents are talking to other agents, and everybody needs more and more inferencing every single second.
So where else could this be used?
In every inferencing world, every inferencing opportunity, if you're trying to do an agentic AI, the agent wants information. You want to do open
But
cloud?
let's say it's not like an identity thing like that, which is just one example. But let's say I'm inside a company and I want to do some sort of predictive sales. I have all my sales information. I load it all into KV cache. I have a model that I believe is an inference model that I believe is good at predicting things. Is that then going to give me faster information for my sales team than to get to the right prospects? Either existing clients or new clients, so then they can go out and do better sales. Is that
correct.
another
I mean,
potential use case?
that's
of
a good
this?
example. Weather forecasting is a good example.
Weather forecasting.
Yeah, anything in the banks, if you're trying to find out where a loan fraud would happen, is a good example. You are inferencing every single moment, right? And it's not a human being in the picture. It's agents talking. An agent gets an information that we need to analyze your loan application. Clearly, there is inferencing which is required. So there are millions of such cases, and there's no human being involved.
And what does TuringData provide? Turing just provides the lightweight
software.
That's it. So you don't have your own data centers. You don't have your
We
none
don't.
of that stuff.
Yeah,
You just-
we
but then how do you ensure that? And again, it's not your job, but I'm just curious. Like, plenty of institutions that I know of, they're just not ready for this yet. Their legacy systems are not set up to be able to handle this.
Well, that's clearly
because
the
they don't
problem.
have access to. Yes, it's a problem, and your cache is virtual, so they need to be able to handle that. That's one thing. They don't need physical
That's true.
memory to handle the cache, but they still need someplace to run that software, even if it's lightweight. At some point, it's going to fit into their value
It's
chain,
gonna fit
right?
on the GPU machine. Well, the reason I say it's a problem of the industry is because if you were at GTC this year, Jensen went onto the stage and said,
I
"KV
wish I had
cache."
been there. Were you there?
I was there.
I'm mad.
Yeah.
No, I'm not really, but I'm just disappointed in myself
Jensen
every day.
said KV cache is the problem of the industry, and the storage architecture for KV cache needs to be re-architected.
But
And
that's what you're doing, though.
That's what we're doing. Clearly, the standards are coming out. We're working closely with lots of people in the ecosystem, which is NVIDIA included, and coming out with the architecture which will help and define how to use inferencing at scale.
So tell me what else has to change. I can't imagine that like the lightweight software that you're deploying, you just like rock up one day, be like, okay, here it is. Now we're gonna go home. Like it can't be that. What else has to happen to be able to use this in a way that makes sense?
Clearly, what needs to be done differently is imagine you go back and say, I need to have a specialized data architecture.
specialized data
architecture. We
Yeah,
need
yeah.
to rethink about our own
Yeah.
architecture, right?
This has to be true for most companies,
Most
I believe. Yeah.
companies, yeah. So now you break the problem into two parts. You have a training part where you need your training nodes to get data at extreme high speed. That's one part of the problem.
Right.
You have inferencing where you need inferencing to happen at high speed. And AI is all about high speed. We solve both the problems. We solve the problem of data going to the training nodes at high speed by keeping the data and pumping it to the GPU at extreme high speed.
Right.
Data's there, logical models are trained. Then we solve the inferencing problem by creating the KV cache pool, which I just spoke about, and making the cache large so that you can do inferencing. Now this you need to consciously step back and say, not all problems of AI can be solved by GPU alone, right?
Go ahead.
Buying more GPUs is not the answer for every infrastructure problem of
Same way
AI.
buying more ice cream is not the way
It's
to
not
solve
the problem.
dessert
Yeah.
problem. Yeah.
Just think about it like an industry, right? Like an
Yeah,
AI. And that's why we call it as an AI factory. Not every problem can be solved by buying more machines. You need to optimize your workflows. You need to optimize and bring efficiency in your infrastructure. That's what we're trying to do.
So how about tokenization? Like, how important is tokenization today? And more importantly, is it still going to be this important like 2 years out?
Well,
or no?
clearly. I mean, if you look
But
at
is it
the...
going to be this important 2 years out still? People are still going to pay on a token by token basis.
Well, if you look at some of the numbers, and I'll quote some statistics here.
Please.
Right? If you look at from the total number of tokens being consumed
January
every
this year.
January last year, 25,
January 25 to today.
2025.
Yeah, but
was
it's
about
but it's a little bit of a red herring in a way, right? Because there was no tokenization in January
Well-
2025. There was no agentic AI, zero.
correct.
So
six-
regular LLM
6
use
trillion tokens consumption per day. Fast forward today,
6 trillion.
6 trillion tokens
Back then,
utilized
yeah?
back
Today?
then, yeah. Fast forward today, June 2026, as you and I speak, 26 million tokens being used. It's 26 trillion tokens being used every day.
So four times
Four
plus.
times.
4 times plus.
Yeah, correct. And that's going to go more and more popular because, like NVIDIA saying, like Jensen's saying, as physical AI comes in, as AI starts coming into your and my life
Right.
every day, we will use more inferencing. And the world's going to look at AI infrastructure very differently.
But it's also
not-
going to be way too expensive for most companies to use.
That's exactly the way it is. You can't have a good ROI by just looking at your GPU utilization and saying, well, my GPU is not being used. You'll start looking at ROI and saying, what's the cost of token?
Yeah.
The cost of
no
tokens,
one's doing this yet.
they're not doing it yet. The cost of token is an outcome of the investments in GPU, the real estate, the power, and also the right storage architecture. When you put all these things at play,
What drives the price of a token?
well, what's driving is everything. You need a
Yeah,
real
that's not a
estate.
good enough answer for me.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what's driving the price of a token? Because I submit, and I say this publicly on tape all the time, I don't think, because think about this. Microsoft sells Excel as a SaaS product.
Correct.
They charge, I'm just going to make up a number because I don't know what it is. Let's say they charge $50 a month. I honestly don't know for Microsoft Office. They don't care if I live and breathe and have 17,000 monkeys like punching stuff into Excel every day, all day, 24 hours a day, 8 days a week.
Right.
It's still $50.
Yeah.
And part of the reason why is I think they have an understanding of like what the compute costs are for them to run Excel, and that the marginal next use of Excel is zero, essentially, from a compute perspective, so they don't care. But on the flip side, if I give agentic AI usage to you,
Correct.
and then I give it to your 17 other colleagues, it's going to increase the compute necessary for Anthropic or for OpenAI to run.
True.
But by how much? And it's a rhetorical question because you don't know, and I don't know, but I don't think they know. And if they don't know, how do they properly price the tokens? And if that's the case, is there a better way to price this stuff rather than on a token by token basis?
Well,
Based on your experience,
no,
you may
I
not
mean,
know the. I don't know
might
the
not
answer.
have a great answer for
I
you.
don't know the answer. You
Yeah.
can say I don't know, because
Yeah.
I don't think anybody knows.
Yeah, I don't know, but there is one. I mean, if you read 2 weeks back, the Uber CEO saying in just a few months they had
So from
used
January, April. They use their entire allocation of.
they used all their token
Right,
budget that they
and
had.
Uber is a highly technologized company.
There you go. There
So
you go.
How can like an SME do this and actually understand?
There you
I
go.
don't think it's possible.
Correct. And therefore, when I come back and I say I'm going to learn from what Uber did, and
You're going to.
I'm going to get a little more smarter about how I generate tokens, right?
Yeah, you're gonna
And-
have to.
Correct. So therefore, when I'm looking at my infrastructure and scratching my head,
Right.
and I'm saying, how do I bring down the cost of tokens? Is the only answer I know is just adding more GPUs or just adding an expensive, complicated storage? Well, that's not the right answer.
Go ahead.
Therefore, you need to add something like a KV cache and try and use your existing GPUs to full capacity, but getting smarter about token. So with the same infrastructure, because now you have a bigger cache, you're generating more tokens. So it's like I have the same.
You're generating more tokens.
More
So
tokens.
you're paying more money though,
Yeah,
right?
because you're feeding your GPUs a lot more data from the KV cache.
So what is the proper balance? What is the equilibrium level for my KV cache is fast enough for me to get stuff done, but not so fast that I'm generating more tokens than I necessarily need.
I mean, I don't know whether you're asking for benchmarks, but let me
no,
give you the
I'm not exactly. I'm just trying to get a sense for like, because I think we're 6 months into agentic AI.
Correct.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know anything. No, I don't mean you don't know anything, but like most people don't know anything about what it's
We're all
actually costing
learning.
them. We're all learning, right?
Yes.
But at some level, we have to get these costs under control. Otherwise, no one's going to use it.
Yep.
And then there's Jevon's paradox, right? The idea that like the less expensive it becomes, the more you use it anyway. So you're still going to be net you're using the same amount of money.
Same amount of money, yes.
But how do I get the biggest bang for my buck, for lack of a better term, so that I'm not outspending what I would normally spend just to get work done to become more efficient using agentic AI? I don't know the answer to that question.
I mean, yeah, well, that I don't know an answer either as well.
Right.
But I'll just quote Jensen saying, in this world, this is what he said in March, in this world, fast forward 2 years, 3 years from now, you're going to be paying your employees not just cash, but also a part of the salary package is going to be how many tokens you're going to get, because that's going to be linked to what you're going to do in your office every day, morning to evening. Now, I know what's coming, and I look at what I can do now, which means I have an AI infrastructure,
Okay.
and I need to think and redesign so that I generate more tokens.
So here's a really controversial question.
Yes. Go for it.
In the United States, I can hire a senior programmer. Let's just talk about programming, right? Because it's something that's easy to categorize. I can hire a senior programmer for, let's say, $350,000 a year, and I can give them a token budget that allows them to be 4 times more productive. So it's like 5 people working. And if it's a good programmer, maybe it's like 6 or 7 times more productive. Using agentic AI to use Codex or to use Claude Opus, or in this case, use Fable 5. But in other parts of the world where human labor is not that expensive, can't we make the case maybe that it like, if I can hire a programmer for 100 grand, I should just hire 5 programmers and not use artificial intelligence, because they can be just as effective and more cost effective. Because even if the code is getting written 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, what are we going to do with all this output code? In a way, and I know this is off topic, but you understand the point?
Well, we will see where this world ends with this debate, right? Because
Yeah.
the clear answer is not out in the open, and that battle will go on. What I do definitely see is it's not a human versus AI battle.
Oh, I don't think so
Yeah,
either. I
it
don't
is-
think so either, but I was
Yeah,
just...
I think AI is gonna be there everywhere. The humans are gonna go up in the value chain and start doing something more intelligent, right? They're gonna be managing AI, like Jensen
Yeah,
says.
someone's going to have to pay attention to the stuff
Yeah,
that's getting
so you
programmed,
and
right?
I am going to be managing the bunch of AI agents that
Well,
we
let's just say
have.
You're going to be managing them. I'm not smart enough to do that, but yeah, fair enough.
Well, we'll see. Next Super AI, we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going to be managing the agents who will be creating and consuming the tokens. And the number of tokens required for us to do the job is going to be many folds higher than what it is today. So
Yeah,
we need
for
to
sure.
be ready for that token world, right? We're not going to be worried about the oil cost, which we're worried now. We're going to be worried about the cost of producing tokens then, right? And therefore, we need to put our act together, both in terms of putting the right workflow and the right architecture. When I say architecture, I don't mean GPUs. I mean GPUs and the right data architecture.
Oh, for sure. But also CPU architecture, because that's where stuff's going to communicate.
And that's where they're going to get the right cost of tokens. We'll do our work smarter then.
Okay, I'm going to have to say thank you so much for coming and doing this.
Thank you. I
Nikhil.
enjoyed the
I
conversation.
hope you did.
I did.
We
I
went a
really
little bit
did.
off piece sometimes,
But I
we
like
came
being
back on.
challenged. I like being challenged.
Yeah, it wasn't to challenge you. It's just because I have so many questions, and when somebody smart sits down in front of me, I figure that's the best way for
Thank
me to
you.
get
And I'm
answers.
assuming you're calling me smart. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Enjoyed it.
It was a complete pleasure. Okay, you can just leave the mic there. Thank you. How are you? You may want to take off your lanyard. It'll look better on camera. And Martin told you how to use the microphone? Just keep it close to your mouth. You just drop it on the floor or put it in your pocket or whatever. Okay.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Before we start, say
Chuan.
Chuan.
Yeah.
Got it. No problem. So Chuan, tell me, CEO of Knovel Engineering, before we jump into the sort of question part of this, tell me a little bit about Knovel. I'm pronouncing that right, yeah?
Knovel, yes,
The
correct.
K is not pronounced.
We don't pronounce the K.
Perfect. Knovel.
Knovel,
Okay, tell me a
yeah.
little bit about Knovel Engineering. And where are you from originally?
We are from Singapore.
You're from Singapore. Go ahead.
Knovel Engineering is a AI native service provider.
Okay.
So we started as a pure AI software company, and over the years we start to do system integration for AI services.
Okay.
What differentiates us from the traditional service provider is because we are born from AI. Most of the engineers are AI trained, and we understand the whole full stack life cycle of AI. And every product that we build has the AI elements in it.
Got it. From the beginning, yeah?
Yes, yes.
So how old is Knovel Engineering?
We are turning 4 this year, in fact.
4.
Yes.
Oh, not that long ago. But you predate, am I right? No, you postdate the release of ChatGPT.
We were born just before ChatGPT.
But did you know it was coming out?
We didn't know it was coming up.
You didn't know it was coming out. So how did things change when you were like, okay, we're going to get together, you and your friends or you and your colleagues going to build this sort of novel engineering company, be in the AI business. Uh-oh. No, I'm looking over there like that's ChatGPT.
Yeah.
What changed in the way you thought about stuff and approached stuff now that these LLMs started getting dispersed?
When we started the company back in 2020, people were still dabbling with the traditional ML, right? And when we heard about ChatGPT, we were like, oh, is ChatGPT going to take over all existing businesses?
No, it should make it way bigger in a way, right?
Yeah. So right after ChatGPT was born, we start building chatbots on OpenAI. And then we start to discover there are many other use cases that we can use the LLM to do. Then we start to look into transformer models, and then there are other better frontier model came out. For example, DeepSeek. Then
For
we
example, what?
DeepSeek.
Oh, yeah, DeepSeek, sure.
Then we start to realize that we need to do deep reasoning, then the whole agentic workflow comes in. So the quick answer to your question is when the whole wave of Gen AI comes in, the only thing that we can think about is how to stay ahead.
How to stay
ahead of the curve.
Yeah, so this is my question. I think that when ChatGPT was released and when Claude was released, but whether it's Anthropic or OpenAI, and I'm just going to use them as a proxy for all the companies that build LLMs and transformer models. I don't think they knew how people were going to use them.
Nobody
As a matter
knew.
of fact, I don't think they had any idea. And then once Claude Opus started getting traction and Codex started getting traction, these big LLM providers like, this is really good for coding.
Yes.
What else is it good for? What other products can you build using this that people are actually willing to pay for?
We are first. A lot of people are looking for instance, knowledge management systems. Enterprises are looking for good knowledge management
So what does that mean, a
systems.
knowledge management system?
They have a lot of structured data,
Inside their own
unstructured data,
companies, yeah.
silo data,
Yep.
legacy data, but they are just trying to have a single source of truth, right? And people start to build semantic layer, but semantic layers can't really give you the whole Gen AI,
Careful with the mic, bud.
Gen AI experience.
Yeah, the semantic layer is just part of what's happening
Correct.
there, right? It's a context layer in some sense, so people can actually understand. Now that I understand the semantics of this problem,
Yes.
here's how I can solve
And
it,
then
right?
this where the whole LLM comes in. Then we start building LLM agents on it. We start to train our own SLM for domain-specific models.
Your own SLM.
We pre-train on open source SLM on domain-specific. We start to dabble with much more other open source model. We even fine-tune and distill models to our business needs.
Right.
Yeah.
And
And
how do you access your own compute?
we have a few ways to access compute. The ISP, the hyperscaler. We also have neo cloud providers. We also have our own on-premise edge compute, which we focus a lot because I believe in efficient AI usage.
You must. Yeah, you
So,
must.
so we
Sorry, go ahead.
invest in a lot on edge compute. We invest a lot of methodology in putting good AI solution on small compute. We invest a lot on creating smaller models. And if you ask me, we are able to do cloud, on-premise, remote, edge. It's a hybrid of everything.
Yeah, it's very complicated, no?
Yes, yes. Because we serve various customers from the government to SME. And
Yeah, yeah.
for government, there's a lot of strict requirements on data security, cyber securities, and most of them will opt for on-premise solutions. So most of our products, we have to build two variants, one on the cloud and the other one on-premise.
But I mean, isn't it really 3? One on-prem, one in the cloud, and one hybrid?
Yes,
You
but
know
if
what I
you
mean?
can do both, you can do
You can do
hybrid.
both, you can do hybrid, I guess. There's got to be some communication layer, though, in the hybrid model between what is sitting on-prem and what is sitting in the cloud, because they're going to be related to each other at some level, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Got it. And where does agentic AI fit into all of this stuff? the way you're solving problems, whether you're using the agents to solve problems for yourselves or you're using them to solve problems for your clients?
Agentic AI. So in my view, we have not reached the full capability of agentic AI.
I don't even think
yet,
we're close. Yeah.
At most, I would say we are just AI assistant. We are using AI as an assistant
Yeah, fair enough.
and running agents to run certain monolithic stuff.
Yeah.
This is at best we are today. So within our own company, we are using things like, of course, vibe coding, right?
Yep.
Yeah, developers has been spent a lot of time in coding, testing, code review, documentations, debugging, and with the born of Gen AI, this task has been simplified pretty much.
Has it?
Yes.
How has it changed the way you guys do coding internally?
So for
And the confidence you have in what's coming out from that code. Do you know what I mean?
to be honest, we do not really encourage too much of a vibe code.
Tell me
And
why.
We have an instance where one of the engineers actually vibe code, and he got too engrossed in it, and the vibe code just get nested and nested and nested.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah, and we know that this is a danger, and we decided that no, we're not going to do the full vibe code process,
Got it.
and we have the senior engineers to supervise the junior engineers when it comes to vibe coding, and we don't really encourage the junior engineers to vibe code too much because the junior engineers need to pick up the proper engineering process, software
I
coding
love
process.
this part of the conversation. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. If you don't know how to code,
You cannot
you
supervise
cannot
the vibe code.
supervise a vibe coder.
Correct.
You cannot. Like if you're not a chef, you can't supervise a sous chef.
Correct.
There's no difference in my mind, yeah?
Yes.
Is that fair? And do you run your own training internally to make sure that your junior coders actually understand how to code and that their senior coders are actually teaching them how to
If-
do that?
In fact, for all the young graduates or the young engineers that we have, we put them on I call it ninja team.
Ninja team.
This ninja team does nothing but prototyping.
Just prototyping.
Yeah, and I have my chief AI officer supervising them every day.
Do you really?
And so we stress test these engineers, make sure they have the proper processing, proper coding habits. We let them write code, but then the chief AI officer will coach them. Once they reach certain maturity, we bring them to the delivery team. So as such, we are ensuring that when they go to the delivery team, first they know how to write code, and they know our internal process, and they have good coding habits.
Do you feel like that is the same methodology that a lot of shops like yours are doing? Or do you feel like a lot of people are taking what I would consider the easy route, just vibe code and we'll figure it out later?
I
know what I mean?
personally don't think so, because if you look at for every business, right, headcounts, time are all costs. And with vibe coding, people can just churn out 50 story point per sprint.
Yeah,
But we are still doing 20 story point. Just because we are not going full
but do you
vibe
think the
coding.
quality's better?
Yes, the
if you're
quality is
doing
definitely
less?
better, yes.
If you're doing less, yeah?
We are doing less for quality, and we are ensuring the next generation succession planning.
Right, because again, if you don't know how to code, then you'll never be able to supervise a vibe coder, but you also won't even know if your vibe code is good
Correct.
because you won't know what good code looks like.
Correct.
I think that's completely fair. How about your clients, though? How do you see if you implement an agentic solution for them? How are they using it to solve their own problems?
Most of clients that we interact with are focusing on solving productivity issues. Productivity issues.
Okay, productivity issues.
Yes.
Yeah.
And workflow processes, automations. None of them actually looking at full agentic yet.
At full agentic, yeah.
Yeah.
And because
There's a lot of other issues, right? We talk about full agentic, right? Like data readiness, data governance, the trustworthiness of the AI, the accountability of the agents.
Yeah, who's responsible for it?
Yeah, so when you start scaling the models, people will start asking, which model is this? Who's responsible for this agent? Why this agent made these decisions? And there's too much risk in deploying full agentic right now. So most of the customers still focus about what I call AI assistant or AI automation.
Right. What do you think has to change for them to be more confident in their ability to employ agentic AI in a way that's more ubiquitous?
Most organization claims to have a lot of data.
Data.
Yes.
But most of that data is in a useless state, no?
Yeah, it's either in silo, it's in legacy, or they are just off the shelf.
Yeah.
Structured, unstructured, anything.
It's a mess, let's just say.
So data engineering has first comes in. and good data governance has to come in. Without good data engineering and governance, we will not have good AI-ready data.
At all.
Yes,
Yeah.
this is the first requirement, right?
Right.
The second requirements would be the whole AI governance. How responsible do you want to deploy your AI? Who is accountable with your AI deployments? For instance, if you look at a financial institutions, you wouldn't want the AI to approve a $1 million deal, right?
No.
Yeah. Or in healthcare, you wouldn't want the AI to diagnose a patient.
No.
Yes. So we are to achieve full agentic, there's a lot of governance, responsibility, accountability, and trustworthiness needs to be in place.
Do you see situations, or can you imagine a situation where, let's use a doctor as a perfect example of this, where a doctor's been diagnosing patients for, let's say, a decade and a half. They have a lot of experience. They can kind of tell, like, I see this, I see that, I see this. It must mean this is the case, based on experience. And they can do it in a timely manner. And in some cases, that diagnosis can be time sensitive.
Yes.
Yeah, like if someone's having a heart attack or if someone's having a stroke or something like that, where the time actually matters in the diagnosis. Where AI gets employed, agentic AI, it doesn't matter to me, gets employed, and then a result comes up and it's like, I don't know if that's what I really think this is. And it actually takes more time.
Correct.
So that in that case, it becomes more dangerous to use agentic AI as opposed to being more efficient or more productive.
That's why what we see today is still in the human and agent collaboration mode.
Yeah, but in this case, you're collaborating with an agent,
Yes.
but it's getting in your way. In the
But-
case that I just described, no?
But we are maybe looking at the 20% of the edge cases where
Perfect
80% could be the voluminous case that they need to solve, right? Yeah.
Yep, I got it. How do you handle your own governance internally now that there are all these new tools and new systems available for you from a coding perspective? Besides the Ninja team, what other sort of governance stuff have you put in place to make sure that everything's working the way you want it to work and you expect it to work?
Internally, we run a lot of compliance check. I was talking to my compliance officer, how much compliance audit we have to do every year. Like we are doing like every quarter. We have the ISO 27000, we have the ISO 18, we have the 42001, we have the data protection, we have the cyber trust mark.
Oh my God, there's so much to do when you're running your own company.
Yeah, and we also started to do things like AI assurance.
AI assurance.
Something that many people neglect. AI assurance is when using the AI systems, how much do you trust the AI system to produce consistent results?
Yep.
It's nothing to do with security. It's nothing to do with IT.
No, it's just how much you
about
trust.
how much you trust.
We were at AI Engineer in May, and I had a whole conversation. I can't remember the name of the company, but this woman was really focused on AI assurance. How much confidence can I have? So yeah, very important. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, so we place a lot of emphasis on AI assurance as equally important as cybersecurity.
Yeah, fair enough. Because again, if the output's bad, it's almost like somebody's hacked in and done something wrong to you, in a way, right? What other challenges do you see in deploying AI agents?
Sorry?
What other challenges do you see for companies that are deploying AI agents?
For companies to first, we should look at not just deploy AI for the sake of deploying AI.
Go ahead.
I was talking to a company last week. They have used good vibe codes and it basically saved up to 80% of the engineer's time.
Okay, that's good.
But the company didn't realize that by saving 80% of the engineer's time, it doesn't really translate into productivity. Because after using the vibe code, you save the engineer 80% of the time. This 80% of the time is not channeled into productivity.
What is it channeling into?
It's just channeled into more rest time.
More rest time.
So the
That's not
workflow
good.
engineering needs to be reconsidered. How do we make use of our human talent with the help of AI? Without a proper workflow restructuring or even role restructuring, organizations will have difficulties in reaping the full productivity of AI.
Yeah, I don't think they'll ever be able to get there unless they change their workflow stuff, right?
Yes. The other challenge would be the heavy compute. We see that frontier models are coming out, GPU is getting more powerful, as well as they are getting more energy hungry, right?
Yeah.
And for sustainable AI deployment, this should be the next consideration for most of the enterprises that wants to deploy good AI solutions.
Right.
We should be start looking and consider using small language model.
Yep, I agree.
Effective model router, and even considering good data engineering practices. So much so that we can continue to use AI without spending too much money.
Yeah.
Another thing would be token consumption tracking,
Yeah.
which some
We can
companies
literally spend an hour talking about that or more.
And it's in the news, right? Some
It's
companies
all over the news. And look, we can talk about the Uber example. We can talk about every example, but I don't think people have their heads around yet what tokens are costing them
correct.
and how to actually properly manage them.
So in fact, we are encouraging our customer to host their own open source model.
Oh my God. Okay.
Because if you look at most of the customers that we deal with right now, they are using AI to do productivity tools,
Yeah.
drafting emails,
Yep.
filling out forms.
Yep.
Most of the frontier open source model can already do that.
Yeah.
And why do I need to pay tokens?
Yeah. It's silly.
Yes.
It's
But for many complex use cases, this is where we start using token. That's why model routing is very important.
So I was going to say,
in
this
any
gets back to the conversation we were having before about on-prem versus off-prem and hybrid.
Yes.
And I think it's on open source model, off open source model, and then
Correct.
some kind of hybrid to make
Correct.
sure that like for your very high complex tasks, maybe you pay for tokens. And for the stuff where it's simple, like writing emails or texting stuff,
Yes.
you just use an open source model.
I bet there's many people that just open the ChatGPT and start typing hi.
Yeah, for what?
And there's how much token?
Yeah, for what? I don't think they know that. Okay, look,
Yeah.
this was great. Chuan, I really appreciate you spending time with us today. Thank you so much for doing it. I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can just put the mic right down. Thank you so much for doing it. Did Martin tell you how to use the microphone? Yes. Super. You may want to take off your lanyard. Just so it looks better on camera. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I am super duper. Do you want to tell us what? Am I pronouncing it right? Osome?
Awesome.
Or do you
Yes.
pronounce it like awesome, like awesome?
No, it's like how you should feel when you use our services. You should feel awesome.
Should I? Do most people feel awesome?
I mean, it's corporate services like compliance and accounting, so it's hard to
Do you want
feel
me to show you the
really.
emails, or do you want me to show you the emails that I get from Awesome?
You're a customer.
I'm not a customer,
Okay.
but some of my investments are customers. Anyway,
So you get
why don't you-
reminders.
I get a lot of reminders. Why don't you tell people that aren't familiar with Awesome exactly what it does, sort of at scale, and then we'll just kind of jump into how people are rethinking compliance and stuff like that. Go
Sure.
for it.
We are an AI company management platform for global founders. We help founders to incorporate and run their businesses in Singapore, in Hong Kong, in the UAE, and in the UK.
In the UAE and in the UK. So
Four
I feel like
countries.
let's do this again. In Singapore, in Hong Kong,
Yes.
in the UAE,
Yes.
and in the UK.
Yeah,
I don't know so much about the UK,
yeah.
but I do know that setting up a company and doing all that stuff in Singapore, I could do like in my sleep. Essentially, like it's just really easy to do. In Hong Kong, same thing. And UK has made it very easy as well. That's great. I presume UAE is pretty simple. I just don't know that much about the UK as much as I know about the other places.
Actually, the UAE is more complicated than the UK and all the other places.
Yeah, I would presume for a bunch of reasons, but
licensing
for
is-
licensing and stuff like
Yeah.
that. But the benefits are really high, actually, to having a company in the UAE. Talk to me about how AI plays into this, because when Awesome was first founded, what, 6 years ago, 7 years ago?
9.
Was it 9 already? Congratulations, by the way. There was no AI to be used. There was no artificial intelligence to be used.
No.
So when ChatGPT came out in 2022, you and your team looked at it and was like, okay, how do we use this to make ourselves better? Is it more of a productivity tool for you, or is it a productivity tool for your founders? Like, what's the balance there?
It's both. So the company's been around 9 years,
Yep.
and the vision from day one was to make it easy for founders to run their business and not to have to worry about their administrative
Yeah, 'cause
work.
it's a pain in the you know what.
We
It
wanted to
just is.
automate everything from day one.
Right.
The technology wasn't simply there. Like trying to automate everything through a bunch of workflow without much intelligence behind them just didn't work well.
Right.
Then all of a sudden, 3 years ago, with Gen AI, we finally had the technology that we wanted 9 years ago.
Sure.
And we started to use it so that basically our team, when they do anything that has to do with your past, your bookkeeping, accounting, trivial routine tasks. They don't have to do them manually. There is AI doing that for them.
But can I ask you this? When you build this stuff into what was essentially a legacy system, so it started 9 years ago. When you were building 9 years ago, you didn't think, okay, 5 years on, we're going to get access to large language models and then agentic AI.
Yeah.
You just built it thinking, here's the technology, the way it's going to exist for the next decade.
Yeah.
What had to happen in the back-end systems for the stuff that already existed, which was a little clunky to be fair, to then make it agentic AI accessible and even AI accessible, so that the back-end, like how much of the back-end stuff had to change or get better so that the system actually worked in an AI world?
Because the vision was always automation. From the beginning, we were taking the accounting process, or we were taking the tax file process, and break it down in very small processes.
Into little pieces, yeah?
In little pieces, and we used to call our approach the accounting factory.
The accounting factory.
If you can think of a factory where like you have someone always taking care of a particular phase of the assembly, we were trying to do the same thing with accounting. And
So
so
you're trying to make it like look like a Ford motor plant where it's just like an assembly line.
for certain-
You've done this, we do this, that guy does
exactly.
this.
So we had broken down the process in small parts.
Yep.
And basic automation was taking care of that particular part of the process.
Got it.
With AI, replacing basic automation with Gen AI just made us much more efficient without having to redesign the entire process.
So that was the other question I was going to ask. Like a lot of the founders that I talk to, or a lot of CEOs or a lot of CTOs tell me that when they want to deploy, whether it's Gen AI or agentic AI or even predictive AI, they've got to rework or rethink the way that their workflows have been. Because in a lot of cases, it was built, as you said, like a factory for this human passes it off to this human, that passes it off to that human. But in the world of agentic AI, or even just AI automation, there's no human here. There's a human here, because maybe some decision needs to get made, and then it passes off to another piece. How do you have to rethink the workflows in the context of the new stuff that you're doing?
For things that we had built with that accounting factory process, it was a simple replacement. You replace...
So the workflows haven't changed.
The workflow for accounting haven't changed much. There were much more complicated processes. And if you think of the incorporation process, a lot of stuff that has to do with taxes that we couldn't automate simply. Like you couldn't break them down in small processes. You couldn't do anything before Gen AI. And now, for those, we're finally able to redesign them and automate
How does that
them.
work for company registration? How does that get automated? Can you walk me through that? And I forget the name of the system in Singapore. Let's just use Singapore as a proxy for everything else.
Accra is
Accra,
the
yes,
entity
Accra.
you're dealing with.
Could not think of it.
Yeah. So they even being super progressive Singapore,
No, it's awesome.
you still don't have APIs. You can't still just handle everything to your.
But again, I mean, it's a government thing. Like when Accra was created, which must have been 150 years ago. I'm joking a little bit, but there was no concept that AI was going to come in and that they needed an API to connect to this. And frankly, filling out that form is not that hard in Accra, yeah? So how does that get automated now with AI?
You automate all the document collection. You're automating everything that has to do with KYC, so that by the time you're going to submit the document to Accra, which someone from our team still needs to do individually as a person.
They do. They need. So there's no way to. Because there's no API connectivity, there's no MCP connectivity.
So we do as much as we prepare all the documents. We have all the data ready in the same screenshot where the person is filling a form on Accra. There's all the data there on the side, so that they can make it as quickly as possible.
Got it.
But until there are going to be APIs, there isn't
There
anything.
probably aren't going to be.
There are going to be. You'll be
Are there?
surprised by what the Singaporean government is
No,
preparing.
I love the Singaporean government. It's got to be one of the best governments in the whole world. Tell
Think
me,
so.
where are you from?
I'm originally from Italy. We don't have
Tell
the
me
best.
if you want to have the Italian government or you want to have the Singaporean government.
Everything
I know
runs.
where I'm going.
Everything runs. here.
I know where I'm going. I know where I'm going. And you know where I'm from. Which government do you think I
I'm
want?
gonna guess.
Anyway, let's not go there. How are companies rethinking compliance in this context of AI and automation and stuff like that?
From a compliance perspective, you used to every time you are going to a new country, every time you are expanding, you need to become an expert of a new jurisdiction.
Yeah.
And as a founder, that's not really what you want to spend time on.
Don't care kind of thing. Yeah.
Exactly. So now you can get most of your answers online. You can work with partners like us that make it very easy for you to find specific nuances, type of favorable legislation that you can use.
Okay.
And once you're ready, we just have created a process as automated and online as possible for you to just take care of your taxes.
Does your team have the expertise in writing APIs?
Our team, so
In writing APIs?
about 20% of our team is product managers and developers.
Got it.
Who have been working on building our system and integrating our system with partners or with third parties.
So here's my question. If you went to the UAE, I don't know if they already have APIs there, or if you went to the UK, obviously Singapore is doing this, and then there's Hong Kong. But is there a way for your team to be the provider of the API for all of these online systems that the governments have created for compliance, for all these things, so that then you can sell this automated process to them, and you don't have to wait for the governments or the accountants to do this. You provide that to them, and it helps you grow the business in a way, even from a compliance standpoint, right? Because I've always thought there's a regulatory framework business that can be created where I create the API for every regulator in the world. And then when they change the regulations, everybody's just updated naturally because they have an API connection to it and they know what it is.
The government is going to move to whatever speed they want, the Italian government or the Singaporean government. But what we do is we create a layer in between for our customers so that they don't have to submit paperwork.
They submit to you over an API.
Exactly. And then on our side, whether we can do something with a form where we just quickly copy and paste, or whether it's a process where you have to deal offline with an agency, we'll do that part of the work.
So how has technology changed the way your business runs in the last decade? I mean, you've been around for 9 years, so it's a decade anyway, yeah?
You have fewer people who are really expert at their field, and they are helping us to build those automation in a way that capture all the different cases that you're going to encounter when you're serving tens of thousands of customers.
Why is document signage so hard still?
Do
you know what I mean? Like,
the requirements come from the regulators again, but like right now you can submit
just the
electronic
process
signature.
of signing a document, I feel like doing an electronic signature, it's so hard. No? Am I the only one who thinks this?
Because some places will require you to sign on paper to have a third party.
Right?
Okay.
Even if it's digital, I still find it like a really hard thing to do. I have 3 outstanding documents that I need to sign. And I'm just like, I'll do that tomorrow. It feels so hard. And it's not clear to me systematically or systemically whether, have I already signed that document? Like, I get a bunch of notifications, not just from you, but from other similar companies, where it's like, do I need to do something? Is this just a notification? Why is it so unclear?
It sounds like the communication part is missing. There should
what
be.
I'm trying to introduce here.
It's
But
not.
why?
It's not the tools. If you're getting a resolution to sign, it's your founder that should have told you, "Hey, we're doing this." If you're just getting it
Yeah, but
in a DocuSign,
don't they rely on companies like yours to do that for them?
depends what it is. But like usually, when you're doing a resolution, you have discussed before what is that a company needs to do and why the resolution is required.
Yeah, I wish companies would be way better at the communication part, because I get resolutions all the time and I'm like, I never even heard of this. You know what I mean? But they make it look like it's on you. They do. I'm just telling you what they're doing. It's strange.
That part is like, and depending where you're, like if you're the main investor in a company, I'm pretty sure that there is a lot of discussion happening before you get to a resolution.
Yeah,
stage.
fair enough.
But if you're like a small investor, someone who participated to a friend and family round, you might not be in all those conversations.
Maybe I need more money. That's what you're telling me.
Invest more.
Invest more money. Can I be right? Can I put the mic down and I'll be right back? Get some more money. What? Sorry. How long did it take to do the whole process of like setting up a company, getting your directors in place, and all that stuff 9 years ago? And how long does it take today in Singapore? Is it faster?
It's
Is it more automated? Is it easier? Maybe it's the better word.
It's a lot more automated when it comes to the KYC part. So you can, before we submit documents to a regulator, we need to know who you are, we need to know who your investors are, and all that part has become much better. The process per se with the government, it's about the same. If everything goes well in Singapore, you incorporate a company in 1 or 2 days.
Right.
But when there are questions and you don't know up front whether
What the
there is going
answers
to be a
are.
question or not, it can take a few weeks.
So can I ask you this? Where are most of the companies you deal with, because they're registering, are they mostly startups?
Yes.
So in your opinion, how vibrant is the startup community
In Singapore?
today in comparison to the way it was, again, 6-7 years ago?
6-7 years ago, Singapore was already doing well.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
been in Singapore 15 years.
Yep.
And 15 years ago, like tech events, I moved here with a software company, and tech events were tiny. They were not at the MBS like today.
Well, MBS didn't even exist 15 years ago, but
It had opened,
they were all at Expo, yeah? Or
they're
at,
just-
or at Suntech.
Yeah, but most people were in finance, oil and gas, logistics. Tech was tiny.
Yep.
And now the events are fantastic. The ecosystem is impressive. The government has done a lot of work to bring in here investors, made it easy for a lot of funds.
But I'm
to
talking about the
establish
startup
here.
tech ecosystem. Like I remember I used to go to Tech in Asia events, used to go to Echelon events, and I feel like just the level and the scale of the startup community outside of, let's say, AI is like almost like a different animal. Has just dropped off dramatically. I know it has in where I live. And frankly, my first event in Singapore was in 2012.
Yeah.
So I've been coming since the beginning.
I think it peaked right before COVID.
Yeah, it did. 2017, 18, yeah.
But so if you look at 15 years ago to 6 years ago,
Yep.
you'll see a huge increase, and then it's kind of a little bit slower.
So what's driving that from your perspective?
There is a combination of the fact that events are becoming less in person and more online.
Are they?
And there has not been the level of success with local businesses.
Yeah, that's for sure,
as
right?
investors had expected, and so there is a lot of question on whether that much interest was
So
right.
when you look at the startup ecosystems, because that's kind of what you're involved in, you have Singapore, you have Hong Kong, you have the UAE, where there's a ton of money there as well, in the UAE, but also in the GCC in general. And then the UK has to be known for finance and fintech more than almost anything else in the world, right? How would you compare the way those things are working? And I'm curious, like, what your view is on how those ecosystems are growing right now. Because you see a lot of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The majority of our customers continue to be tech startups. More than 20%
Everywhere in the world.
in Singapore, in more and more in the UAE.
Yep.
Less so in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, we have a lot of freelancers. We have a lot of small consulting businesses. We have a lot of e-commerce. We have a lot of businesses that are doing trade with China, and they can take benefit from the proximity, physical or else.
Yeah.
Europe, UK is sort of the Singapore of
It is in a way, right?
so like a lot of businesses from all over Europe, they want to be
In the UK. Well, the regulations are easier there, and it's been the hub of finance for a century. Yeah, even though they've tried to build markets in other places in Europe, it hasn't really worked. Where do you see this stuff going?
Singapore is going to continue to attract more startups. I think they're well positioned in the region to do so. The UAE will see after the crisis, but last year it looked like it was going to take over Singapore for the place to be based for a tech startup.
Really?
We'll see after the crisis ends if
Which
it
crisis
goes
are you
back.
talking about?
I'm told your government doesn't like to call it war.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same crisis. Bunch of idiots. Anyway, okay, I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the same thing. So I was like, did I miss a crisis out there? I don't know. I wasn't 100% sure. That's really good. Touche to you, by the way. Okay, that's awesome. Is there anything else we need
By the
to...
way, I think it's called crisis instead of word because of compliance.
Yeah, for compliance reasons, this is your specialty. So you wouldn't, did you automate that for them? they use
There's
you
little
to,
we can do there.
yeah, it's one of these you can do that. Maybe they should re-register and reorganize.
Yeah.
Okay, Eugenio, thank you so much for doing this today.
Thank you
It
very
was
much
a
for
pleasure to
having
meet you in person. I've used you Osome for the longest time.
Great to hear. Hopefully-
Not as a client per se, I'm not paying for it, but all of the investments that I have in this region, in Singapore, asked me to use Osome.
That's great to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I am great. Martin told you how to use the microphone.
Yes.
Good. You're doing a really good job so
I
far.
am a good trainer.
Good. Let's keep the training. Let's keep the training active and good.
Right.
Okay. Chief analyst for artificial intelligence at Omdia. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes,
What does
you did.
Omdia do, just so people can understand?
So we are a global tech market research firm. We offer
Market research.
Yes.
Go for it. Okay.
So we offer market intelligence. We offer insights into both global and regional trends.
Mm-hmm.
Like for my session this morning, I was hosting a session around physical AI.
A physical AI.
Yes, so there was an AI area that I cover because I cover AI. So
How
everything
how would you define physical AI?
it's too broad. So unfortunately,
Okay, so go ahead. So what did you talk about this morning?
Yeah. So that's exactly my point.
Oh, you talked about the fact that it's too broad.
It's too broad. No, I'm not joking. So
No, go ahead. I'm really curious. Keep going.
It is a concept that's obviously popularized by Huang when he was sort of very excitedly talking about robotics.
Robotics.
At GTC last year.
Yep.
But then
Did you go to GTC this year?
not this year?
You went
unfortunately.
last year?
I went last year.
I really wanted to
Yeah.
go this year, but I didn't even know when it was or where it was. But next year I'm going to
San
go.
Jose next year.
Yeah, next year I'm going to go. Sorry, go ahead.
No worries. The challenge with physical AI, the term itself, is that it is a very broad market that spans from very traditional, like devices like automotive, now covering all sorts of robots, from the traditional ones, industrial robotics, have arms, to the humanoids. But then there are all the futuristic ones, right? Everything that has physical interaction with the surroundings. So like, think of your future home care robots that have, that's able to interact with surroundings. So like, it's a very broad category, but unfortunately, most of the focus nowadays is on humanoid robots. So when people talk about
On
physical
humanoid
AI,
robots.
yeah, it's,
Got it.
it's mainly on humanoids.
Okay. So why do you think that people are focusing on humanoid robots as opposed to, like you said, miniature devices that have been sitting in your car?
Yeah.
Like even telematics at some level is physical AI.
No. So sort of obviously first of all, physical AI requires AI to be deployed at the edge, and then it has to have physical
the edge.
interaction
Yep.
with its surroundings. So it has to have physical sort of inputs and outputs essentially.
Yep, fair enough.
And obviously, traditionally, you have looked at automotive, for example, as a key physical AI use case. But then the challenge with autonomous vehicle nowadays is that it's kind of capped off at that level 3, and then whether or not we
You know
should
about
go level
autonomous
4.
driving.
Yeah. So sort of the industry has a natural limitation when it comes to the acceptance. So then most of the focus nowadays obviously is on something that's a lot more exciting, quote unquote. So that's where the humanoid robotics and quadrupeds comes
But
in.
is there a use case where physical AI is so well developed
Yeah.
today that people just take advantage of the fact
Yeah.
that it's there, take it for granted, sorry, it's a better word, and they don't even think about it as physical AI. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. So if I think unfortunately there's none. So there's no
none.
Yeah, there's no sort of stuff that you
Is there something close?
Yes, there
Go-
is something
sorry, go
close.
ahead.
Yeah. So you would think of, let's say, in industrial manufacturing, the robotics arms that assemble your cars.
Yep.
Those is physical AI because it runs on very early days rule-based or CNN type of
Yep, I got it.
AI.
Yep.
But then, if you look at slightly beyond the stationary robots, there are AMRs or sort of like autonomous
does AMR
mobile
mean?
robots.
What is AMR? You said AMR.
Yeah, so
What does that mean?
autonomous mobile robots.
Got it,
So
okay.
basically robots that moves around without any guidance, can kind of scan the surroundings,
Yep.
and so the cleaning robots that you see in shopping malls.
Yeah, but they're still
the-
very...
Exactly. So that's why I
Whatsoever,
said
they're
it's not,
very,
it still hits your mind. It is something that's still new.
I feel like it's kind of... I want to get the right word for this. I feel like it's kind of a gimmick. I know a guy who runs, I don't know him, but I've interviewed him on the show before. A guy who runs a robotic company in Singapore that
Yes.
does a lot of the cleaning and stuff like that.
Correct.
It's neat, But it's like, is that the best we can do today? I feel like
100%. It's the point of having a conference like this, having people like me who kind of is as skeptical as you,
Yeah.
but also trying to direct the industry, at least the conversation in the industry, in the right
So
direction.
where should that direction be? It's a really good segue, actually, because I'm curious, because I do think that I did an entire segment actually on my show. I want to get this right. 2 days ago, on Monday, about how China has sort of passed the test phase for industrialized robots and humanoid robots, and now they're in the production phase. They
Correct.
can make them. They're not perfect yet,
Yes.
but they're really good.
Yeah.
But there's no use case for them.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, there's no use case for them. So, from your perspective, you do all this research, you do all this thinking about it, spend all day doing it. Where should this stuff get deployed now that we can manufacture them?
Yes.
We have all the I still don't think we've understand.
Yeah.
There's sort of. I keep looking at my fingers because
Correct.
these are the most amazing things ever invented, and we're
Yes.
not there yet in robots.
Yeah.
But what should we be thinking about?
Yeah. So we are all kind of waiting for that ChatGPT moment for humanoid robots.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, because it's
what
very
is it?
similar. Yeah, it's very similar to. I think I'll give a bit of background context. Like, it's pretty similar to AI days where like Transformers was around since 2018, but then it took a while. It took a while for OpenAI to finalize this GPT model before
Right.
we get that ChatGPT.
But why was
moment.
that? Do you know why?
Yeah, it does require sort of a very clean user interface that people can accept.
And also it requires high-level compute
Correct.
and throughput that
Yes.
just simply didn't exist 15 years ago, or
Correct.
20 years ago, or
Yeah.
50 years ago.
So I think with robotics, what we are looking at are good quality data. Right now, we can do AI in a very aggressive way because we have all this language data lying around on the open internet as public resources.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't have that general data that is lying all over the place for body intelligence, for actual physical interaction.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. I'm not
Yeah.
ignoring you. I'm just thinking when you're talking.
Correct.
So go ahead.
Yeah, so it will take industry time to assemble the data.
Yeah.
You will need them to fine-tune the models and then to be deploying the right form factors. And then the use cases are there, actually. If you look at healthcare or elderly care, where it's very difficult to find human resources to carry out all the heavy lifting, the mundane work.
Can we talk about lifting?
Correct.
Because one of the other things that I did on a different segment of my show was I said I wasn't convinced that a humanoid robot was appropriate for robotics for a lot of tasks. In other words, like you and I are probably the same height and same size.
Yes.
We shouldn't be lifting like 4,000 tons of things.
Agree.
And we're not built for that.
No, we're not.
Like our knees aren't built for
Correct.
it. Our spine's not built
Yes.
for it. So why are we rebuilding something that looks like Michael
Yes.
or Jesu
Yeah.
to do that job when we could build something purpose-built just for that?
Correct.
Right. So you may know this, but like Haneda Airport is now employing
Correct.
the Unitree.
Yes.
Do I have this right?
Exactly.
Robots to maybe lift luggage and stuff.
Yes.
But why? Like, why are we doing this?
Yeah. No, I think
And what should we be doing?
you are right. So you are definitely asking the right question when it comes to the logic behind embracing bipedalism instead of, it could be
Wheels or
it could be
whatever.
stationary.
It could be something different.
Correct. So first of all, for bipedalism to exist, or rather for the business case to exist, it has to be an environment where it's only human accessible. So meaning it's a space that's so constrained or sort of they're highly mobile that is designed perfectly or ideally for human physics. Not for wheel-based robots because it's too tight. Not
Yeah,
for
yeah,
a
it's gonna be hard to
stationary
wheel
robots because
around
you kind of have to move around a little bit. So that's where sort of having a humanoid robots to replace a human worker in that sort of heavy lifting environment makes sense. But it is, again, like I said, a very niche use case.
Yeah, because can I also make the case, and again, tell me where I'm wrong, that we built those spaces for humans,
Correct.
and that's why the spaces are that size.
Yeah.
So we could re-engineer those spaces. Think about it this way.
Yes.
Do you mind?
Yeah.
The greatest airport in the whole world is
Yeah.
where?
Well, Singapore.
It's in Changi. It
Okay.
just is. But why is that? It's because they rethought the way an airport
Yeah.
should be
Should be,
designed.
yeah.
And one of the things that I've noticed, and I don't know everything, is that they have 5 separate terminals.
Yes.
Which means that they have 5 separate immigrations,
Yeah.
5 separate luggage. Which means that, like, if 100 planes come in at one time, they're at least split into 5 pieces, so it's 20, 20, 20, and 20.
Yeah.
Whereas in other airports, to be unnamed, if 100 planes come in at the same time, you'd have 100 planes filled with people going through immigration.
Yes.
because that's the way they were built.
Correct.
So I think this is the same thing for these physical spaces where physical AI is supposed to be is working. Is that
Yeah.
we built those spaces for humans,
Yeah.
and if we re-engineer them
Yeah.
for tall, thin, strong,
Yeah.
and fat,
Yeah.
whatever it is,
Yeah.
then that's a better way to implement physical AI. Am I wrong?
So there are two ways to answer that question, and I'll go both ways.
Please.
So the first thing is, yes, you are right on the re-engineering existing space as an option. The challenge with re-engineering space, obviously, it comes with cost and everything, but then that shouldn't be the factor.
Right.
I think and if you look at, I mean, I'll push it even further. If you look at the advancement we had in manufacturing practices, all the Kanban method, the conveyor belt system,
Yep.
all those came before we even replaced human with robots.
Yeah.
The system design part is actually a lot more important
Yeah.
than replacing single unit of humans with single
Agreed.
unit
Agreed,
robots.
completely. And that was
So-
the point I was making. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
so I 100% agree with that. But then we are in this weird mid-transition phase, so I can, as an industry observer, I can see the value sort of, but only for the next
see the value of
of humanoid robots in factory for the next 3 to 5 years. But I'm trying to get to a point. The robot that we have right now, all these bipedal being, they started off in the lab. Now they are moving in human-like-ish environment, structured environment, warehousing, ports, luggage terminals, manufacturing plants. But that's not their final destination. Look, we can't re-engineer our home. There are spaces that we have been using for decades, for centuries, that will be very difficult to re-engineer at a large batch. Now, you can redesign the factory and airports, you can redesign a factory plant, no issue at all. But then the houses that we, like those elderly homes that were churches, and if you look at your kitchens,
We're not redesigning a church.
we will.
We will, maybe.
Concierge.
Yeah, fair
You never
enough.
know. Yeah,
You don't know.
So like,
Go ahead.
So places where it's actually a lot more closer to us, like because we now see robots far away as something that is a tool. And granted, it will always be a tool.
Yep.
But there will be a time where you do need people to look after your parents or to look after your kids or to do your laundry. Okay.
Yes, for
They're
example,
far away.
when my
Yeah,
grandmother got
correct.
sick,
Yeah.
my grandfather, who was also her age,
Correct.
had to lift her up. Like,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and it would be equally
hurt him.
It would be equally ridiculous to hire someone to be bounded with that couple as well, because then you'll be like, well, how many can we hire? And is that
like,
the
what are
future
we
of
doing?
job?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
that a future of work that we want to provide to our future generation? So that's where the humanoid robotics comes in. That's where the bipedalism will eventually make sense. But again, I agree. That's like 15 years from now, easily.
Yeah, I don't know a time frame, but
Correct, yeah.
and how important is the technology, meaning
yeah,
the software,
100%.
the hardware, the
Yeah.
chips that go in there,
A lot.
all of this stuff.
Yeah.
In other words, we're using now LLMs
Correct.
that are very probabilistic, not
Yes.
deterministic, and we're gonna have to build, I would say, on device.
Correct.
Unless you want them to, but there's going to be latency issues if I have to have. In other words, my brain, for whatever it's worth, it's not that much, is connected directly to my body.
Yes.
It doesn't have to go anywhere for more information unless I want to learn something new.
Correct.
And if we build a humanoid robot or a bipedal robot, it's going to have as much information in it as possible. Because it could be time sensitive.
Yes.
You know what I
Of
mean?
course.
Like, again, if my grandma falls, you're gonna be like, I wonder what the fall is from.
Correct. Yeah.
None of that stuff
Yeah.
is possible,
Yeah.
right?
So it will take time. What we have right now is rather immature, very early stage.
Yeah.
We will. That's why I said 15 years, because you need not just, as I mentioned earlier on, the data, but then you need the hardware to be ready. You need the software to be ready.
Yep.
You need a combination of models, not just one.
No, for sure.
Not enough.
I don't even think
Yeah.
an LLM is appropriate for
Correct.
this at
Oh,
any
yeah,
level. I think
100%.
you're gonna have to build different kinds of models.
If you have to convert signals like visual signals into language before you convert it into action.
I mean, like your brain
that's
does.
Like
But that's
taking-
what your brain does
Yeah,
every day, all
yeah.
day, and you don't even think about it.
Correct.
Right? What are like the requirements? Do you know what I mean? Like, what has to happen
Yeah.
for this to actually be possible?
You mean the democratization of human robots, or
Yeah, in other words,
the
like everybody
wider
has an
acceptance?
oven in their home.
Correct.
Everybody
Yeah.
has a washing machine in their
Yeah.
home. Not everybody, but you understand the
Yeah,
point.
correct.
That's been democratized.
Yes.
If you're super poor, obviously you don't have it. But like your whole life, your mom or your dad or wherever had a clothes washing machine
Yes.
in the house
Yeah.
and a sink.
Yeah.
So is that democratized or is it just like a thing we all have? But in the case of robotics that do
Yes.
like housework, let's just use that as a thing,
Correct.
or do factory work.
Yes.
What has to happen for that to actually become so ubiquitous that we don't even think about it anymore?
Or you will have to take a couple of things. You will have to first of all be able to be trusted. I think we
Go ahead, because I want to get to this in a second.
Yeah, because the technology is not mature enough for us to fully trust it to be deployed very close to human.
Yeah.
Second thing is obviously when it comes to trust, then there's the liability factor. Who's going to get liable when something happens. And then I think even more fundamentally, like how customizable it is. Because your house will look completely different from mine.
Your house much nicer, for sure. Go ahead.
Washing machine can stay in both our house.
Much nicer, for sure. Go ahead.
and probably do the same thing. But
Probably.
your requirement of robots will probably be very different from my requirement of robots.
Exactly.
And then how learnable it is. Like how fast can you self-teach or self-learn?
So that's the other thing. That's the other thing I want to know is like, can you just remember when you had this idea of robot connectivity?
Yes.
In the same way that I believe cars are going to be connected to each other. Because once they're automated,
Correct.
I'll be driving behind you, but I want my car to know where you're going.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't need to know.
Yes.
But I want to know where you're going so we can slow down before you make that left-hand turn. It's not like,
Correct.
oh, now he's stopping,
Yeah.
kind of thing. But I think the robots can be connected as well. Do you think that one of the reasons why the market is so focused on humanoid robots is because the expectation is that they'll be deployed next to other humans and that humans will feel more comfortable with something that looks like they do as opposed to something that looks completely foreign or alien. And they're like, I don't want to work with this. I mean, it's bad enough. Do you know what I mean? The other ways humans hate each other for no reason. You know what I mean? Like that guy's really tall or he's like, we shouldn't care about this, but we do. But do you think that that's part of the reason why we're focused on humanoid robots? Because it makes us feel trustworthy and safe.
So for better or worse, you can fault ChatGPT for that. There was a time where we never really felt like AI has to be, I don't really have to talk to it in a way.
Fair enough.
It's a tool.
But I mean, let's go to
the moment you felt like I can actually connect with AI.
Let's go to the Haneda example.
Yeah.
In other words, do you feel safe if in other words, here's the thing. If you and I are both sorting luggage at Haneda Airport, right?
Yeah.
I don't even care where you come from. I'm just like, hey, can you help me lift this thing?
Correct.
And you'll at least understand what that looks like, what it's meant to be.
Yes.
But if you're a robot or a machine, I'm like, I don't even know how to interact with you. But if you look like a human, even if you're not a human, it may be more comfortable for me to be like, I'll just ask the robot dude. And at some point, if you answer me in a language that I understand, I think it'll be easier for me to accept you as a coworker.
I will say there is definitely an element to that. And if you're going to think of it as sort of that there is two elements to it. There's obviously the cost of economics where if they're all looking like human, you don't have to modify the space. And that's
You don't have to re-engineer stuff. Yeah.
Correct.
It's a good answer.
But then there's the other angle where if it looks like us, and as you said, I can communicate with it using my own language. That's way better than me going back to the MES or like the warehouse education system. And I have to program the whole thing to make sure that it's doing the same. So sort of having that as you said, even if it's just an imitation of human form and sort of some sort of resemblance of what an embodiment of human emotion, it does helps a lot with sort of how you work with
And
them.
talk to me a little bit about connected robots.
Sure.
So like you and I are not connected per se.
No.
But if I know you
Yes.
and I see you across the room,
Yeah.
even if we're not talking to each other, all I have to do is be like,
Yeah.
and that can mean a bunch of different things. That'll be like, we have an appointment for dinner tonight at
Correct.
7.
Yeah.
You got it, right?
Yeah,
And you just be like,
exactly.
I got it.
Yeah.
That's it. But we are communicating at some level.
Correct. Yes.
Will we build that sort of communication layer into the robots? And is that necessary? I think it is for a bunch of different reasons. But I'm curious if that's also being considered.
We will. In fact, sort of obviously, if I can see where. So sorry, you know the automotive space quite well. So if you look at the early automotive days where we talk about V2X and sort of how the automotive will engage with everything surrounding.
Yeah.
That's supposedly what robotics should do. But then obviously now we are more talking about MCPs and A2As, and that's more of like the AI goal. I think for robotics, it's going to be a mix of obviously the MCP and A2A stuff for the back end. But then at the front end, is bit like V2X, but I'll bring it a bit further. I'm not sure if you remember this, but there was a time we talked about mesh network when it comes to the wireless industry. So you may have some sort of that mesh, quote unquote, intelligence or that swarm intelligence type of connection.
Yeah. In other words, I may want my robot to talk to your robot, but not to hers, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And if they're all on the same mesh network or all on the same neural network, I may lose a little bit of control over it. Like, I don't care, but don't talk to the neighbors. You know what I mean? Because they're crazy.
You can obviously set policies and guardrails, but
guardrails,
also sort of what type of information you should exchange. But I do agree with you in the sense that there is benefit in having some essential information being exchanged. So look out, there's a baby
bump
here.
into
So
each other.
let's just stay away
Everybody
from
knows.
this area.
Yeah, and everybody knows.
Exactly.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. How do I properly pronounce your first name?
Lian. But you can just call me. You can just call me LJ.
No. But that's too easy. Your parents did not give you a name, so you could grow up and go, just call me LJ. Your parents are losing their mind.
It's all right.
But I want to
But
try. Okay. It was very nice to meet you.
No, very nice to meet
I hope
you.
this was okay for you.
100%.
Okay. It was great.
No, it was great.
Thank you.
I'll
I
look
really
forward
appreciate your time.
to come back again.
Yeah,
if
please
there's
do.
opportunity. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to connect you on LinkedIn as well, if we're not already connected. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate your time. How are you, Michael? Karan, nice to meet you. Martin told you how to use the microphone?
That's the one thing you did.
Martin. It's okay. I just want to make sure the camera angle's okay because he's a little bit taller than most of the people that have been sitting here. And way better looking, but I don't think the camera cares. I don't, but I know, but I thought it was funny, so I just thought I'd say it anyway. Anyway, hold the microphone like it's an ice cream cone that you're not going to eat, but that you could eat if you wanted to. So if you move around without the mic, no one's going to hear you, and you're here to be heard.
And do I look?
Yeah, that's the hardest thing to do is look at me. Like
That's okay. You're better looking than that one.
barely.
No.
See, now no one can hear you. Hold it like this. Okay, let's do this. So, Karan, very nice to meet you, general partner of B Capital. For the people that may not know, for our listeners or viewers that may not know, maybe you can tell them a little bit about the genesis of B Capital and what you're doing there.
No, thanks for having me here,
Thank you very
Michael.
much.
I think so. We started as an investment fund about 10 years back.
Yep.
We're global. We're in the U.S. and Asia. Singapore is our headquarters besides California.
It's the global headquarters is here.
So we're duly
It's kind of
headquartered
duly
between
headquartered. Okay, fair enough.
California and Singapore.
Yep.
And Singapore is an important place for tech, has been for a while.
Yep.
And so we invest in tech, energy, and healthcare primarily, all the way from
healthcare.
tech, healthcare, and energy.
And energy. Okay, interesting.
And then we invest all the way from seed all the way through pre-IPO. So we have
Yeah.
different funds that work with companies at different stages.
Can I ask you this? I've always wanted to know this, but does B Capital have LPs as well?
So it is.
Or is it just a GP fund?
No. It's
It
mostly
raises money from other people.
it is mostly third-party capital.
Okay, mostly third-party capital.
and mostly institutional third-party capital.
Interesting. Okay, interesting.
So we're very institutionalized at a global scale now. So
Yeah,
we
fair
manage
enough.
about 11 billion or so
And
in
how
total.
long have you been working at B Capital? in
About
Singapore?
5 years now.
Okay, 5 years.
Yeah.
Interesting. How would you say the tech, healthcare, energy ecosystem in Singapore in particular, but in the region in general, you can even comment on the world actually has changed in the last 5 years. And that's a real interesting, like, I'm not just asking it because it feels like a simple question. I'm really curious because I have my own view and I want to see how it dovetails with yours.
No, look, it's a very interesting question, and I'll keep it to the context first of Asia, which is
please.
India and Southeast Asia. For
Go
us,
for it.
that's our
Yep.
primary focus. So, both, there's been huge tech advancements, especially in the last 2 to 3 years
Please.
with AI.
Yep.
But at the same point, there's been a lot of advancement in healthcare and in energy, especially in energy infrastructure and energy transition.
Right.
Actually, what we're seeing now is a bit of a, convergence of all three
Yeah.
in many ways, right? So today, technology sort of enables everything that we're doing in AI.
Yep.
Energy is sort of the fuel that, empowers it.
No pun intended, I presume.
Not,
but yeah.
not really. And especially
No,
the
I
more,
agree.
the more renewable you go, the less, fuel it is.
Fuel it is, yeah, exactly. and the more actually artificial intelligence
Exactly.
becomes
And
important.
healthcare actually has been probably at the forefront of AI development, especially with drug discovery. And it's probably one of the first sectors which has seen huge, exponential shifts in development because of AI. And we're probably going to see that across other industries like education, transportation, etc. For us, I think it's a combination of how those three things come together.
Right.
A big part, of course, is how the ecosystem itself develops. And I think Singapore prides itself on being at the forefront of that, right?
In this region.
In this region.
I mean,
because
there's no comparison, is there?
not really, because Singapore by itself as a market is small, just by constrained by the number of people.
Sure. But from a money and capital,
And now talent perspective. And I think the government's done a tremendous job in actually,
Unbelievable.
getting that sort of talent into Singapore. And that's what we thrive on, right? So we're focused on building global businesses, or at least regional businesses.
right.
Very few places like Singapore to actually take advantage of that.
So there's no other place in this region like can we consider India and China separate entities?
India and China are separate
They're
because,
separate because they're
they,
just-
they themselves are such large markets.
Yeah.
And can do, global innovation too.
Can do.
Singapore is very unique.
It's super unique because there are only 6 million people here, yet they have access to human resources and capital resources that don't exist anywhere else in the region.
But also, I think what's happened in the last 2 to 3 years is just the innovation resources that the government and many other bodies have been able to do, which is building, GPU clusters, data center clusters,
Yep.
building the AI infrastructure around
Welcoming
it.
OpenAI to come in here and build their hub in
right?
Asia
I mean,
here.
they put Singapore as their main hub in Asia.
Where else would they go? Do you know what I mean? Like,
There
where
you
else
go.
would they go?
There you go.
Yeah. So just to give you a little bit of my background so you can understand my perspective, been in Asia since 1990. My normal joke would be,
Almost as long as I have.
I was gonna say my normal joke is longer than you've been alive, but you're probably a little older than 36.
Thank you for saying that.
If you know what I mean. But do you think also that the investing business has changed? Not just in the last
100%.
5 years,
Yeah.
but that it's changed in a way. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, 100%. Look, I've been doing venture for about 16 years now.
Yeah, so go
it's
ahead.
probably gone through 4 or 5 half lives in that. But the change in the last 6 months, 1 year, and 2 years has been exponential, which nobody saw coming.
Can you tell me how you think it's changed?
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
then can I dig a little bit deeper because it's really interesting
Please.
for me. So
I mean,
go
look,
ahead.
I think we're obviously entering I'd say we're in the middle of an AI investment super cycle at this point.
Yeah.
So the way private investing was done 2 years ago cannot be the same that we're doing it today.
No, I mean when OpenAI raised $122 billion and Anthropic goes out and raises in 2 rounds $95 billion, we're not talking about standard venture capital investing anymore. We're talking about industrial style, nation state style investing. So sorry, I interrupted.
No,
you.
these
Go
are
ahead.
these are I wouldn't even say once in a generation. These are century type events.
Yeah.
Once in a century, these kinds of
Absolutely.
things happen. The closest thing I can think of, because I was coming up as a student and then I started my first job, was in the .com and internet bubble.
Yeah,
Right,
but
which
even then wasn't at this scale.
probably not, right?
Not
Because
even-
this
yeah.
is, I think this has seismic proportions in terms of the impact. So I think for us, it's about how we operate internally, how we operate with founders, how we operate with our investors, and how we actually, integrate with the ecosystem.
Yeah.
Every part of that has actually changed in the last 6 to 12 months.
How has the expectations from your investors changed? And let me give it a little bit more context. If this were 15 years ago in Silicon Valley, because I want to make a distinction between what the investment ecosystem was like in Singapore 15 years ago, or 12 years ago in Silicon Valley. But in Silicon Valley, if you were working with, pick any of the big VCs there, you kind of wanted at least one of your investments to return 100 times the fund and the rest of them to just be kind of middling. You could break it down into 5%, 10, whatever it is, right? But today I feel like it's almost not possible to do that anymore because the concentration of investment it's so tight, right? That when you see somebody now do a Series C and it's like $150 million, you're like, what happened to the other 12 billion? Or is that just me looking at it in a way that's different?
I think it's, I think 2 things can be true at the same time.
Absolutely.
And what you're saying is very true. So the bar that LPs have
Right.
from GPs like us
Yeah, right.
is very high. It's not about how many companies in the top 100 do you have? Do you have 1 or 2? It's like in the top 20, are you in a lot of them?
Right.
And were you there at a reasonable stage, right? Based on your investment
Right.
criteria. So I think there is a massive push towards a concentrated set of companies, especially in the Silicon Valley, where if you're not there, I think you are, you're sort of on the outside looking in.
It feels like it.
Now, I think some of that will get democratized as other ecosystems open up, whether it's the Asian ecosystem outside of China, and frankly, it's only India and possibly Japan and the Middle East for very different reasons. which have that potential. But I think there's still some distance away from doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I also lived in Japan for 20-something years, mostly working at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. But again, doing little bits and pieces of investing as well. What is your opinion on, in every sort of cycle, and I don't know how to define like how long that cycle is, but every cycle I've heard, oh, this time it's different in Japan. You're smiling, but I've heard this so many times. Is it really different this time? Because I'm reading a lot of stuff where they're like, oh, now the startup world is amazing. But structurally, it's still hard to go bankrupt in Japan, which means it's hard to fail. And if it's hard to fail, that means it's also hard to start. So, like, is it a big opportunity, or is it, or just should it be a big opportunity?
Look, you've been there much longer. I've been going to Japan for about 8-9 years now at this point, so I have a more recent view. I think the ability to take risk has gone up, but it's in absolute terms, in relative terms, it's still pretty small.
Yeah.
But I know that the government again has taken a lot of steps to enable founders and risk capital to come up. I think the opportunity is slightly different right now. I think it's more to do with where Japan has some very obvious strengths as it relates to AI, which is more on the infrastructure side.
I was going to say, yeah.
Right, so whether it's components, whether it's chip, whether it's cooling technologies, whether it's on the inference layer, whether it's on the data at the industrial side of things. Very few countries' ecosystems have that sort of, package put together. If you sort of juxtapose it with India, it's very different.
Completely.
India is obviously, from a talent and a risk perspective, much further up the scale. And the ability to innovate is significantly higher. Risk capital is way higher. Ability to fail is higher. Liquidity in the markets is much higher. So I think they're very
also,
different.
the internal addressable market is much higher, or much bigger.
So I think there are two sides of the same coin in many ways. But I just feel those are the two obvious ecosystems which have that ability. And probably the Middle East, because they have the capital. And they have the wherewithal to actually make things happen at a much quicker scale than anybody else in Asia.
Yeah, there's money coming out of the ground. So for now,
and I think they also realize that the sovereign capabilities that they need to build is the Middle East are, again, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity where if they get ahead of it, they will get the talent and the capital to be able to enable that push.
It's not hard for them to attract talent. I mean, the ADIA, the TIF, all these funds, these huge sovereign wealth funds, they can do whatever they want. Can I ask you another question about Japan? Because I do think this is actually kind of interesting, and I do think this is changing. There's a big fear, and again, I'm generalizing sometimes to make a point, so I'm not going to be very specific, but there's a big fear in the West, in the United States in particular, that artificial intelligence, whether it's physical AI or software AI, is going to come and take my job, whatever my job is. The US in my lifetime has gone from 200 million people to 350 million people. I'm not saying everybody's still having 4 kids like my parents did, but the population's growing. In Japan, the population has gone from 150 million people to 125 million people. They're less afraid. Like, they need artificial intelligence. They need physical AI to actually provide healthcare, to drill for it, to do whatever they need to do. Is that in a way a better place to test some of this stuff because of the structural peculiarities of that market?
So I think I missed hitting on that point. I think physical AI, I think the combination of bits and atoms with respect to AI, whether it's at a personal level or at an industrial level, I think Japan has that opportunity. The funny thing is we're seeing that with our portfolio companies that are already in Japan right now.
Oh, really?
And so it's that structural challenge is in itself an opportunity.
Yeah, for sure.
Whether it's at the at the commercial level, whether it's at the homes of people where they need the absence of labor and workers to be able to be substituted with with humanoids.
Yeah.
Look, Japan is an obvious test bed. I think the challenge there is not the opportunity or even the willingness to try, because actually the Japanese have been probably the most open in having, in a cohabitated state with robots.
For sure.
At least in factories.
Sorry, go ahead.
But I think it's a question of like when AI becomes, the central part of how some of these form factors work, it does require a mind shift change. I don't know that will be acceptable or not, but I think that's the bigger challenge.
I mean, I don't want to go here, but like Japanese have been having like virtual girlfriends, virtual friends, all this stuff for the longest period of time.
I mean, they're culturally much more progressive than
way
most
more
other parts
progressive
of the
than
world.
well, definitely than the West is for sure. But also, on a more serious note, a company called Fanuc, right? FANUC. I forget their stock code number. They've been building robots that have been building robots at the base of Mount Fuji for 3 decades. So their comfort and the automation in the automotive industry, has been there for decades as well. So their comfort with that, and their workers' comfort with that is very high. So I do think that you're right. Structurally, it's a huge opportunity, if that makes sense. Yeah?
No, absolutely.
How about in this region, like outside of Japan, outside of India, are you seeing founders suddenly focus on not just physical AI, but again, software-based AI to run companies that otherwise might not have been involved in it? When you look at the way you're making investments, but also when you have conversations with either potential investments or existing founders.
Look, I think very much so. And I'll take Singapore's example. It does attract top-tier talent.
Right.
And it's starting to attract top-tier next-level management that's also needed. Because there's no point having really good talent at the founder level if you don't have the managerial talent. So I think they're addressing that part of it. What Singapore does well is it's a neutral arbiter of all the other ecosystems around it, as well as the US, and so it's able to build or help build for different kinds of use cases.
Right.
Within AI, and if you take AI infrastructure, that's very clearly the first port of call for a lot of that innovation that's happening right now. The second is on the bit side of it, which is really more software digital led. And the one part where I'm seeing founders build already today is anything which is AI enabled services, which means having the interconnectors between, so working for large enterprises or mid-market enterprises globally, building the interconnectors between various AI agents, workflows, protocols, and then building the governance layer on top of that. Because you still need someone to manage it. You still need someone to blame for it, frankly, if something goes wrong.
Someone's got to be responsible.
And
it's not
so-
like some random robot.
Correct. And that part I'm seeing founders build very well from here, as well as on the on the chip design, chip manufacturing side of things. Because Singapore's actually had that capability since the 90s. They just lost a little bit of track of it in the middle. Some of that went away to to China, Vietnam, etc.
Right.
But that talent base is still there. The infrastructure is still there. Those are the two things that we're actually seeing very interesting companies coming out of Singapore.
How significant? Sorry, I want to back up just for a second before I have another question in my mind I want to ask you. But again, because my first time in Singapore was December 1990, I remember when it was like a manufacturing base. Before companies like DBS and OCBC were actually not just Singapore-based companies, and they weren't as big and powerful as they are today. And I've seen that transition from manufacturing into knowledge, into chips, into finance and banking. And you're right, that there's a latent, expertise here in chip design and chip building, which is now remanifesting itself, which is super interesting to me.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. I think that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Back in the mid 90s, early 2000s, I actually, in my many previous lives ago, we were doing some work with applied materials, and all those guys had big centers over here. So that latent capability and expertise, it's not gone away.
No, it's not gone away.
You're having to reutilize a lot of part of it.
Yeah.
And I think that, again, I give a lot of credit to the government and EDBI because they know what's needed, and we're working quite closely on a few of those initiatives with them. I'm genuinely very hopeful that some of that innovation will come out of Singapore. It may not be for the US, but look, there's a whole emerging market part, whether it's Southeast Asia, South Asia, Middle East, Africa, that can be built from
So
here.
I'm going to say something really controversial, and then I want to ask you a final question because we're running out of time. I don't want to run out of time with you, and we'll go over a little bit if I want to. Because of what's happening in the United States, whatever that is, I do. Please feel free to laugh as much as you want. It is silly at some level, but I do believe a lot of the research stuff that is being defunded in the United States is going to happily come to Singapore, where Singapore as a government is so forward thinking and so forward looking that they'll be like, we will definitely fund that, because if that innovation can come out of here, it almost in a way supports the next generation and the next cycle of what Singapore wants to become. That's not a question. I just wanted to say that out loud. Sorry, if you want to comment on it, feel free.
Without getting into the geopolitics or the politics
I don't want to talk about it,
but I think that's so true. And if you look at what the government has done here,
Yeah, here, it's amazing.
with just, we talked about AI manufacturing and AI infrastructure, but if you look at adjacent spaces like space and defense, there's been massive movement towards creating that level of, the hub in Singapore over the last 12 to 18 months. again, when you think about it, it's like so obvious.
Right.
But it requires progressive thinking to be able to do that.
So finally, and I don't care how much time we have left, I really want to think about this. As a venture capital business, part of the importance is the end of that investment, which is an exit somehow, whether it's an acquisition by an existing company, a listing on an exchange somewhere, or some other exit, right? Some other final state for the company. How important do you think this partnership is between the SGX and NASDAQ in doing this dual listing thing? Because a lot of times you can create a valuable company in Singapore, even in the region, but there's nowhere to list it and get liquidity. And if you can't get liquidity, then what's the point? Right. So what do you think about this?
Look, I think a very relevant point, which I think has been percolating for some time.
It has been, right?
I wouldn't say that I have this on good authority at all, but my own reading between the lines is I think they looked, the government or the regulators would have looked at how India's done incredibly well in the last 4 to 5 years in tech-related IPOs and created a massive market. Hong Kong sort of has come back in the last year and a half to two. But between India and Hong Kong, there's nothing else.
No.
So businesses, even from a lot of businesses from India that were domiciled in Singapore, re-domiciled back.
To list.
Exactly, because it made sense. So without a institutional base to create long-term liquidity and long-term options, you're missing a big part of that puzzle. And that, look, I started investment banking many years back. I feel that's a 5 to 10 year effort. It does not happen overnight.
No, never going to happen overnight.
So I think you're doing it now so that the next generation of companies that are getting started now have that option in the next 5 to 10 years. Without that, look, companies will always be bereft of options, and then it's an incomplete ecosystem.
I agree.
So I think that third leg as a liquidity pool, but also between India and Hong Kong there's only one answer, frankly, at the end of the day.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did.
Likewise.
It was a complete pleasure to meet you.
No, likewise, Mike.
Thank you for your help.
Thanks.
Thank you. That was really great. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. No. I live in Bangkok. But I've been in the region for, like I said, 36 years. Thank you very much for your help. It's my complete pleasure. Thank you as well. Hi. I figured that part out. Yeah, I got it. Do you want to sit down? And did Martin tell you how to use the microphone?
Hello, testing?
Yeah, it's fine. We're live right now, so we're not testing. You're just speaking into a mic, but just keep it here. Okay, so Iris Yeung, founder and CEO of Connector Club Asia Limited. Why don't you just tell people what Connector Club is, and then we can dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah, sure. So basically, you can imagine as like LinkedIn, but for
LinkedIn, go ahead.
LinkedIn, but for content creator and brands to use that. So the pinpoint of the
For content creators.
for content creators, like influencer, like KOL.
You mean like guys that host podcasts and stuff
Just
like
like
that?
you, yeah.
I don't know anybody.
Of course, you're the market content creator, but we are talking about like we focus more on the micro influencer for the KOC and also the for the content creators, maybe below the 100K followers.
Okay.
Yeah, but the point is like nowadays most of brands they will allocate more than 70% of their marketing budget on content creator, especially.
So slow down. So you said,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I have this number. You said 70% of brands.
Yeah.
Where?
Global
In the
brands
world?
in
No,
Asia.
In Asia.
In Asia, especially in Asia.
And is that true in Singapore as well?
In Singapore, including Singapore, Hong Kong,
So
Taiwan.
you give me a brand?
Yeah.
Give
For
me a
example,
brand name.
Klook, K-Look, do you know Klook or Hyatt? Yeah,
Yeah.
Hyatt,
But
Hyatt
Klook
Hotel
is a
Group.
startup, kind of, yeah? It's a
But they are
Chinese travel company?
They're doing like, they're 10 years already.
Yeah, 10 years, fine. And what was the other one you said? The Hyatt.
Group or Marriott.
So the Marriott. So the Bonvoy team, the
Exactly.
Hyatt team,
Yeah.
they're all using 70% of their marketing budget
Yeah.
on micro influencers.
Micro-influencer because they need to recruit overseas creators to their hotels or to their restaurants. So there are so many different, like including like e-commerce brands as well.
Right,
Like,
tell me.
Or Shopback, Shopback.
Yep.
Yeah, so they are actually actively using content creators in promoting their service or businesses.
Are they really?
Yeah.
When did that start? Like when did it get to scale?
How did this get to scale or when?
No, when did it start? Like when did a company like Marriott, it's a big global,
Yeah.
travel company essentially. When did they say, okay, we need to start using micro influencers and we need to spend 70% of our budget
Yeah.
on this? When did that happen?
Especially after the COVID, because it's not only about the COVID, it's the period is like starting from the 2020. So why there's some big changes
Tell
on
me.
before that, most of the brands, the traditional brands, they are using advertising,
Yeah,
like
just-
traditional one.
Yep.
But because of the changes in algorithm on social media, especially on TikTok, on Instagram, so they allow a lot of like normal people, not the traditional content creator. They empower them to become content creator. So you can see that the supply side of content creators is massive. It's growing so big. So we are talking about, for example, just in Asia, the speed of the growth of content creator is like 3 times more than the one in the US.
Is it really?
It's the real. So we have the data track, we have all the market research, and we found that, oh, this is a really big growth in Asia.
And is it bigger in Asia? Why? Just because it's greenfields, or just because they're more used to traditional advertising or marketing in the West? Like, what's the reason why it's different
So
here?
because nowadays, TikTok growing really crazy in Asia.
Still, yeah?
Yeah, it's still is growing a really, really big part in the e-commerce. So we're talking about in the future. So all the, like most of the marketers in our industry, in the marketing and PR industry,
Right.
we strongly believe that the future of e-commerce is no longer e-commerce platform.
Keep going. I want to talk about this. Yeah,
But the
keep going.
social media, it's like when people they buy their product, they are not buying directly from the website of the brand, they're buying directly from TikTok shop. So these kind of the things that whenever as a consumer, for example, you or me,
Right.
so whenever we scroll the Instagram or TikTok, so that's
How do
all
you
the
know? You
content.
following me around?
Of course, it's so famous.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, when we scroll the social media, it's all the shop video content, right? And directly there's a link there. Do the affiliation, and then we do the purchase. Yeah.
So you may be surprised about this, but I actually see my friend group scrolling through Instagram and buying things.
Yeah.
And I don't do that myself. I don't know why, but I do agree with you. I do think that there's going to be this massive paradigm shift in the way e-commerce actually gets affected.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. It doesn't matter what the platform is. It could be Lazada, it could be Shopee.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to run into big sort of structural problems unless they, because what's going to happen is, I think, and tell me where I'm wrong, is that their merchants that sit on their merchant platform are going to look over there and be like, I should be selling over there where people are scrolling and they're buying right away, and the back end infrastructure is so good,
Yeah.
and the payments are so good that I don't have to worry about it. I just make delivery and I win. And because the addressable market, whether it's in Instagram, which is gigantic in Asia, and TikTok, like you said, yeah, no worries, just walk right past the cameras. Is so large and growing so fast that it's a better place to do commerce, and because it's still relatively new, the impact you can have on yourself and on your business is bigger than it would be maybe if you stayed on Shopee.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Am I right
That's-
or am I
yeah,
wrong?
You're totally. Because, for example, I can show you some real case example in China.
Please.
They are selling the rooms, like the hotel. They're selling rooms on their.
Oh my God, I hadn't even
Xiaohongshu.
thought about it. Look, I just got to chill. I didn't even think about it. Really? So go ahead.
Yeah,
Tell me
so
how-
for
tell me how
example,
this
they will
works.
hire a live streamer. For example, in China, they use Xiaohongshu
Yep.
a lot, right? So they will hire a bunch of Xiaohongshu creators in China. They don't have massive followers on Xiaohongshu, maybe just a few thousands, but they're really good at live streaming.
Yeah.
So they will put the rooms there to sell. So you can imagine, no one will just book a room randomly. Of course, you need to plan for a trip and buy the room, right?
Sure.
But it actually now with the live stream totally changed everything, because you watch the live stream, you feel, oh, it's really good. The hotel is really cheap, or the offer is really good. They will just order the rooms there without actually planning any trip beforehand.
So do the people that are buying the rooms, do they, like, how does it work? Are they getting marketed to, or and how do they know? Like, I didn't know that I could get a hotel room on Instagram or
Yeah.
on whatever the live stream,
yeah.
whatever the live streaming platform is. How do people know? Like, where does that marketing message get to them? Because normally you buy a room for, let's say, 3 different reasons. One, you're going to visit your family in some other city, right? 2 is there's a big event, whether it's a sporting event or a concert or something like that, or the World Cup, you know, something like that. You want to go and see that, so you need a room, and they know that. So if you're scrolling on the World Cup, let's say, they're like, you need a hotel room, click here. And I can't remember the third one, but you're on vacation.
Yeah, vacation. Yeah.
Right, you're on vacation, and they know you're on vacation because they can see some of your other searches. And if there's a cookie or some other mechanism to notify them of that, they can put that in your feed. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean,
What does it
actually
mean for
so-
companies like Booking.com, though?
Yeah, for example, you can imagine is the craziest part is like you need to have a purpose to purchase a hotel room, right?
Yeah.
In the past. Now, no, because when you're scrolling, for example, Instagram or Xiaohongshu, it's like a Chinese social media platform.
How do you spell it? I want to know.
Xiaohongshu, SAO
Sao
Hong
Ho Shu.
Yeah, Xiaohongshu.
Got
It's
it, okay.
like
I'll remember now.
red notes, you know,
Got
red
it.
notes.
Yep,
Yeah,
I got it.
So when they scroll it and saw really the live streamer, they just promote for example, like a resort in China.
Mm.
So it's really great, and you love the content. And you just don't have to. You just have an instant moment. Just want to purchase something. It's
So
just
you
like,
think that there's actually impulse buying for hotel rooms
of
as
course,
well?
yeah, because they are offering a really great deal with the live streamer. And at the same time, maybe for a Chinese citizen, she just scroll her Xiaohongshu and really love the content because it's really cheap. He just bought it, and maybe then he will plan for her trip next time to go to that resort. So the crazy part is like you don't need to have a purpose at the beginning. So it actually changed the entire purchasing.
Because that was going to be the next thing I was going to ask you. Like,
Yeah.
I see people buying bags and shoes and sweaters and shirts, whatever, but that could be an impulse buy. Like, I don't need a new pair
Yeah.
of shoes. But like, oh, those are really nice. Buy.
Yeah.
But hotel rooms in other cities, you're saying
Yeah.
people are impulse buying.
Yes. This is the part is that actually change the habit of the purchasing of the customer.
So then let's back up again.
Yeah.
Where does Connector Club fit into this? What do you do? Do you like help Hyatt connect to people on the live streaming shops and tell them who's good, who's bad, or whatever?
Yeah, so basically,
And
just
they-
go back.
go back, yeah,
just
sorry.
Go back.
Go back,
So
sorry.
what we're building now is like a platform, like a cross social media platform.
It's like
so
a
you can
two-sided
manage.
marketplace, isn't
Yeah, so but we have creators from Matter, from YouTube, from TikTok,
Uh-huh.
yeah, from Xiaohongshu. Yeah, so all these different creators, they will just gather on our platform. So in the past, maybe you can, of course, you can use some like in-house tools from Matter to hire creators. But the point is like whenever you're a marketer or PR, when you do a marketing campaign,
Yep.
you do not only hire creators on Matter. You also need to hire some TikTokers, so some YouTuber.
Yep.
It's like a more all-rounded marketing strategy.
I was
right?
going to say it's a fully formed 360 degree. Like we need this, and
and
this
this.
at the same time.
At the same time.
Yeah.
And then you need to do the affiliation.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yep.
affiliation with the content creator. So now what we are doing now is we provide like a marketplace for all these brands. In the past, they need to hire traditional PR marketing agency to do lots of stuff, right? But the point is like the transparency is so low.
Yeah.
Yeah. The agency, because I worked agency before, I
was gonna ask
totally
you what you were doing
understand
before.
that.
You
Yeah,
were-
I worked for 10 years in PR industry, including in-house agency.
Got it.
For both, I can tell you that even the biggest traditional brand or the so-called most advanced agency, they're
Right.
just using manual data.
Yeah.
So I just manually ask Michael, hey, it's just
Right,
share
you wanna do
your
this?
screen cap to me. Yeah,
Right.
so many brands. Yeah,
So
let's do
that
this.
brings up the next question is
Yeah.
where are you employing technology
Hmm.
and how can we do this without asking you if you're using artificial intelligence at some level
Hmm.
to build this connectivity, but also to build the understanding of who is appropriate, who has the right following, even if it's a micro-influencer for this particular brand. How are you using tech to do this?
Yeah, so there's like two layers. The first layer is the massive data. So we actually are using the AI agent to help us to crawl all the active users in Asia, especially market in Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan.
Which active use? You mean active users?
Active content creator.
Content creators. Go ahead.
Like
Yep.
micro-influencers. So you can imagine the massive numbers of content
gotta be
creators.
huge, right?
Yeah, it's huge. So the second part is like how I categorize all this data. I'm talking about like 300K content creators.
Really?
In the past, no single agency in the world can actually manually
Not
categorize.
possible, not possible.
So that's why our AI agent appear. So the AI agent actually helps us to become our creator intelligence. So it will help us to fact, to research, to categorize based on the visual, based on the
I'm listening, yeah.
videos, based on the text, the content creators. And then we categorize into different areas.
You go out and look at stuff that they've already done,
Yeah.
analyze it using your AI agent,
Yeah.
and then create a database or some sort of CRM that says these are the things that they've done, these are the things that they're good at, these are the things that they have impact.
The brands they had collaborated with
With
before.
already.
It's like a single profile, just go to the brands. So imagine this is actually 1,000 hours of work. Right?
Oh,
in the
way
past.
more than that, but yeah,
and
way
now
more.
With the user, they just need to pay the monthly subscription. They can get everything they want
But
just
do you,
for the
do you
research.
go out and I don't have the right words, so if I use the wrong words, forgive me, but you go out and like scrape their information first and then encourage them to join the platform, or do they ask to join the platform and then you go out and get their information, or is it a mix of both?
So it's a mix. So for the first part, of course, we scrap it. So using our own data, the programmer. And then the second part is we analyze all this data. But this is actually not rocket science, I would say. Yeah, because everyone can do that. Because there's a lot of platform can do that. But the point is like how you convince a content creator to register on our platform. And the most importantly, this one of the biggest differentiation of my company is like we will ask the content creator to give us the backend data. Like we access directly to their backend data. The backend, for example, Instagram.
Which gives you what kind of information?
The demographic, the engagement rate. So all this, the average views
So you
rate.
want to see the real data,
The real
like
data.
the real hard data around
and
what
we
their
apply
impact
for
is.
Because of this, actually we need to apply the official usage from the social media platform
Right.
from Meta, from Google. Yeah. We've done it already, so last year. So now basically, the hardest part is how to convince the creators. For example, I asked you, Michael, maybe you don't want to share this with me, right? Because I'm a new platform. Why you want to share with Iris? It's so private, all this data,
I'm pretty proud of the data, but yeah.
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 But how about if I tell you, maybe, but you're micro, I can't tell you like this, but for
You just say
normal
to me, no,
micro
don't do that, don't do that.
influencer, yeah, for micro influencer, they look for job opportunities, they look for brand partnership, right?
Yep.
So if I told you that once you log in, share your database with us, you can directly talk to Hyatt. You can directly talk to the head of marketing at
But
Marriott.
do they believe you? In other words, what kind of credibility do you have to sell to them?
Yeah, because
You know what I
the
mean?
first 10 brands we are launching our platform last year, for example, in Hong Kong,
Mm-hmm.
is Klook, is all the big brands I just shared with you.
I got it.
All over the world, like some hotels in Shanghai, like JW Marriott using us.
Yep.
There are some, for example, some like prestige beauty clinic in Korea using us. So when we
Beauty
first
clinic in
launched,
Korea, right.
a lot of ladies actually
Know the clinic probably, yeah, and wanna go in.
So basically, we have a really great use case. So the creators, they actually find out, oh, that's really real jobs there. So they were willing to sacrifice a bit of their privacy and then get a real job opportunity. In the past, they actually got an agency blocking them to talk to the brand directly.
Yeah, so this is a classic PR company behavior.
Yeah.
There are
They just
plenty
don't
of
like it. They just don't
No,
like
they
you guys
don't-
talk to each other.
No, they don't want me to talk
but
to
now
anybody.
in 2026, how hard you can reach out to a brand or how hard you can reach out to the content
Can I use
creators.
the word stupid? It's so stupid. Right, because, and you know this from working at an agency,
Yeah.
it's better for you to make your clients happy.
Exactly.
And they'll actually trust you more. They'll be like, I love Iris and the Connector Club because they got me these 5 different jobs that I might have had before, but probably wouldn't have had.
Yeah.
But if you've been hiding you've been
creative
not as
content.
transparent, if you've been hiding the connectivity to
Yeah.
your potential clients, I'm not going to trust, you know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah,
have this all the
exactly.
time with PR agencies. I
Exactly.
love you guys, but you know what I mean?
You guys too. Yeah, but
I
the
love you
point is,
guys. You're awesome, but really?
and most of the time when the PR agency, I don't know if you work with any PR
I-
from agency before.
You mean, do I have an agency that works for me?
No,
I
you
don't.
work with a lot right now. Okay, maybe not you. Another guy, an example is like.
No, we work with a lot of PR
Yeah,
agencies.
but for me, because I'm a content creator myself
Yeah.
as well.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I have a page I can share with you later.
Please do.
Yeah,
Please
I do a
do.
lot of story sharing about PR marketing. Yeah, so basically, I also get a lot of advertisement on my own social media.
Good for you.
The point is, whenever a PR talked to me from a PR agency, they didn't actually help me to add value. They actually didn't do anything like to help me to better content or give me real
What are they
comments.
trying to do?
Confused because nowadays when we are doing Instagram reels or TikTok videos,
Right.
basically the creativity is from the content creator. It's not from the PR, right?
I don't think so, but yeah.
Because the content creator, they own their autonomy, they own their creativity on that part, their own content creation. What the PR do is just, I listen to the client and just share the comment to you. So the add value is just A to B. They don't have much add value.
Okay, I'm
in
glad it's
between.
not just Michael that thinks this. Because my whole thought process around this is like,
Exactly.
what's the value add?
Exactly.
Like, I could just talk to that guy directly. I'm willing to pay you. Like, I don't care. But I can sell myself better, way better than you can. And it's like when we were kids, we played this game called Telephone. I'd whisper something into my brother's ear. He'd whisper it into my sister's ear.
Yeah.
Who'd whisper it to my other sister. Who'd whisper it back to me. It was completely different.
Yeah. Why don't you let me talk
Let
to
me
the
just
brand
talk to them directly.
Exactly. So that's
So
why
you actually do that. So you let your micro-influencers, you just connect them with the brand and go, you're on your own. You're still going to get paid.
Yeah.
But you create that connectivity.
Connect them
Why it's called the
together.
Connector Club.
Connector Club. Yeah, we are the connector here. So the point is like the role of the PR, actually they have some value is like share the comments of the brands, right?
Tell me
but
what it
now
is.
with the AI agent,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we actually it's like the content agent. So we will just directly help the brand to like review the content of the creators. So based on maybe there's some typo, just very minor stuff is like typo or the tone and manner, is it based on the brief the brand share. So it's something that some kind of the value from the traditional PR. Now we replace that with this.
How good is your knowledge of AI?
Technically, I'm not a technical person.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm not a technical person either, but I still kind of understand how artificial intelligence
sure, of
works.
course.
Do you have ideas on like how the agents are going to work and all
Yeah,
that
of
stuff? And
course.
do you give like guidance on how that stuff's supposed to happen?
Yeah, of course. So basically, when we first built our Connected Club, so of course, in-house wise, it's actually superpower, which is because we're a lean startup, we only have less than 10 people.
Good for you. 10
Yeah.
people's not bad.
Really?
Yeah,
Doing
not bad.
fundraise, yeah. And the part is like, we didn't hire any HR, accountant, finance. Yeah, we didn't hire any of that
Nope.
because we all have the real agents to help us to do all kind of startup stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah, because really lean, so that's why we focus our scalability more.
Yeah.
So for the brand side, so how we help them to scale their campaign is like, apart from the AI recommendation, for the recommendation part, traditionally we use data science, right? But now we do it in hybrid mode, not only the data science, but now the brand can enter like some of the requests. Immediately, we will generate the right content creator on our platform to them. So it's like more like tailor-made. So it's like a hybrid model. We will
love
stay.
it.
Yeah, and then the second part is like once the brand start connecting with the content creator. So with the AI engine, so it's like some auto reply. We can do it. So for the both creators and also the brands, they can use our function or our message board. Yeah, this is something that we are also doing. And the third part is like we're developing. Developing that is the agent that can help to screen the creativity part. Yeah, it's like more than suggestions. Not it's not something like we ban the creators not to do, but just nicely suggest something that the creators can do, or the brands they can actually have someone to help them screen the content first before they actually comment it. So there's something that we're developing as well.
Awesome. Okay, it was great to have you here. I really want to thank you for doing this. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. You are incredible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, really,
Michael.
really.
Yeah, I'd love to connect with you later.
Please,
Yeah,
please.
thank
Definitely.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You were really great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Jonathan, do you want to take your lanyard off? How are you?
Very good, Mike. How are you?
I am doing really well.
Such a wonderful
Nice to meet
conference.
you.
So much energy.
Have you been to SuperAI
No,
before?
I haven't. First year.
Awesome. And where
Yeah.
you're based in Singapore?
I'm based in Hong Kong.
Oh, you're based in Hong Kong?
Yeah, and I run innovation banking for HSBC across Asia.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
That was normally when we have people sit down, we ask them to say like, tell me a little bit more about what your company does.
Yeah.
But I will say this, if there's anybody watching this who doesn't know what HSBC is, you're on your own. You're on your own. So tell me what innovation banking actually is. Just so you know, and maybe tell me a little bit what you were doing before that leads into innovation banking.
Yeah. So
you're
I've
you're
been-
from Hong Kong originally.
I'm from Hong Kong originally, born in
Sweet.
Canada. I've been
Got it,
in the
got it,
bank
got it.
for 18 years.
Got it. 18 years, wow.
18 years.
Good for you.
And most of my career covering large cap technology companies.
Okay.
3 years ago.
Covering meaning as an analyst or?
As a corporate banker,
As corporate
investment
banker.
banking corporate
Yep, go
banker. 3 years ago, we acquired Silicon Valley Bank UK. That was a catalyst that
Yes,
spurred the
I
thought
remember.
around building a global innovation banking business. So
Interesting.
today, I run innovation banking for Asia,
Okay.
China, Hong Kong, India, Singapore, Australia.
What is the biggest change you've seen in investing in AI, investing in Asia in the last few years?
Yeah, so I think maybe take a step back. There's certainly a maturation and maturity that's taking place across Asia.
But
Like,
it's uneven, isn't it?
It's
Would
very
you say?
uneven, right? And the way I like to picture it is Asia is coming together to redefine what Asia AI really means and how, and in its interpretation of AI within this region. So let me sort of break it down a little bit. When I think about sort of what China represents, a lot lot of advanced manufacturing, AI, humanoids, physical AI, industrial application of AI technologies. When I look at India, for example, you're starting to sort of see the early innings of an India tech stack that's emerging. But equally, you also see the mega rounds too. So on the late stage side, a lot of exits surrounding mobility, fintech.
Like where? Can you give an example?
Well, you think about Rapido, for example.
Yep.
Some of these kind of large fintechs that are making its way into the exit scene. India is still a very structurally positive story for
sure.
investors.
When is that going to end?
I don't know when
I
it's
don't
going to end,
either.
but it's been on fire for many, many years. So the two themes going on in India, and that continues to build. But
I agree.
every single market, you still see this AI theme that's bubbling in between. And
Where do you see companies like Manus and DeepSeek, which are very sort of foundational model style businesses, fitting into this kind of interpretation of
my view is that Asia's moved past foundational models in the sense that what is being underwritten today is not really a code. And if you think about let's talk about Minimax, for example.
Go for it.
Those are companies that are already listing, and there's many more foundational LLMs that are on the way to listing.
Yeah.
What's happening right now in the companies that are getting funded is actually a movement back into atoms. So if you sort of think about it, 2-3 years ago, we were underwriting code, right? Everyone was talking about code. Application, look at my coolest app, I can do this, I can do that.
Yep.
Today, and again, it goes back to the theme around maturity, a lot deeper into the supply chain. You're looking at data centers, you're looking at industrial applications, you're looking at robotics, you're looking at energy.
Can we talk a little bit about robotics, if you don't mind?
Sure.
I did an entire segment yesterday on how China has reached the point, and you probably know this better than I do, but where China has reached the point where they're no longer in like the testing or development phase of robotics. They've reached this point of industrial production ability, but now they're trying to find a market. And it's not them, it's like the rest of the world is trying to find a market for humanoid robots or other types of robotics. Are you seeing the same type of thing? Like, do you agree with the fact that like the ability to manufacture these things at scale, whether it's Unitary or some other company, it's there, but now it needs to find a market? But this is the move into bits that I think. Sorry, go ahead.
I would think about China. China is a very, very big market, right? And I would think about it through sort of different lenses.
Good.
You have China for China, and there's an entire group of investors that are really investing off the back of government policy. So 5-year plan, 15-year plan.
For sure.
Right? And they call that political beta. Let's park that one aside.
Yeah.
Then you got China for the rest of the world, right? And that it really involves sort of Chinese technology. How does that extend beyond Chinese borders into creating value for the global supply chain and new applications and so on and so forth. When I think about robotics, there's also a lot of things going on. On the late stage, you can kind of get the cool stuff. You see the robotics sort of dancing, doing shows. You never, it's kind of like Boston Dynamics many years ago, right? There's a lot of talk around physical AI as well, right? Everyone's talking about that. But if you really take a step back, there's different, I'll call it stages to physical AI. Like, I think about EV cars, for example, as a form of physical AI. A car is a machinery, it is a robot in certain ways, it can self-drive. Eventually, you're going to be able to put an AI software in there that can talk to you.
You're hitting all the things I love. So, can we talk about industrial policy again in China? You're right. I think it's a completely different animal. But BYD to me is a perfect example of this. A company that like barely existed in the automotive market 10 to 12 years ago, and is now the global leader in production of EVs. And I agree with you. I think that actually we can talk about robotics, humanoid robotics and dancing. And honestly, I don't care. But I can see the robotic stuff manifesting itself in EVs because I think that the EV and mobility is one of the next big coming computing platforms that you and I can talk about literally for hours.
I think you're going to get another DeepSeek moment on the robotic side. That's just around the corner.
But how does that going to manifest itself? Because I don't disagree with you. I just don't know what it is.
I actually don't know. Maybe it'll come out through the valuations.
But you think something?
I think something's going to happen. Like I think the DeepSeek moment was very interesting 2 years ago. Actually, last year. Actually, things
for sure.
moving so
January
quickly,
2025. You woke up and you were like, really?
Yeah.
They only spent $10 million on this, so it was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But now DeepSeek as well went out to raise what $7 or $8 billion at a $50-something billion valuation.
Looking at it.
Looking at it, not done it yet, but looking at it to see if they can then start competing. But I would ask you this too: do you think, and you can just say I don't know, but do you think that And I want to make sort of a, you've heard of Linux, the operating system. I think to me that some of these big LLMs are going to end up being like Linux, where they won't make any money from the operating system itself or from the LLM itself, but from the services that they provide around it. And I'm curious if you think the open source models like Minimax, like DeepSeek, I don't know if Manus fits into the same category. But if these models, and even Agnes AI, which is based in Singapore, are going to make their money not based on how much they charge for tokens, but how much they charge for the services around the AI services that they're providing. Does that make sense? And I'm curious what you think the impact is going to be on businesses like OpenAI and Anthropic.
Yeah, I think the race on the frontier side is yet to be called, and
I agree with you
it's an
completely.
entire arms race that's
It's
actually
so
happening
early.
right on the
Sorry,
frontier.
go ahead, yeah.
I still think it's early, right?
Really early.
I
OpenAI in 5 years being nothing. Like, you don't know.
I think there'll still be.
Yeah, but again, I sometimes I exaggerate to make a point.
Sure.
Right? Like the idea that they're going to dominate forever, there are plenty of places where they can misstep. And just because they've raised $600 billion to me is kind of irrelevant.
Here's what I think,
Go for it.
and this speaks to my point around maturity. Investors today, they're underwriting compute, they're underwriting compliance, and they're underwriting commercial, right?
So talk to me about compliance and commercial, because compute I understand.
I think there's a jurisdictional sort of theme that's coming into the whole tech scene, and let's park geopolitics aside, right?
Yeah,
in
yeah,
terms of like
I
who
don't wanna
wants
talk
to
about it.
who
Yeah.
wants to own the technology and
care.
the tech stack, but. The companies that are making the most progress today are those that are actually embedding themselves into regulated flows, working with partners to solve real world
That's what you
problems.
mean by compliance.
Yeah, that's what I mean by compliance.
Okay, embedding
So
themselves into
it's
regulated
not
flows.
about your benchmark. It's not about how
No,
great your
no, 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 no,
technology
no,
is,
no.
but how do you bring the right combination of compute in a compliant way with the right customer or partner, and those are going to be the category winners.
And why do you think that's happening? I have an opinion, but I'm curious why you think that that's so important, that embedding yourself into a regulated environment is going to be the thing that matters more.
Because that's where the money pool is. Yeah.
Right.
Banks like ours, we pay for this stuff, right? And
I
and believe
completely
me,
agree.
regulation is extremely tedious. There's a lot of steps. You got to nail that right. But if you can nail it right, you get incredible productivity gains.
I also think that there's a stickiness involved when you jump into a regulated market, and when someone like HSBC or somebody like Goldman Sachs says, we will buy your technology, they're not going to switch later unless something really bad happens on the technology provider side. They're going to use that for some life cycle.
Agreed.
Because once they trust you, I'm pointing at you, but you know what I mean. Like once they trust you, they're not going to go and try to trust somebody. They're not double dating here, right? They're not in an open relationship. They're in a closed relationship.
And that's why the switching costs for software and SaaS is
Huge.
extremely hard.
Huge.
Extremely hard.
Yeah. So what was it? You said compute, compliance,
commercial. You got to
Commercial.
make money.
Yeah.
I think frontier labs are at a different level. You can lose money. I think it's
No,
winner
but you
takes all.
can't. You can't.
Well, we'll see. We'll
For
see.
how long, though?
I don't know until the money runs out. But at that space, it really is winner takes all, right? I do think at the frontier level.
Do you think so?
I think so.
So you
I
think it's
so.
not Anthropic, and I'm just using them as a proxy, but you don't think it's Anthropic and OpenAI existing. You think it's one or the other.
I think
It doesn't have to be either one of them, but you know what I mean.
I think there's probably space for more than one, but there's probably not enough space for like 5 to 10 different frontier models.
But do you think there's a regional space? In other words, do you think that like DeepSeek and Manus exist in China, that Agnes exists in Southeast Asia, that maybe OpenAI and Anthropic exist in the West, meaning like in North America, and then Mistral like dominates in Europe? Or are there too many companies there?
Potentially, maybe there is some regionalization to it, but I also think the category winners of tomorrow are going to figure out how to optimize between frontier and open models and all the different, call it tokens, because that's how you get that's how you create that difference, right?
How convinced are you that and I hate this terminology, right? Because if we were talking about the token economy 3 years ago, we were talking about RWA. Right, but that's not what I mean when I say the token economy. How convinced are you that the token economy is the model that's going to be used in the next 3 to 5 years, or maybe better yet, the next 6 to 7 years? Or do you think there's another way to do the commercial side of LLM usage, or even just like whatever frontier lab model usage there is? Is there a better way than tokens?
Where my current head is at, it's still a token economy.
Got it.
Those winners that can optimize tokens, most expensive tokens, cheapest tokens, figure out how to use that efficiently,
Right.
and deliver customer outcomes or business outcomes in a regulated way and a compliant way, will be
Right.
the category winners.
When
of the
people
market.
make investments in these large AI companies, and even in the companies that provide services around the LLMs or the frontier lab models, how important is data sovereignty? Which gets back to the other thing that I was talking about, this idea of like these regional models almost have to exist because the French don't want their labs to be dominated by what the Americans are doing, and the Chinese don't want their labs to be dominated by what the Americans are doing, and neither do the Southeast Asians. Like, I'd be happy to use Agnes if I'm in Thailand, but maybe I don't want to use Mistral. Do you know what I mean? How important is the data sovereignty?
I think it's a consideration. I don't think we have enough data points, or at least examples that create an environment where I can make a have conviction on sort of saying where we are in that cycle.
But I just want kind of an informed opinion. I'm not going to nail anybody down.
I
Jonathan
think,
told me this
people
thing.
will care about it, right? And
Yeah,
I
I do think
whether
so.
you look at the tech stacks that are forming, China will have its standard, India will have its standard.
Yeah.
I think what Singapore is doing is quite interesting.
I do too.
In terms of building the infrastructure to allow for all the different agents and models and data sets to operate in a very trusted legally permissible
I
sort
thought it
of
was
way.
really interesting as well that OpenAI said that they're going to build their Asian hub in Singapore. Yeah.
Well, Singapore is the most international technology hub in Asia.
It's not even close. There's no place even close.
Correct.
In the old days, we would have said there's a competition between Hong Kong and Singapore. But I think that battle's over.
Yeah.
I think that
Well, they
battle's
play
over.
different roles, right? I think Hong Kong's
Yeah, yeah.
good for exits. Like the IPO market in Hong Kong's been on fire this year.
Oh, for sure,
right?
particularly if you're a Chinese company.
Yeah.
And also, the Chinese government has made a concerted effort to say, we want you to be China domiciled. We want you to list in Hong Kong. We want you to list in Shanghai. We want the liquidity to be there because we want to have that. We want to own that market. And to me, that's a great thing. I actually appreciate that, and I like this strategy. Where do you think that big investment is going to take place going forward if it's not going to be in these frontier lab models? Like when you look at it from a high level.
Yeah, I would go back to atoms. Like I do think there's a
Do you
lot.
really in physical?
Yeah, physical.
Then let's talk more about physical.
Yeah,
Let's
just
talk
think
more about
about
physical AI.
industrial. Think about data centers. Think about semiconductors. All the stuff around that powers these LLMs. I think is incredibly exciting, not only for China, Hong Kong, but you're going to see it in India. You're going to see it all across Southeast Asia, whether it's Thailand, whether it's Malaysia.
Can we talk a little bit about chips?
A little bit. I'm not a chip expert, though.
neither am I. But just from a development standpoint, like I worked with a guy more recently who designed chips. He was an MIT guy. I can't do this kind of stuff. But one of the things that's happening is that NVIDIA, I think they said, used to get 20% of their revenue from China. But for whatever reason that we don't need to discuss, they can't do that anymore. So the Chinese government is now incentivizing Huawei and other big integrated tech companies in China to be able to do that. That I also think is significant from a chip perspective and also from a model perspective, because now you have companies like Minimax, like Quen, that are going to start using those chips instead of NVIDIA chips, which means they're going to have a different level of expertise when it comes to that. And I'm curious how you think that matters.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to wait for a couple of years to see how that plays out, just in terms of standards. But I think fundamentally what powers, if you kind of go back to the source, what powers ultimately the production of infinite tokens is energy, right? And so, yes, you start from applications, then you go from chips, and then data lakes, and energy actually I think is the great equalizer to all things that we're talking about.
So, again, I don't want to keep going back to the same thing, but does the fact that China is making the most obvious strides in renewable energy mean that they have an edge when it comes to building data centers that are AI enabled? And I'm curious, it's such a vast country. I've been there a lot.
Yeah.
And there are plenty of uninhabited patches where data centers could go, unlike in the United States where everyone's going to protest around this, right? You've heard about the one in Texas and the stuff that's going on in Wyoming, but also Microsoft and Google and even NVIDIA thinking about building data centers in Southeast Asia. I'm curious if that's a physical AI manifestation, how significant that is going to be from a data center building perspective in China. How much of that you think is going to happen?
Yeah.
It's physical AI, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the
But I
answer
do
to that
think
yet.
a lot of it's going to happen in Southeast Asia. You see it manifesting itself here a
certainly
lot.
for the outside world. When people are building applications, and I'll call it strategic supply chains, and how a lot of that stuff is coming together, I do think a lot of that is going to be in Southeast Asia.
Okay, before I let you go, what would surprise people like about where the productivity gains from AI are going to be in Asia?
Yeah. You know, I surprised. I actually really like boring businesses.
No, it's boring business make
yeah,
the most money.
I actually think.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
I used to say like, there's a guy over there, and I'm pointing to nobody in particular, who's like driving a Bentley, and that guy runs the only like paperclip factory in Asia.
Yeah.
And the reason why he has a Bentley is because he's the only guy interested in making paper clips.
Yeah.
And that's going to work forever.
Yeah.
Sorry. So I love boring businesses.
Some of the things that we're looking at, yes, there's the real kind of sexy stuff, you know, brain
Don't
computing
care.
interfaces,
Yeah,
there's the
whatever.
biological compute,
I
there's
get it.
applications. But
Yeah.
I actually think there's many businesses spread across Asia that would benefit tremendously from margin expansion if they became AI enabled. So there's many businesses that are cash flow generative, sitting on enormous pools of data that are not being priced properly.
Like what? Like what kind of business? And do you think there's an SME?
Services companies.
Yeah,
you
for sure.
think about professional services. You think about how all of that's actually happening. How many phone calls are in, you know, their database the last like 10, 20 years. Like, to be able to buy some of those businesses at certain multiples, aggregate that. I think that's going to be quite interesting.
I think about this all the time, though. There are plenty of businesses that are going through generational changes.
Right.
Where like grandpa started the business, dad did okay, but the sons and daughters like, I'm not interested at all.
That's a space we're watching, like boring businesses.
But
I
these
think
are SMEs and generationally changed businesses. In Japan, it's true. In all of Southeast Asia, it's true. And that is a massive opportunity. And I agree with you. If you can apply technology to that, if you can apply AI to those businesses. So I think there's a service business that sits up here.
Correct. And those pipes are connected.
Yeah.
You can't switch that easily.
No.
You put a team of people that really understand what's going on. I think you can deliver a lot of value.
So I think there's a model that's almost like FDE related, like foreign deployed engineers, but like just forward deployed people that you create this sort of massive business up here that just goes down into every sort of generationally changing business and says, we'll help you do AI in a way you could never do on your own. And that business will make a ton of money.
And that could be around the corner too.
I think that's coming for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, Jonathan, I really appreciate your time.
Hey, thank you.
so much for sitting down and doing this.
Yeah,
I really
this is
appreciate
awesome.
it.
Thank
I hope
you.
you enjoyed it as much as I did.
This is really good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michael.
Super duper. I understand. Let's do a little bit of a break. Oh. No, we don't need one. No, I don't want a break. I don't want a break. Thank you so much. Was that okay? Was that okay? Have a seat. I'm Austin. How are you? No. It's perfect. You may want to take off your lanyard just because it'll look better on camera. How come there's no AI way to fix this? How come that? Here, take the mic. I want to have this conversation with you. Why is there no way to fix like a lanyard? You're on.
Right.
Just keep it up here. Keep it near your. Keep it near your mouth. Yeah, perfect.
Hi. There is a way to fix the lanyard, but then you get rid of the brands and sponsorship, right?
I don't think you have to, but we can talk about that.
Anyways, yeah.
And why is it always backwards? Like, well, how come everyone that walks over to me, it's like just the back, it's just the ad. I'm like, do you have a name?
Yeah.
How come I can't know your name?
It's like you join Zoom and it's like, hey, is your mic on? Am I audible?
Yeah, exactly. Same thing. Oh my God, I'll tell you a funny story about that when we're done recording. So, Shivang Gupta, founder and CEO of the Generative Beings. Before we get into like the details, tell us what the Generative Beings is.
Sure.
Microphone up here. Otherwise, no one's going to hear.
Perfect. So TGB, it started off as a community. We started doing meetups and based in Singapore. So we started in 2024. We did our first meetup, just getting a couple of PMs together to see what they're trying, product managers, to see what they're trying to build in AI. And this is 2 years back, right? So there was like all craze about everyone's using OpenAI, you know, endpoints, everyone's becoming .com to .ai. What's happening? Everyone's skill is getting disrupted. As a PM, where do we go?
Right.
And then we started.
You know what the AI TDL stands for?
AI TDL?
No. You know what? Antigua.
Antigua.
Just so you know. Martin and I looked this up a couple of days ago. I didn't know before. Sorry, go ahead. But you're right.
So it started off from that. It was like a natural progression of me trying to find a community to see where AI is heading and learn from it. And then I realized there isn't any in Singapore, and I was like, it's not hard. Let me just build one.
Build a community.
Build a community.
What's the point though? Like, what are you trying to accomplish?
One, learning for myself what's happening in the market, get to know the ecosystem. I really thought that there's a lot more that's going to happen because of AI and especially generative AI. The disruption is real. It's one of the biggest, fastest
that you'll ever see in your lifetime, for
exactly. At least in my lifetime, this is the actual technology that's making sense, right? We've been waiting for something like this to happen. Luckily,
do you want to make some comparisons to things like Web3?
No,
you don't want to make the comparison
because again, like I
have friends that are doing that.
I have a friends in the Web3 space, but I sort of like just skipped that entire piece
Good
because
you,
yes,
so
it was great moving target, but I really didn't feel like it had a lot of business applications beyond just safe and secure, trusted credential thing, which
whatever that means. But yeah,
but with AI, it's empowering us, me personally, and non-developers to be able to build and scale things.
Can I make a point here?
Sure.
So think about it this way. Generative AI has been around now for regular people for like 2.5 years. Everybody you know uses it. Every big institution you know uses it. Every little institution you know uses it. Your little brother and sister use it. It's a real thing. And they use it for their job.
Yeah.
Blockchain has been around and Bitcoin has been around for, I don't know. You know what I mean? Nobody uses it. Nobody uses it. You
Fair
can
enough.
say whatever you want.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
But nobody uses it. No
Yeah.
one's ever going to pay for anything with Bitcoin, but people will use generative AI and even agentic AI, which just came out like in January, really.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about it. So you've made the right decision. That's all I want to say.
I mean,
Go
I
ahead.
wanted to learn. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like so that was it. That was the reason to start. And like AI, it's like a very fast learning curve. So the more we did these meetups, panel discussions.
What did you learn?
We realized that there's a lot of fluff out there in the market, which is obvious even right now. There's a lot of things that we just feel like we know, but we haven't tried enough, even myself.
Go ahead.
But especially enterprises, startups, companies, they now are at that stage after 2 years where they are finally deploying stuff, but they face certain challenges when they're moving from personal testing, from beta to actually full production scale deployment.
So talk to me about some of those challenges, and then we'll talk about where they're actually doing this.
Yeah.
What are some of the challenges that enterprises are having? And can I ask you this? Is TGB a business or is it still a community or is it both?
So it's a business. It's a listed company. I didn't want to play the role of it'll be an NGO or a non-for-profit.
No,
and
let's
all.
not do that.
It's I'm a product. I'm a product guy. I'm a GTM guy. So I wanted to build a consumer product.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Started off as a community, but we right now have a pavilion there where we're showcasing
I know. I
8
saw
AI
that.
startups.
I saw that. I'm like, what are you guys doing?
And all of that programming will eventually go onto our platform, where it becomes a GTM distribution and acceleration play for
you.
anyone who's an AI founder, builder,
How do you
or an
decide
expert.
who's going to be at the pavilion?
So one, obviously paying capacity. But we wanted to diversify. We wanted to see startups who actually have the willingness to spend, but not just that's basically for my ROI, but more about do they understand the value that we're bringing? Right. And especially the startups, there are startups who are bootstrapped to Series B. Right?
Okay.
So it's a wide range.
Good.
And it's not a matter of do I have money in the bank to spend or not. It's about do I understand what the outcome I will get for that spend, and is that justified for me as a founder?
Let's go back to this idea of enterprise AI.
Yeah.
What are some of the challenges that you think that they're facing while they're trying to move, as you said, from just like testing stuff out to actually deploying stuff?
Yeah, I think one decision which is quite clear is the confusing factor is that should we build versus buy, right? Which has got nothing to do with AI, but basically thinking that hey, we can.
It's the age-old. It's the age-old enterprise problem.
But
Can we
who
do
do we
this ourselves?
trust?
Yeah.
Who do we trust now to build this thing for us, right? And sure, we can build it. Would we get an engineer to do it? We don't have the capability or the ability to assess, but yes, we have a vision. So we just need someone smart enough to do it.
Yep.
But that can easily be solved, right? That can be solved through some decision making. The other challenge becomes that safety, security, governance
So
is
what does
always.
safety mean? What does safety mean?
So am I deploying something to my customers that is going to create risk for business, or is going to create risk for the data or the sovereignty of the customers?
Go ahead. But are they deploying stuff internally first to build their own sort of enterprise productivity, and then maybe not rolling out the same thing, but after testing it internally, going, okay, now we're comfortable with it, then we can roll it out, some stuff out to our customers?
Yeah, so a lot of the startups that we work with who are now working with enterprises, that is the model, right? Everyone is going with an enterprise POC, and most of those POCs are workflows that align with their internal operations. So they want to use that as a way to first get their entire business AI ready. And then once they have the ability and the skills, then they want to start deploying it. Because at enterprise, it's a very high risk game to deploy something without testing and validating to your customers.
So what makes an enterprise AI ready?
My personal feel is it's a very much top-down approach. You need to have
like, what kind of technology and infrastructure do they need to be ready? You can have a mindset change for sure. You can have the board of directors say, we need to have our company do this. All of my buddies at the golf club are doing this. Then the CEO gets involved and he's like, what are we doing? Where's the AI? I don't see it anywhere. And then the line managers go like, I don't know where we're supposed to do this, because they don't have, because their legacy systems can't handle the implementation of agentic AI or whatever it is. What do they need to really get ready besides just having everybody tell them they need to be ready?
Yeah. So you're absolutely right? The legacy systems are not going to support what AI can do. And the basic premise there is that it's moving so fast, it's so quick, and it's rapidly changing. And the systems that are there don't work like that. And the companies are still forcing people to build on top of those workflows. So what's really needed is that entire stack needs to be thought through. It needs to be rethought, right? The challenge is obviously the opportunity cost, right? If someone is already baked in $1 million worth of cloud compute and data infra and data warehousing, how do you take the call to actually move that out?
But what's the risk that they run of, in other words, you're right, there is a time is money kind of challenge here where they do need to implement some stuff because, again, everybody else is doing it. And, as my mother used to say, would you jump off the Empire State Building if everybody else was jumping off the Empire State Building? The answer is maybe. But the point is, how do they balance that with the safety thing that you were talking about before, like the speed versus safety thing?
Yeah, I think one bet that the enterprise can take is reduce their risk and basically go with the big fours and the big companies because they sort of trust that whatever they bring
so like if Google is providing some kind of AI service, like it should be okay because Google's doing it.
Versus a new AI startup that is coming in is going to get wiped out at the procurement stage because they don't have that expertise or that experience to actually build something like that.
You have a bunch of startups over there. Some of them are early, some of them are, you said, Series B or Series C. So how are they Asian? They're based here, yeah?
So it's actually this is actually our second TGB AI Village Pavilion.
Good for you, man.
And this time we just don't have Singapore startups. We have from Australia, from US, from UK, from UAE.
So how are Asian startups in the AI space different from guys and gals from overseas?
Yeah. There's one pretty obvious difference between, like Asians being more hackish and being able to figure out things quickly compared to the
really
West.
True? I think it's more
so. No, it is. I mean, I feel so definitely. I've been hacking so many things for the last 1.5 years. And now I'm at the stage where I'm like starting to mature and spend more on the, tools to make it a little more high quality.
Right.
But the other difference is also about they understand the local nuance better, obviously.
For sure.
Right. There is also a struggle because the very obvious struggle is, and I tell this to all the founders, it's all about the runway. Right, the startups need to get revenue on the books to be able to scale globally, and everyone building from here is mostly building for enterprise SaaS, which you can't do with one tiny sliver of a solution.
So
you need a full stack.
How do they get, or maybe what does TGB do to help them get into? Because enterprise are so hard to enter.
Yeah.
Again, because they do have massive risks. If they deploy something, they don't want to deploy this and then deploy that and then deploy something else. They want your service or your software to be installed. And they don't want to think about it for the next 10 years kind of thing. We did this when I was working in big companies. It's like, we want to have this trading system, and we don't want to have a new trading system next year. The stickiness is actually really important. How do they get into the enterprises? Like, what's the strategy for getting in and for staying in?
So you need a partner that's trustworthy, right? Simple as that. And hence, every time we have an early stage startup, while we do connect to them, to the leaders who are in the space, we also recommend them to start doing collaborations with ecosystem partners like the hyperscalers, and then also the system integrators and all. Companies who already have an established trust and a workflow going on with the enterprises, and then can start to route in these startups help them refine what they're offering right now,
Yep.
elevate it to a level,
Yep.
and then basically start deploying. The challenge is the biggest thing here. It's not even about getting in. It's basically what percent of them will survive by the time that POC has gone out for 6 or 8 months.
And they're not getting
some
paid,
revenue.
right?
Exactly.
So how do they survive that?
That is the problem. That is the
I know it
biggest
is.
challenge,
But-
right?
But how do
Yeah.
they do this, right? Because I've been in a startup before. I've been in a startup before. I've been in a startup before.
I mean, I feel like this is also a startup, right? It's in a way. You're scaling.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a scaling startup. What are we like, Series D? I can't remember. What are we like, a Series D startup right now? Yeah. F or G, something like that.
okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
Something like that.
I mean, Anthropic is
The
Edge
CFO
Series,
man-
Series Edge
the CFO
startup,
manages all
right?
that stuff. So it's not a problem. But we're concerned about how other companies survive.
Yeah, yeah.
But seriously, because we know, and everybody knows who runs a small company, that like when you're dealing with enterprise companies,
Yeah.
first of all, their timelines are different than yours.
Yeah.
Their payment scales, I mean, all the stuff is different. How do you help those guys survive?
Yeah. So one thing that we recommend to the startup founders, and that's what we feel, right? Like we get them closer to the customers. While the enterprise life cycles are going to be very long, they need money to survive.
In the
so
interim,
we push them that whatever you're offering for enterprises, start looking at mid-market and SMEs. That is one of the most underserved market. And they just need a particular portion of what you are building. And that can get you revenue on the books faster. You don't have to do a lot of customization, but you start to get some sort of a survival, runway.
Where in the AI space are you seeing these companies build? In other words, if you meet like 5 founders,
Yeah.
if you could qualify or characterize some sort of trend in like what they're building, can
Yeah.
you do that? Or is it just so disparate that there's no way to...
No, it is. Everyone. So I feel like there are trendsetters for what's going to come in fashion 2 years down the line, like Pantone, right? It defines the color that's going to be in the next fall and all.
Okay.
Similarly, we have been seeing a lot of the top AI leaders define the trends.
So what is
right?
it? What is it?
So right now, I think it's all coming down to like sort of automation across your workforce. So it's work OS. Last year was about agentic AI. 1 year before was about
Generative
AI. Now it's going to go into embodied AI. So in a way, yes, there is that moving target similar to Web3. But what these companies are now doing is basically looking at not rebuilding the workflows from scratch, but basically doing agentic orchestration that just gets rid of the entire.
How important do you
work
think
altogether.
robotics is going to be in the AI space?
I personally feel it's still gonna take a long time
Do
for
you?
the actual robots to come in. Yeah, I would love to have an iRobot experience. But I think right now there are a lot of work being done there. But how much economic value and actual personal life value can they create? I feel right now application layer is the best bet. And what we really need to wait for are more B2C startups that actually are disrupting the space.
Are investors part of your business? In other words, were they part of the original TGB community, and have they stayed with you through the rest of this process?
So I have stayed away from VCs and investors for a while now. One, because I wanted to build that strong moat.
Yep.
Why would they be in a TGB? To look at investment opportunities. So our core persona has always been an AI founder.
Yep.
And now it's evolved into AI builders and AI experts. Now that we have 15,000 members across Southeast Asia, we've
Do you
got
really? 3,000
500
members?
15,000 plus.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and we got like probably 400, 500 AI founders in the group. And now we see a lot of VCs, smaller family offices, everyone starting to participate. This year, we're going to start taking that route. But the reason I did not spend time and effort there was because of the trends. Like recently, in the last 6 months, only 3 or 4 AI startups have actually raised funds. Otherwise, last 2 years were all dry powder.
Yeah. Do you have companies in your portfolio, not in your investment portfolio, but in your cohorts that are doing agentic AI, and how are they finding that being implemented in enterprises?
So agentic AI, there's one company there that we worked with, which was Elgo AI, right? So they were competing with Area AI. Area AI is like a like a big player, and they're there. We're partnering with them for a couple of master classes. But then we have Elgo AI, who's trying to build agentic orchestration platform. Then we have Husky Technologies here, which are basically building custom AI automation software for SMEs, right? Enterprise grade. So what they're really doing is they're looking after a particular industry or a use case and building a full-scale automation workflow for it. and then looking at, okay, can we get repeat customers in that audience?
Awesome. Okay, Shivang, I'm going to thank you so much for coming and
Yeah.
doing this. Thanks for coming early
you.
today to introduce
No
yourself.
worries. Yeah,
and
good to
thank you
meet
for
you.
being the last guy today, Martin.
Last, all
Save
right.
the best for last.
Yeah, thank you so much for
Thanks so
having
much
me.
for doing this. I
Yeah.
really appreciate it.
We have the guy from area here, Chris. Yeah.
Martin, what are we doing? Am I doing an outro now? Okay, today was amazing. We love doing this. We've spoken to people across the spectrum of artificial intelligence. We want to thank actually SuperAI for letting us, for giving this amazing space, for Lian for helping us arrange all of these recordings and helping us get organized here. We talked today about compute, about infrastructure, about agents. We talked to B Capital, which we thought was amazing, had some incredible insights from everybody that we know. We talked about how companies were going from testing things to deployment. We got some great water from the speakers lounge, from people that were helping us out over there. And we went beyond the hype into real implementation. And we just want to thank everybody here that was that helped us through this, including Twilio, Boomi, who helped support us. And tomorrow we start at 12:40. We'll be live again tomorrow at 12:40. Say again? Maybe earlier, we don't know. We have more people coming to come and do this with us, but we'll be starting live at least at 12:40. Come early. Maybe we'll serve drinks. We don't really know. We just want to thank everybody who participated today. My name is Michael Waits. This was ATP Insights.